All right, folks, the June 15th, 2011 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We always make this cautionary announcement that this building has a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system, so should alarms activate, please leave through the exits, and when it's safe to re-enter, our marshal will tell you it is safe to re-enter and you'll come back in here. We have no reason to believe that that would ever take place, but we do this as a cautionary instruction. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Aaron Hansel, Dream Center, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Father, we honor and we praise your name. Lord, we thank you today for our mayor pro tem, and their many years of service to our city. May you bless them, Lord, and Father, may you keep them. We ask your presence and wisdom to be in the proceedings today. Continually guide and lead us with your grace. Father, I pray that as you are the God of all hope, that you would fill us today with the joy and peace as we continually trust in you, so we may continue to overflow with hope and the power of the Holy Spirit. Lord, I ask your blessings to be upon this day today and upon this leadership team. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Thank you. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and before we start the formal part of it, I'd like to introduce some students from Eagles Home School out of Canyon Ridge Christian Church, located in Ward 6, and there's 7 students here who are involved with a program that we admire, and we've had recipients of the American Pride program, so you're all very, very smart. I could ask you some questions. I'm not sure you'll get the answer, but I will. You know all the presidents, right? You know them in alphabetical order, right? You know presidents, what states they're from, correct? Who was the 15th president of the United States? This is a first young man who was part of the program that got the answer on the first try. If I had a good luck mayorship, I'd give you. Excellent. Would you be kind enough to hand the gentleman a good luck mayorship? Thank you, Councilman Wilson. Very, very good. I know a fellow whose head is blinding me because of the light shining off of it probably would not have gotten that answer. Did you hear the question and the answer? Okay. Buchanan was his name, from Pennsylvania, and the only bachelor president that we've ever had. That's the reason I know him. Okay, so these students have memorized the presidents, the states and capital, the Pledge of Allegiance. They memorized the preamble. They memorized the Gettysburg Address and all 4 verses of the Star-Spangled Banner. So I'd like to congratulate Corey Jew, Rebecca Hill, Anthony Avolio, Matthew Spencer, Tyler Syme, Chase Castro, Connor Castro, and their teacher is here, Robin Haley. Thanks for joining us. Okay, now for the first formal item of our agenda, we're going to recognize the June Employee of the Month, and I'd like Joe Marcella, the city's Director of Information Technologies, to join us up here. And I'm proud to announce that the June Employee of the Month is Teresa Argalis. Teresa, would you join us, please? Therese. Congratulations, Therese. Therese is a senior systems analyst who has been with the city since 2006. Therese works in an area about which I have no clue. Information technology. For 12 years, they've been trying to have me turn on my computer, and it got to a point that I've had 3 computers in my office, all of which have been taken away, seized by the marshal for lack of use. But, Therese, you never tried. Joe failed maybe the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
Personalized lessons?
I have 2 weeks.
You have 2 weeks, too?
No, I mean, no, I hope not.
Well, my staff will tell you all about my computer expertise, and I'm sure that Teresa's coworkers know that they could give you any kind of IT-related project, knowing that you can complete it. So if you could straighten me out, that would be a bit of a miracle. The results, her work results in a more efficient city that improves customer service both internally and externally. An example of Teresa's great work is what she accomplished when the city moved to a 4-day work week. She helped to automate the massive schedule changes that the city implemented for more than 2,500 employees. We appreciate your skill and your fantastic attitude that you bring to work every single day. And on behalf of the entire City Council, it's a pleasure to name you the June 2011 Employee of the Month. And along with this trophy, which is for you, you have already received the $100?
Yes.
Have you spent it?
Yes.
I wanted to bet it on Dallas.
Maybe I still have 50.
All right, good. And that was compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union and a donation of $100 to be made to the charity of your choice by Superpawn. So congratulations. I'm going to turn the mic over to your boss, Joe, and then we'll ask you to say a couple words, okay? Good. Joe?
Well, Thrace is an amazing developer and a wonderful analyst. And she has one fantastic attitude. Anytime she goes into a room, she comes back out, and everybody is happy that she's been there. I've seen some developers in my time, and she's just excellent in not only code, but in being able to analyze and understand the business needs. So we're very happy to have you. Congratulations. And can I, Mayor, Thrace's family's here, but she's something's unique. She has twins. So, yeah. Those twins were an exciting event. They both have their own screens and own PCs today. So, Thrace, can I turn this over to you?
Thank you so much. It is an honor to be here. Never in a million years did I imagine that I will be here right now. When I first decided that I wanted to work with computers when I was still very young, I thought it was just like playing video games. You stay in front of the computer the whole day, and that's it. Fortunately, I was mistaken. As a senior systems analyst, we interact with different people from different departments of the city. We try to understand what they need and try to help them so that they could perform their jobs more efficiently and effectively. And so, although I am in front of the computer most of the time, it's still about people service. And we try to help them. I try to give good service, good quality service to my internal customers so that in turn they could give the same service to the city of Las Vegas. I thank everybody that I work with, especially the people from OPM and finance. Thank you. My Oracle team, we all deserve this. We are all a part of this. My bosses have always been very supportive and very trusting. My family, my husband Leo, my kids, Yvain and Ira, and my mom who's in the Philippines watching this over the internet. So, and of course I thank God for giving me a wonderful family, not just at home, but here at work too. Thank you so much. It is an honor.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Now for our final 2 items, Councilman Wolfson has some presentations he would like to make. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Are we ready to have some fun today? Yes. We're going to have some fun. Before we do that, though, I'd like to recognize a few people in the audience. First of all, David Steinman, who was a city councilman that served Ward 4 very well. Former Councilman Michael McDonald. Judge Rob Baer from the 8th Judicial District Court, a big supporter of the city of Las Vegas. And last, and certainly not least, Mayor-elect Carolyn Goodman. Okay, let's have some fun. We have some very special recognitions today. Today is actually the last full city council meeting for Mayor Oscar Goodman and Mayor Pro Tem Gary Reese. Mayor Oscar Goodman has been in office since 1999, and Mayor Pro Tem Reese has been representing Ward 3 since 1995. And it's not often that the city says goodbye to two gentlemen, and I mean that seriously, who have served Las Vegas so well for so long. So we have some presentations to the mayor and the Mayor Pro Tem, and some special videos, which are the fun part of the program. And at the end of the presentations, the various city council members will have a chance to say a few words. So without further ado, let's start with a special video of Mayor Pro Tem Gary Reese, which is going to take us back a number of years.
Hi, I'm Mayor Pro Tem Gary Reese, the representative for Ward 3.
Wasn't that great? Our thanks to David Riggleman and his staff for putting together a great video. Okay, I'd like to call Betsy Fretwell, our city manager, up here. I understand you have some special awards or a few things to say.
Sure, I sure do. I promise to behave. I'm saving all that other stuff for later. This is very an interesting moment in time for the city because the two gentlemen behind me have really laid a strong foundation for this city. And for me personally, they've been very involved in my career development over the last 12 years or so. And I was joking with Mayor Pro Tem this morning. I said, how long have you actually been in public service? And he said, well, Bets, I hate to tell you, but I was on the Planning Commission in 1991. I said, 20 years? He said, well, really, 22 years because I was on the Zoning Board of Adjustment before that, but nobody counts it. So 20 years of public service in this community. He has an incredible list of accomplishments for this city and for Ward 3. I think the individuals that he has served over these 20-plus years really have benefited from his leadership and his vision. And Mayor Pro Tem is one of those guys that always said, look, it's not about my ward, it's about this city. Every vote up here counts, and I mean it. What we do is for this city every day. And he lived that, and he breathed that philosophy. He was always accessible to us. We know we could find him down there in that barbershop, and many of us did on many occasions. I mean, the sheriff had a known habit of going down there at about 6:15 when nobody could see him or interrupt him. And not too shortly after I took over as city manager, I tried to follow suit, so I would make sure to get some individual time with Mayor Pro Tem, because he has been so fantastic in really grounding all of us, thinking about the big picture, and trying to make a lasting impression on this community that matters. And so I'm really proud to have had an opportunity to work with Mayor Pro Tem Reese for the last 11 years. I know that he has probably touched many of you in this audience, and certainly all of our employees and the rest of the City Council through his tenure and his leadership, and we're certainly going to miss that, Mayor Pro Tem. We do have a few tokens we want to share with you today. So first thing we want to do is give you a copy of the video that we just showed for you. So that's that, so you can watch that maybe when you're in your rebuilding process for your new cabin, right?
You bet.
Okay. The next thing what we'd like to give you is our Office of Communications worked with many of our staff to put together a scrapbook for you that kind of commemorates many of the things that you experienced as Mayor Pro Tem and as Councilman Reese, and it also has a complete list of all of the projects that were completed during your term.
Fantastic. It's awesome.
And then the final presentation, which I just love. We have a little inscription here, but for those of you that don't know, our Public Works staff built this box for the city flag. We have an inscription for Mayor Pro Tem that outlines his 16 years of service, and it hopefully will serve as a constant reminder for you of how much fun we had and what a difference we made and what a great leader you were for this community. And listen, I'm still coming to visit you at the barbershop. Okay? So thank you.
Thanks. Great job, Betsy. Okay, we would like to recognize Matt Morris from Senator Heller's office. Matt, are you here? There's Matt. Thank you. We have some certificates which we'll present in just a second. And then Todd Story from Congresswoman Shelley Berkeley's office. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. On behalf of their offices, thank you, Councilwoman. If you could open those up for me. From Congresswoman Shelley Berkeley's office, first for Mayor Pro Tem Reese, we have a congressional recognition from Congresswoman Shelley Berkeley in recognition of your, it says 11 years, it's really 12, so we're going to have to get that, 16, we're going to have to get that redone. So on behalf of Congresswoman Shelley Berkeley, Mayor, we have the same thing for you from Congresswoman Shelley Berkeley's office.
It's the 21st one I've gotten from her. Forget about it.
Be nice, be nice. Okay, then also, this is something special. We have a congressional record, which is something that Congresswoman Shelley Berkeley is entering in to the House of Representatives. So this is part of the official congressional record, recognizing the achievements of the City of Las Vegas, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Gary Reese. And we have your 22nd thing from Congresswoman Shelley Berkeley. First, with the congressional record, absolutely. So please be nice. Please be nice.
No, this is something new. It's not the same old Shelley thing.
Okay. And then next, Councilwoman, we have a senatorial recognition to Mayor Pro Tem Gary Reese from Senator Heller. Thank you very much. And the same thing for you, Mayor Oscar Goodman. This is a senatorial recognition with appreciation for your dedication, leadership, and service to the community during your tenure as mayor of the City of Las Vegas, with best wishes for success and fulfillment in all your future endeavors.
Thank you very much.
Isn't that nice? Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, a little bit more fun. We're going to move on to our next video. This one showcases why Mayor Oscar Goodman is truly the happiest mayor in the universe. And this 12-year display will really show us that. So roll the video.
I will and I do.
I pronounce you mayor.
I pledge to you that I will do everything within my power to make sure that this city grows the way it has grown and will preserve the quality of life that we have come used to. It's a wonderful day for the community. It's a wonderful day for animals. In my opinion, it's the best piece of urban real estate in the world. It's in the heart of the city.
Well, I don't know whether it's the end of a great year or the beginning of a better year, but the fact that we acquired the 61 acres down at the Union Pacific site is just so monumental for the city of Las Vegas.
Hey, runners, take your mark. 3. I want everybody, if they're open, you shoot. Oh, that was a net. This time, let there be a moment of silence for those we lost. We're a wonderful community. America is a wonderful country in which to live. We're resilient. We bounce back. One of my responsibilities and obligations to make sure that the Yucca Mountain does not become a reality. I know we're going to win the battle because when you're right, you prevail. And we're right on this one. Here we go. We who have lived here so long sometimes are cynical. We say that, geez, this is the old area of town and it's the forgotten area of town, and look at it, we can't do anything with it. When folks come in who haven't been exposed to that kind of thought process, they look at it as a project that they can start with from the beginning. The beautiful part about today is that this is real. This is not illusory, but a place where people can come together, where ideas can germinate, where people can exchange viewpoints, can share visions.
This is a real welcome sign. This shows that we have pride in what's taking place down here. It's specifically welcoming people not to Las Vegas, but to downtown Las Vegas.
The truth of the matter is, really very, very special group of people doing an unbelievable job. I'll be very surprised if FEMA's grading us that we don't get about the best grade that any city ever got.
Viva Las Vegas!
There's a reason I'm the happiest mayor in the universe, folks. This isn't something that I just made up, believe me. We're a fat city, and at the end of the day, there'll be a lot of us who are thin.
But now we have diversified our economy overnight by having this world-class world market in our downtown.
Because the building has been built by a private developer, the city will receive some $140,000 in taxes from the IRS.
But the truth of the matter is, this is a small token. I've been in this job long enough to get a big token, okay? I'm a little sick and tired of these stupid plaques.
That's our sheriff, folks, but don't pay any attention to him, okay? The mayor's talking now. That is where the cockfighting facility is located.
Every couple that gets married in Las Vegas has become a part of our history.
He did cut me. The dirty rat cut me. Tonight we're going to cap it off. A toast to 2006.
And that you will faithfully perform the duties of the office in which you are about to enter, so help you God. Congratulations.
A taste for the success of Hennessy's, Mickey Finn's, and downtown Las Vegas. I think today we will have broken the world's record.
But this night is the night which we'll remember, taking us to the next level.
This is a great day for the city of Las Vegas, the Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement.
I mean, this is what a city's all about. Here we are in the middle of an urban area, and we were able to put this up overnight virtually.
About 11 and a half years ago, the city council made up its mind that we were going to revitalize downtown Las Vegas, and all you have to do is look around, and our dream is coming true.
And Mayor, I think you're sitting in my future seat.
People from all over the world are going to come to this facility in order to seek the kind of relief that your husband is receiving.
Wasn't that great? Okay, let's ask Betsy Fretwell, our city manager, to make some more presentations.
If you didn't hear him, he said he could still fire me. Yes, exactly. I promise to behave, Mayor. Maybe not later, in the private party later tonight, but actually, this is a really tough thing for me to talk about. The mayor has been such a fantastic leader for this organization and for the city, and it's been a real pleasure to work with him personally as a city manager. As you can see from that video, there have been tremendous accomplishments in the heart of this city over the last 12 years. And, you know, the mayor walked in here with a very big dream and a very big vision for revitalizing our city and making it a world-class city. And he constantly reinforces that concept of world-class city in a destination that's globally renowned, which is kind of an interesting thing to think about. But he has drilled that home in every conversation that he has had over these many years, and our staff believes it, and this community believes it. And let me tell you, that wasn't without a lot of fight, vim, and vigor to get people to believe. It was constant reinforcement, constant focus, and this man never let up. Believe me, I know. I've looked at the pictures of me from 10 years ago, and I go, what happened? He is a hard driver. He has high expectations. And let me say this. I've talked with the mayor before. I said, you know, Mayor, you're going to leave an incredible legacy. He said, Betsy, this isn't about legacies. This is about doing the right thing for this community right now, and that's what this is about. But let me tell you something, Mayor. You have left one heck of a legacy. I'm very proud to have been able to work with you all these years to help make that vision become a reality, and we have laid a fantastic framework out. We're going to see these things through, and I'm really proud to be a part of the management team that will be working towards that end. I do have to make a couple of comments. For 10 years, I've been on the mayor's town hall show. I'm not sure exactly why I got picked, because there were a lot of city managers before me Maybe because I could sort of keep a straight face when he would say some of the stuff on that show. I'm not sure. But Mayor, I really do owe you for throwing every hard question to me. Unprepared. Because he has a little screen that says what the topic is. I never had that. So, but I will miss that. It gave us a great opportunity to work hand in hand on some pretty tough issues over the last few years. But most importantly, we had a lot of fun. We had a fantastic centennial celebration. You saw some of the pictures there. No one will ever outdo our U.S. Conference of Mayors 2006 year. I feel certain of that. Yes. So, fun, focus, and let me tell you, a lot of accomplishment in 12 years. Mayor, we will miss you terribly in that chair. You're leaving us in very capable hands with the council and the new Mayor Goodman, and we're really excited about the transition. I thank you for everything you've done, and I know I speak for our entire staff for being a leader that stood behind us and had faith in us and gave us the vision we needed to be immensely successful as a city. So thank you. We have a few tokens that I would like to give to you, and I think Orlando has those for me. First, well, Mayor, I know you. You will watch this again. I know it. It might happen tonight. So there's your video.
Can't wait to go up and watch it.
It is fun. They did a fantastic job. Here's your scrapbook, and it has many of the pictures of many of the fun events that we had, as well as some of the ceremonial openings and a variety of groundbreakings. But it also has a complete list of all of the projects that happened under your leadership.
Thank you.
And then, similarly to Mayor Pro Tem, we have a framed box of the Las Vegas city flag for you to constantly remember us and what a good time we had and all the fun, great projects we got to work on while you were leading us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Betsy.
Okay, moving right along, we have a few more presentations. At this time, I'd like to call Beverly Bridges up, our city clerk. Beverly, I think you have a few things to say.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Councilman. This is a hard one for me. Easy. 12 years ago, we had your gavel engraved, and we'd like to present it to you as a gift today.
Thank you. Thank you, Bev. Thank
You use that to preside over every meeting for the city. So you
Thank you. That's very, very nice. Thank you, Beverly. There's no time for tears, Bev. I've had the greatest ride. I just want to let everybody know I got this gavel my first meeting, and I never banged it, but I swear to each and every one of you, it came at least one time during every meeting, I wanted to throw it at somebody.
Okay, our next presentation is pretty cool. One of the projects that the mayor has been a big part of is the Las Vegas Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement. Unfortunately, the museum is not going to be open while you're still the mayor, so you'll have to enjoy it when you're retired or doing whatever you're going to be doing. But we wanted to take the opportunity to publicly thank the mayor for all his hard work on the project. So I'd like to invite the museum's president, Ellen Knowlton. Where are you, Ellen? Right there, ready to go. And the general manager, Jonathan Ullman, to join us up here at the podium. How about a round of applause?
Thank you, Steve. Great, thank you. I'm glad you put that gavel down, though. Good morning, everybody, and good morning to the council members, their staff, Mr. Mayor, Mrs. Mayor. It's nice to see everybody today. Well, as you know, our museum is under construction, where it has been for, it seems like, a long time. The Las Vegas Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement is being built right next door here in old downtown in the federal courthouse and post office. The city did a fantastic job probably about 10 years ago putting together a team of museum experts that have developed and are constructing this museum. This team is also responsible for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland, my personal favorite. They still play my music. And also the International Spy Museum in Washington, D.C. So you can imagine that When we open, which we are now projecting for February of 12, it will be a fantastic event and a fantastic project. We receive inquiries hourly from around the world about the museum, about the project, and so we're all anticipating the opening. We wish we could have opened it sooner, but we're getting there. The mayor's passion and enthusiasm for our city is evident in all of the projects that have come to fruition under his time as mayor, but it's just so evident in this project, in the museum. I'm so proud of the project because it is helping to preserve the unique history of our city and our country, and it also is preserving one of the most historically significant buildings in Las Vegas. So thank goodness it wasn't imploded. Mayor, during your 12-year tenure as the mayor of Las Vegas, you have given out many keys to the city. And I was thrilled to receive one when I retired from the FBI. It was wonderful. I was so happy to get it. But today, on behalf of the Board of Directors for the Las Vegas Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement, I have a special key for you.
I'm scared to death now. This is the former director of the FBI, and she has a special key for me.
It's not a handcuff key, okay? It's your very own key to the museum.
Oh, boy. Wow. Look at this.
I'm glad you like it. And I just would like to wish you, on behalf of our Board of Directors, I would like to wish you the best as you move into the next phase of your exciting life. We can't wait to hear what you're going to be doing. So, again, thanks for everything. You've been wonderful, and you've done a wonderful job.
And you're the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And now I'd like to ask Jonathan Ullman to say a few words, please, and also Jonathan has a presentation.
Thanks, Ellen. Mayor, I can only echo Ellen's comments. No one has been a greater advocate and visionary for the city and for this project than you. On behalf of the board and the entire museum organization, I'd like to present you with this commemorative plaque. It's not stupid, it's commemorative, and it features many of the significant milestones and events that have taken place during the construction of the museum. So, Mayor, we thank you very much for your energy, creativity, and perseverance that gave life to this project and ensures that we're going to have a world-class museum in downtown Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I guess not. I guess we're done. Okay. Our next presentation is from a local group that has put in a lot of work to ensure that our children get to and from school safely. I'd like to ask Robin Mounier. Robin, are you here? There you are, of course. With Lookout Kids About to join us up here at the podium. Robin?
Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman Wolfson. I have 3 members of our board as well. Ebony Folk, who's an employee here at the City of Las Vegas, Brandon Dante from Henderson, and Mike Edwards, who used to work here at the city, worked for North Las Vegas, and now works for an independent company. And, Your Honor, members of the council, esteemed guests and citizens, for those of you who are not familiar with Lookout Kids About, we are a 501c3 nonprofit all-volunteer coalition that advocates for driver, pedestrian, and biker safety as well as safe routes to schools. As you well know, sir. Our coalition developed in 2005 due to the tragic loss of several students in and around school zones and has served the entire valley since then. This September, we will be operating statewide, including Fernley, Carson City, and Washoe County. I say this, Your Honor, because it is not due to the work of one person or our board, but because of the commitment and support we have received from very high-profile individuals in our community who believe in our goals and mission. Your Honor has been an exemplary role model of such a person. And this is true. You have donned our designer vests that we've had here at council meetings. You have showcased the lighted stop paddles that we in the city of Las Vegas obtained for all crossing guards in Clark County. You've been a guest speaker at many events we have sponsored. You have invited us to be participants in your press conferences. You have issued proclamations, and you have even served as a crossing guard to bring attention to new legislation that we secured, which, by the way, he said was the most dangerous job he'd ever had. So it is true, that is what you said. It is with mixed emotions that we today present you with another token. Mike, if you would, please. It's a nice one. Did y'all hear him say that? It's a nice one. For your service to the community, for citizen safety, and most importantly, family and children's safety. What it says is, sincere appreciation to the world's happiest, notice I said worlds, for your loyal support of Lookout Kids About and for the health and welfare of students and families in our community, and it's dated 2011. You're very welcome. Now, you know why it says world?
No.
You were demoted. The new Mayor Goodman gets the universe.
Oh, that's outrageous. Take your stupid plaque.
It's not a plaque. Thank you very much, Mayor and council members.
That's great. Okay, moving right along, what we'd like to do right now is hear from all of the council members. And we're going to do it in order of, I was going to say age, but that doesn't sound right. We're going to do it in order of seniority. So we'd like to hear from Councilwoman Tarkanian. Ignore all this right now. We're going to go to start with Councilwoman Tarkanian, and then go to Councilman Ross, Councilman Barlow, Councilman Anthony, and then I have a few remarks. So, Councilwoman, you must have a lot to say about Mayor Pro Tem Reese and Mayor Goodman.
I can first tell you that it has been a real experience serving with these two gentlemen. And I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot, as we all have. And I've appreciated both of them very, very much. You have here with Mayor Pro Tem a man who has always shown, at least as I've seen, a manner of being a gentleman, a very perfect gentleman. He has been very, very kind. And you know, Henry James, a noted author in America, once said there are three important things in human relationships. The first is to be kind. The second is to be kind. And the third is to be kind. And you've met all of those. So the Mayor Pro Tem has not only been kind to the people with whom he's worked, he's also guided us, tried to keep us connected, and he's worked very, very hard. He is very loyal to his ward. He sometimes speaks softly, but I'm telling you that passion and loyalty is there, and he's worked very, very hard. He's gotten some tremendous parks in his ward I sort of would have liked to have had in my ward, but he got them, and he has done a tremendous job in getting them and maintaining them and in working within the community. So I want to say that to our Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you so much. Mayor Oscar Goodman is an extraordinary man of all seasons. He exhibits a catch-me-if-you-can attitude as he gives his heart and his soul for the betterment of Las Vegas. I greatly respect his work ethic, the number of hours he spends in the events he attends each day, most of the time with our Mayor Pro Tem. He is staggering, absolutely staggering. I know when his feet hurt and he could hardly move them, he got up, he walked when he needed to walk in a parade, he spoke when he needed, and I was saying, oh my dear goodness, I hope he doesn't fall, I hope everything's okay, and he did it. And so I saw this man go when he was feeling great and sometimes when the feet hurt. But the thing is, he did it, and he did it with his heart and soul. And we'll miss his humor. I really enjoy his humor. It takes you know, things get heavy sometimes, and a little quip from him just sort of lightens it up and lets you think a little better about what's happening. We will miss his efforts at connectability trying to work really hard. And if people have noticed, this city council has worked together. And it isn't because he comes in and he says, do this, do that, do this. He does not do that. He has worked in letting us get information. He has worked in helping us be a connected group, working together for one thing, and that is to be part of the big picture that this mayor saw when he first became mayor, and that is to make and give his soul, his heart to the city of Las Vegas. He did that, and he can say he's going to leave, but I will tell you his spirit, part of that soul, is in this city as you walk down some of the streets. As I go by, I sort of like Oscar's River. And as I go by that, I think of Oscar. And as I go by at the Justice Hall, I think of Oscar. And I think of the Mayor Pro Tem, who always supported Oscar in all that he did. So I will tell you that he's taking leaving a lot better than we are. And that's because he's that type of person that knows that each day is a new beginning. And I will tell you, I know that his new beginning is going to be something fantastic. I hope he takes a little rest first, but after that, it's going to be fantastic, and we're all going to enjoy it. Thank you very much, and thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor, there seems to be a lot of talk about what you're going to be doing next. Well, I happen to know there's an opening for a greeter at the Mob Museum door. I think that will be extremely important position. Hi, I'm Oscar. Welcome to the Mob Museum. No, both of you. I have to say this. In the 6 years that I've served with you, there's a saying hanging on the wall in my office that says, God give us good men, and it has to do with leaders in government. And he has certainly given us wonderful men to serve this community. We are a government by the people, for the people, and you have both demonstrated that in not only your personal lives, but in your public lives as well. You've been an inspiration to me. You have shared both your strengths and your weaknesses with me, and I have been with you for the past 6 years to share in this city's growth, its challenges, its triumphs, and both of you have led this community with dignity, class, strength, and most of all, a level of integrity that we rarely see in government. It has been an honor to serve with both of you. I know neither one of you are leaving the public's mind or the public sight. Those of you that can hear this broadcast or see this broadcast learn and live by these men's examples, because they've been an example to me. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. God places special people in special places to do special things. And I believe that God has most definitely touched you all in a special way in order that the city of Las Vegas will be a special place, not only for our residents, but for visitors alike. Growing up in this community, I had an opportunity to see a lot of things, good and bad. And for Mayor Pro Tem, as well as Mayor Goodman, they've had an opportunity through the good time and the bad to take this city in a direction that a lot of people, Mayor, bet it wouldn't happen. I started working in the city in 1999, just shortly after you were elected. And I had an opportunity as a young boy in high school to watch Mayor Pro Tem on the Las Vegas City Council. Seeds were planted in 1999 that no one believed would ever come out the ground. Today, ladies and gentlemen, if you look around, not just the downtown, but throughout the city of Las Vegas as a whole, and actually see all of the wonderful developments, all of the wonderful infrastructure that has improved the quality of life of our city, has a great deal to do with the fact that Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor Goodman had a vision of collaboration with the public and the private sector to move this city in the direction that they felt it needed to go. And so for that, we want to talk about leadership. one thing that you two gentlemen have done was basically led through leadership, not taking the blows of negativity, but the blows of positivity, moving this city in a direction that is bar none on its way to something very special, something very, very special. The mayor shared with me earlier today that I don't like all this hoopla and all of this recognition. I just want it to just be over. I says, Mayor, can't be, because you have to give people an opportunity to celebrate the wonderful things that you have done, not only as a man, but as a civil servant, and a leader in this community, as a mayor, because you've touched so many lives in so many special ways that people just want to come up to say thank you. And you have to give people an opportunity to do that, because you don't realize how much you have touched my life, my colleagues' life, and the people of Las Vegas' lives through your leadership. Mayor Pro Tem, you have to give people an opportunity to come up to say thank you. Thank you for the wonderful years that you've been on this council, leading the charge on many committees, sun up to sundown, away from your families, for the sake of building community. And so that's all we want to do today, is say thank you for leading the charge, and thank you for being a gentleman's gentleman. Thank you so very much, and God bless you both.
Thank you. Okay, guys did a great job. My colleagues are what they said about the mayor and the mayor pro tem. I guess I have a little personal story I want to share with you. And some of you probably already know this, but it was 2 years ago this week that I was sworn into the city council, and I was the new guy. And what was interesting is when I campaigned for office, I campaigned against a couple of projects that the mayor and the mayor pro tem were supporting. And when I came onto the city council, my first city council meeting, I voted no on those projects. And they eventually passed, and they're going to be great, and so on and so forth. But I didn't know these men very well. The only thing I knew about Oscar Goodman was when I was a young cop with Metro in the early 80s. We used to arrest these organized crime figures, and he would get them out the same day. So, and that kind of bothered cops a lot, but you know, that's just the way the system works. And the only thing I knew about Gary Reese was that everybody seemed to know him, and he seemed to know everybody in the city of Las Vegas, which was very interesting. But I didn't know what our relationship was going to be because of those votes. But I'll tell you this. These two are gentlemen. They treated me with respect from day one. They treated me as an equal. Not once did they try to change my vote. Not once did they chastise me. And I just really appreciate you treating me as a professional as you did. And they came up to me on several occasions and said, we understand what you're doing. We understand how you vote, and we respect you for staying with your promises that you campaigned with. So I just want to thank you very much for treating me the way you did. And I consider both these men friends of mine right now. And I will tell you this, my office is right next to the mayor, and so I see him a couple times a week, and I see Gary in the hallway a couple times a week. And every conversation we have is always about what can we do to make Las Vegas a great place to live? What can we do to make Las Vegas a great place to work? How can we create jobs? How can we make Las Vegas a first-class city? That's all we ever talked about, and that's how committed they were to this city. So just thank you very much. I consider both of you men friends of mine, and I just appreciate the way you treated me. Thank you very much.
Okay, great job to all of my colleagues. I'm not going to say the same things again because I think it's readily apparent how we feel about you gentlemen. And that word seems to resonate through this morning, gentlemen. and I heard words like integrity and class and style. And 7 years ago, I joined the council, and I was an outsider. I wasn't an insider. I was a defense lawyer like the mayor, and I joined the council, and I wasn't sure how I was going to be greeted either, because there were others that were vying for the position, but I was fortunate enough to win. And Mayor Pro Tem Reese, you greeted me with class, integrity, and style. You always treated me as a gentleman. I looked up to you and still look up to you for guidance and wisdom, because that's what you possess. You are a wise man. So thank you for all that you have done for me. I look forward to seeing you. You're not going to be gone. We still need your input and your hard work. Mayor Goodman, I've known you for 30 years, and 30 years ago, I looked up to you. You were the premier lawyer in town, and me, being a young deputy district attorney, had to go to battle with Oscar sometimes. I won every case. You believe that, don't you? Hold on. Hold on.
Got a certificate for you.
But going back 30 years ago, you taught me things then. And then when I joined the council 7 years ago, you greeted me with class and style and integrity. And this has been a very good operating board. Our newest member has been here 2 years, Councilman Anthony, and everybody's been here longer. And I don't remember arguing. We don't argue with each other. We don't yell, we don't scream like other boards, I understand, sometimes do. And that's because of a common thread or seam or style or leadership that you have brought to the city of Las Vegas. So I could go on, and we all know that you're worthy of these things, but I'd like to tell one or two quick stories. By the way, is it 10 o'clock yet? Because every morning at 10 a.m., Mayor Goodman's watch, his alarm goes off. And one day, a couple of months ago, I'm sitting next to him on the dais, and his watch is going off. I said, why do you do that? He says, it's not me. Carolyn set it for 10 a.m., so every day I'll think of her. So I'm waiting for your alarm to go off. Next, if any of you have ever been out in the community, as most of us have, and listened to Mayor Goodman give his stump speech, you know, the same speech he gives at all of the conventions and the meetings about primarily downtown Las Vegas. And nobody is a better cheerleader at promoting the World Market Center, the Lou Ruvo Center for Brain Health, all of the projects downtown. But one thing you have said many, many times was that the Chelsea Outlet Mall is the most successful gross ball in the country per capita. And he says that all the time. He says it's the best successful, most successful mall in the country. I believed him. Who's not going to believe the mayor? So one day about 6 months ago, I caught him off to the side and I said, Mayor Goodman, I said, where did you get that information? He says, I don't know, I just made it up. If that isn't a classic, only Mayor Oscar Goodman can get away with that. We're going to miss you both very much. I have a feeling we're going to see you, though. So let's, on behalf of the citizens of Las Vegas, give these gentlemen a huge round of applause. Here we go, Mayor Goodman. Wow.
Thank you. You know, I really believe in our Heavenly Father, and He gives us all gifts. And sometimes we nurture those gifts, and sometimes we don't. The one gift that the Lord gave me, I think, was the gift of weeping. I weep a lot. The mayor always gets mad at me,
They all, it's one of those things to where you hand me something like this and I start crying. Okay, I'm going to try to not to do that today. I want to wish my little sister, I want to tell her, she's watching on the internet up in Salt Lake City, and I want her to know that everything you heard here today, sis, you don't have to believe it, okay? It's not true. There's been a lot of things said, but I'm going to say our staff, I've always tried to give credit to those behind the scene. We stand up here, we get a lot of credit. But since I've been here, I guess a long time, Councilman Anthony mentioned something about his early votes. When I was first elected, we had a mayor that I was about that much scared of her. And we had an issue in Councilman McDonald's ward. And there was 2 votes for and 2 votes against. And nobody ever talked to me. Jan and Councilman Callister was in favor of it, and Adamson and McDonald was against it. And they held it in abeyance a couple times, and finally they got ready to make a motion. And Callister leaned over and said something to Jan, and she says, we're going to recess for 5 minutes. And she says to me, she says, I'll meet you up in your office in 5 minutes. So I went up there, and she was sitting in my chair behind my desk, and she started telling me, she says, I talked to George, and George said he would do this. I could support the project. And she went on for about 5 minutes, and she says, where are you at on this? And I says to her, I said, I hope you didn't promise my support. And she jumped up, my chair fell over, she slammed the door, my pictures and plaques fell off the wall, and now I was really scared. She says, she come back in a few minutes, and she says, we're going to convene. So she says, you better get down there. Not in those kind of words, but kind of like that. And so I went back downstairs. I went out first. I looked at the elevator, and she's standing out there like this. And I just went like this. And I looked like this. And when she got on the elevator, then I got on the elevator. And we got down there, and the motion was made by Councilman McDonald, and it was for denial of the application. It passed 5-0. I guess I swayed her and Callister our way. But anyhow, a few minutes later, she gets up, she goes back in the back. She comes back out, she taps me on the shoulder, she says, I still love you. It was over and done with. So I will say that's just the way it is. Once the vote's taken, you can forget it. Okay? We go to the next item, and it's business as usual. But staff that I've been in contact with, I think I worked with about 5 or 6 fire chiefs, probably 3 or 4 public works directors, planning directors, on and on and on. They've all been good. The city managers, the same way. The only thing that's been the same since I've been here is our city attorney, Brad Jerbick. He's always been here. There's Brad over there. And I got to tell you something about Brad. The mayor and I have talked 3 or 4 different times over the years. The only time we've got in trouble is when we listen to our city attorney. Is that true? The mayor just reminded me, that's when you could find him. On the serious note, I've had a good staff in my office. Susie Martinez has done a fantastic job for me. She's honest. She's watched my back. She's helped me. Loretta Arrington, I had her in my office. The same thing. She always took care of me. And so I want them to know, staff to know, that I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. They probably would have run me out of town, and I've been back up in Panaca trying to find a cow to milk or something to get something to drink. But it's been a huge ride for me, kind of like a roller coaster, ups and downs. It's easy to say after the vote, I wish we'd have done that. But I can honestly say there have been very, very few times that I felt like we did the wrong thing at that time. And I know that people have questioned us, and I've said many, many times, you can make a lot of people happy, and they forget about it. And if you make one person mad, they never forget it. And I've got some of those that have always judged, tried to figure out why we did things, how we did things. But it's part of the process, and the process works. We have to support each other, just like you heard up here today. These council members behind us are going to be able to go forward and do those things to continue what Las Vegas needs to have happen. That's not only in the downtown, but that's throughout the city of Las Vegas. We are all Las Vegans. We all raise our kids. We all go to church. We all go to the grocery stores. We all do those same things, okay? And we have to continue to support government. It's by the people, for the people. And I've done really good. We all have things that we're proud of. This is my strong support right here. One of my daughters couldn't be here, but her husband's here. My wife teaches school today. She couldn't get away either. But I love my children. I love my grandchildren. I love my wife. I want to thank them. When you have a bad council meeting, you go home. And it's nice to have somebody put their arm around and tell me, you did good, Dad. I'm proud of you. I love you. Thank you.
He did pretty good for about 95%. But he can't help himself because he does have such great love for his family and for his city. I've been blessed in so many ways, and I've always said to Gary, it's terrific to know that you have a mayor pro tem who's...
I got one thing I need to say. You know, I've had these, I look out here at Mr. Sebelius and that guy over there that's got the shiny head over there too. They've always made fun of me following the mayor. And why? And I have to let you know, when I was first elected, when the mayor was first elected, we had our first closed-door meeting, he said to me, he said, do you remember where I used to work? He says, I got a lot of people owe me favors.
You weren't supposed to say that, Gary. There's one left out there, Gary. I just want to say that I've been blessed. Every single day of my life has been a blessing. It starts off at the top with your wife, who has been completely supportive of me. My 4 children, who have no idea what I did as a lawyer nor as the mayor. They could care less. A couple of grandchildren who know I'm the mayor because they've appeared here in city council and said, what's Grandpa doing up there? I learned a couple of lessons. I guess the toughest thing that I learned is no matter who you are, no matter whether you're a big shot or not, the mayor can't get anything done by himself. Maybe that's the hardest lesson I had to learn, because as a lawyer, I did everything by myself. I did my own research. I interviewed my own witnesses. I sat in courtroom by myself next to my client. I never relied on anybody else because I felt that my mission was to make sure that my client had the best defense possible, and I wanted to take complete responsibility for providing that. And I came into City Hall with that work ethic in mind, that I was going to do everything by myself. And I saw that I was spinning. I just spun and spun around in a circle and nothing got accomplished. And I realized that without the staff and without Betsy as the city manager and her predecessors, without all the department heads, without city employees who work every day beyond the call of duty in an economy that has really stretched us to the limit, because they love the city too, perform services that our constituents should embrace,
and should thank them for it, because it's an awesome city staff, all 2,500 members who work for us. I learned that a mayor is one vote in the city of Las Vegas. It's not like being Old Man Daly in Chicago or Boss Tweed in New York, although I didn't know the difference because I didn't know what a mayor was supposed to do, having never been in City Hall the day before I was sworn in, to be quite honest with you. I had no idea what was supposed to happen, but I knew that I wanted to see the city revive itself, to create a renaissance, to make us into the world-class place that we're becoming. And I'll never forget, the first day I was on the job, I look at Michael out there, we have a bet. We wrote it down about a project that I thought was great for the downtown, and Michael was feeling his oats that day. It was a council of 4, and he led the charge 4-0 against the project that I thought was great for the city, and I swore to myself I would never lose a vote thereafter, and was able to learn what it's all about. In those days, you counted to 3. We have a council now of 7. You have to count to 4. And I've been lucky, because invariably, the council, because of its collegiality, because of the fact that we are briefed on it with a common voice, and we know what the issues are when they're presented to us. It's not as though we make these decisions off the spur of our pants. Our staff tells us all the background, and then we follow our consciences as far as the vote is concerned. Nothing would have happened but for having the support of these 6 wonderful people and their predecessors. They are truly dedicated public servants. They wouldn't be doing what they do and taking the guff that they take if it wasn't the fact that they love the city of Las Vegas the way I love the city of Las Vegas. And I could go on and on and on, and I could look around the room here at people who have had an impact on my life. And I think the thing that I'm most blessed about, that but for being the mayor of the city of Las Vegas, I would never have made the friends that are in this room who have paid tribute to the mayor pro tem and myself today. It would never have happened, and that makes it all worthwhile, because even though the journey comes to an end in this job, life will continue from that point on, and it's going to be a good life, and I'm not going to be, I'm fine, it just sounds that way. I'm looking forward to my next life. I'm looking forward to helping my wife. Oh, it's Jen. Thank you very much. I'm going to end my comments by saying to the city of Las Vegas, L'chaim.
Oh, yes, one quick announcement. The party continues, and it continues down on Fremont Street tonight, beginning at 7 o'clock. And it goes for a couple of hours where we're going to have music and a lot of fun. The public is welcome. So those of you who are watching at home, come down, say goodbye to Mayor Goodman and Mayor Pro Tem Reese down on downtown Las Vegas, Fremont Street. Thank you all.
Girl glasses. You know what? He has to use my girl glasses all the time.
I think I like hers better.
And Bev, shame on you.
I tried.
Shame on you. Shame on you.
And I have that in the box and everything.
That's a nice thing. Thank you. And Bev, could somebody take all the wonderful gifts up? Thank you. I know.
Is that fun for you?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I thought you were going to do the list.
Do you want me to take where you guys want me to sit next? Just down here?
Just in the back room.
They said they're not picking it up.
Yeah, he's about to call him.
We're all set. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start with our regular agenda and call item number 8. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 4 items. Item number 30 is contract number 1184-PH, Public Space Recycling and Sponsorship, Greener Corners. Staff's asked to strike. Item 41 is a special event alcoholic beverage license for Raul Escobar, 3070 Sirius Avenue, Suite 108. Staff's asked to strike. Item number 78 is appeal of work card for Gabriela Arrieta, doing business at House of Vino, 8053 North Durango Drive. Staff's asked to strike. And item number 83 is bill number 2011-25. The staff's request that to be held in advance until our July 6, 2011 meeting and refer back and recommending on July 5th. Are there any others we need to report at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these 4 items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 9 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of May 18, 2011.
Yes, Your Honor. No addition or deletion. Make a motion for approval, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 10 is discussion and possible action regarding annual review of City Manager Elizabeth N. Fretwell. Ms. Fretwell, could you please begin with an overview of your accomplishments during this past year and then take us forward?
Sure. I really appreciate the opportunity to do that, Mayor and members of the council. Today is a very transitional day for us. This morning's ceremonial was kind of funny and heartwarming and touching, and I feel very blessed and fortunate to have had an opportunity to work with you two gentlemen. And I want to thank you for guiding me and mentoring me and coaching me, and when I needed a little cajoling, I got that too. And you may not remember this, but I do, but you both supported me, and I think you're the only ones that supported me when I was originally appointed. I was ratified by you when Virginia appointed me as assistant city manager. And then you supported me again, so I guess it didn't mess up too bad when I became a deputy city manager. And then finally, with your support, I became the city manager, which was a lifelong goal for me. So I want to say thank you very much for that, and thank you for making me a better person. In the 2 years that 2.5 feels like forever years, we've covered a lot of ground together, and I know we've got a busy day ahead of us, so I don't want to spend too much time on all this, so I plan on keeping it brief. We have done quite a bit, and I just wanted to share some of those accomplishments, Mayor, as you asked me to. We were able to successfully negotiate significant savings, nearly $20 million in our collective bargaining efforts, a total impact of over $36 million to help stabilize our budget, because our employees were willing to sit down and work out good deals with us that help save our city. We restructured management, saved over $3 million there, eliminated 25% of the positions, and drastically reduced the ratio of management to staff in the process. We've designed and are implementing an executive pay for performance system that we'll be using going into next year for all management and appointed employees, including me. So one of the things that I would really like to spend time with the new council on is that performance appraisal process. We completed the implementation of a comp and classification study, which drastically reduces and creates a new sustainable employee for the city that I believe will stabilize us for years to come. Gets us back into the market ranges, not only that we can afford, but are comparable for what the jobs pay out in the community. And as such, we've been working to develop that new employee model. And that has not been easy for individuals in the job or the people designing it or changing the way we do business as a result. I'm proud to say we have strong reserves. We've cut costs by 20%. We've reduced our structural deficit by over 80%, and I believe that will improve drastically over the next year. We'll likely finish this year in the black when we adopted a budget that anticipated over a $20 million shortfall. And we're projecting a 1% budget deficit going into next year, which you all know we are going to work very hard to make sure we finish next year in the black as well. And that's part of my performance goal for myself. We saved 17% in utilities, so power, water, etc. We landed Zappos. Pretty big deal for our turnaround of downtown. We finished an employment plan resolution that had been decades in the making. We finally got that done this year. Our fiscal year 10 projects generated nearly 4,000 permanent jobs and over 6,000 construction jobs. We implemented a successful warrant service program, of which you've heard a recent presentation, that they far exceeded through their efforts, hitting their financial targets and making sure that people are living up to what they're supposed to do when they go through the judicial process. Despite cuts, our review and inspection times have been reduced in our development departments. We've opened a one-stop shop for all of our development processes, where all of the departments will be housed under one roof People aren't going to have to run from City Hall to 4th and Gas to somewhere else to get their permits. They can go to one place and get it done. We have had a dramatic improvement in patient survival rates in the fire department. You received a presentation about that this year as well, regarding a new life-saving technique that we've implemented that's had incredible results. We finally implemented the software program called CMS in the courts, which will give us a lot more real-time data and will also help us with accountability there. And we've had some incredible legislative successes. I've told you before that a lot of times the legislative process is a bit of defense. And as you know, the state was in a very difficult situation. And we were able to work through that. And I think that was because of the hard work we did to build strong relationships with the legislators, share with them our physical condition, share with them what we had done to stabilize our own ship. And we're able to convince them that we probably would not be able to be a big part of their solution without it really damaging what the city is able to provide in the way of public services. In addition, we were able to get landmark legislation on the redevelopment agency that will extend the life of the redevelopment agency and give us greater options going forward as our city continues to grow and expand. That's the list of accomplishments, Mayor, and I try to keep it short, but I do think some of them are very noteworthy. None of that could happen without the leadership of each and every one of you, without what I think is probably the best executive team that anyone could assemble. This group here, Mark's not here, top notch. I'm very proud of them. It's well-rounded, diverse. People aren't afraid to speak their minds, and I think it makes us make good decisions. We have incredible department heads. There's 2 ratifications on for consideration to round out that team today. But the department heads and the managers in those departments have done incredible work in a very difficult situation since I took over, and I'm very proud of everything they do. And every one of our employees, with their ideas, their commitment, their questions, their dedication to public service and making a difference in this community. None of these things could happen but for all of those pieces lining up. And it's a real testament to the team that we've assembled here in the city of Las Vegas, our camaraderie, and our ability to work together as a whole. So I'm really proud of those things, and you know, we've got work to do, but I think we're doing pretty well. Going into next year, some things probably won't change very much as far as my goals go. We're going to continue to focus on balancing the budget, sustainable practices so that we can cut costs and leave this planet a little bit better than we enjoy it. We're going to continue to focus on streamlining development services and business licensing services. We'll have a renewed focus on economic development in our community. Begin to finish and focus on the downtown catalyst projects, whether it be the museum, the City Hall, the Performing Arts Center, and a variety of other ones that are underway that will be discussed here today, like the Cleveland Clinic that we want to get moving along. We'll continue to work on those things. And we will focus on neighborhood stabilization, starting to move to interdependent relationship with some of our neighborhoods, bolstering them up where we need to, but also giving them some independence so that they can take care of some things themselves that we can no longer provide for them. That really gets us back to a focus on core services. What does a city really need to be providing to its citizens, and do it in the most excellent way possible? Efficient, effective, needed. Not more, not less, and doing it with professionalism and courtesy. The upshot of what I'd like to focus on, and what I think I've been focusing on for you as your city manager, is a focus on something that Councilman Barlow mentioned this morning in his comments about Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor Goodman, is a focus on building our community. For many years, we focused on pioneering our community, getting infrastructure out into the suburbs. Now we're taking an inward look and saying, what have we got How do we make that better? How do we make it the best? How do we become the community of choice? Not just a city that is world-renowned, but one where people want to live, where they want to work, where they can work, and where they want to raise their children and grandchildren. Because it's fun, it's educational, and rewarding. That's what this is all about. And I think that supports your vision and your 6 priorities. And I hope that what I've shared with you today reinforces that everything that I do on a day-to-day basis serves those priorities and the direction that you've given to me as your Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fretwell. Are there any comments or questions at this time?
I'd like to make a
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Betsy, you do a fantastic job. In fact, you've done such a great job. I would suggest that this next mayor and council assign you to go to these different National League of Cities, wherever you get a chance to go to these city manager conferences, whatever they have, wherever they're at, because I know that you could help some of these other cities do what we've done here in the city of Las Vegas. I really think that we are successful. We have been successful in our budget cycles that we have to go through. And the ups and downs that we go through, you carried us there. And so I would recommend that you go to these other conferences, like I said, and learn from them when you get a chance, but also diverse yourself and put out what you've done for us.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Betsy, I got to say this. You mentioned in your report to us streamlining government and the way we do business, and that's in a bunch of different ways that we've been working on for quite some time. But you also mentioned 4,000 permanent jobs, 6,000 construction jobs, and you mentioned a new term for me, and it's really not that new, but it's catalyst projects. Everything we've been working on as a city council for the past several years, Project X, Project Z, didn't matter what it is, these are catalyst projects, and I wanted to bring the council and the public's attention to that because it's significant to note those catalyst projects. And you've been supportive of us to get them there. But if you just accomplished a couple of these things, the jobs, the streamlining the government, just those things, I would be very, very pleased with your performance. But you've done much, much more, and you've done it not by yourself. You've shared that responsibility with your staff, and they've done a tremendous job as well. Betsy, and with the mayor's permission, you had distributed to us a chief executive officer comparison. And mayor and council members, it's significant to note as I'm reviewing this, you are currently one of the lowest paid chief executives amongst all the governments in the state, is what I'm looking at right now. And more importantly, Betsy, you too are taking a reduction in your salary as well, just as all the other city employees and staff have already done. And I wanted to bring that to the council's attention. For the largest city in this state, I'm not quite sure you're getting compensated with, to what you're worth. And I know that's challenging in today's economic environment, but you've set an example. You've led by example as a manager. You continue to do so, and I think it's reflective in your staff and reflective in the great employees that currently work for the city of Las Vegas and serve our constituents in the Las Vegas Valley. So thank you for that, and thank you for my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Goodman, quickly.
Councilman Wilson.
Betsy, just to segue from what Councilman Ross says, because this is a review, and up until a few years ago, usually what happens in reviews is persons who have performed well get raises, whether it be a raise in their salary, a COLA, a cost of living, a bonus, and you have not accepted anything. In fact, you've denied all increase in any benefits for the last couple of years. Isn't that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know that you work 60 to 70 hours a week. I know that you are accessible 24/7. I will call you on a Saturday at 9 a.m. and you'll return my phone call. And that's great. I want to commend you for that. Your accessibility is phenomenal. But I think most important is the current condition of the city of Las Vegas. You know, another Southern Nevada municipality laid off firefighters yesterday, a lot of firefighters, and they have to lay off other workers. And so did we. But we positioned ourselves through your leadership, your direction, your suggestions, to be in a place today that I feel very comfortable that we're going to be better for it. We're going to come out of this recession and be a better city because of it. I think that's the most important thing you've accomplished. You can talk about minute things or line item things, but overall, it's the condition of the city of Las Vegas that we owe you a great deal of gratitude. And I'll end by saying, don't ever beat me at golf again. Councilman Anthony, you've been out there with me and Betsy. She's a really good golfer.
It's not that hard to beat you.
For the record, I usually beat Councilman Anthony. Thanks for all your great work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and I echo the comments from my colleagues, Betsy. Your leadership is invaluable, specifically when, in fact, you have a body such as the City Council who has a lot of ideas that are thrown at you, and you having the ability to capture all of the comments and questions, and knowing that you don't have all of the answers, but having a support staff behind you to go and research and bring that information back, or the information close as possible, to satisfy our need in order for us to make a conscious decision as to how, in fact, we're going to either vote or make a decision to improve the quality of life of our residents, as well as improve the quality of lives of our city staff. And in my opinion, you've done a wonderful job in that regard, being able to really capture all of it and make sense of it and farm it out accordingly. And moving the city forward is very important. And I believe that one of the most important votes that this council made, and one of the most successful votes this council made, was hiring you to lead the charge as our city manager. You take your job very seriously. As Councilman Wolfson stated, that he'll call you 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning, and you will return his call. Well, I have to say also, Councilman Wolfson, that I have been in bed at night dozing off, and the phone will ring, and Betsy will be saying, Councilman, I'm sorry to bother you. I know you're with your family, but I need you to know this information because of X, Y, Z reasons. And I really appreciate that, because you really have gone beyond the call of duty to make sure that we're well-versed and well-informed, so that we're not caught off guard by the time that we get to City Hall with the information that we need to know. So I am very grateful to that, and to your entire staff, you being able to select the team that you need. And you always reference team. You never say I. And I can really appreciate that. And you give credit to where credit is due, to your immediate staff and to those staff members that helped you improve or get the job done on behalf of the city of Las Vegas, not on behalf of I. And so for that, I ask that you please continue to keep up the good work. I look forward to working with you throughout my term in office, and looking forward to staff continuing to do the great job that they're doing. They're the real true professionals who are who are in those positions, because they are specialized positions, and we have a very special group in our city employees in every department. And I'm just very pleased to work with such a group of professionals that take their job seriously in order to improve the city of Las Vegas, to make it the great city that we are, and the greater city that we are to become. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
Betsy, I just wanted to thank you for your great leadership during this time, which has been very rough. I think forgetting comparing salaries or anything else, just comparing where we are with the other government entities in Southern Nevada, you can see what a marvelous job you've done as far as getting us to where we need to be. And it was not easy. The pressure was tremendous. And I know sometimes you must have had some big headaches. but you came through and everything. And I've always appreciated also that I could call you anytime and you would respond and graciously respond. I also respect the fact that you're adding the performance part because of Performance Plus onto the back of the material that you sent us. That's not an easy thing to do, and I appreciate the fact that you have the strength and belief in what you're doing to make sure that we have it. In other words, you're saying, hey, I'm going to do this. We're not saying we're going to do it. You're saying, I'm going to do this because this is what we're doing within the city. I've been with a government entity that did not do that, and the evaluations fell apart, and what happened was that came to a lot of bickering in the group. And you've done something beyond, you've stepped out of the box a little and done something that is very important. It's very delicate sometimes, the relationship between the city manager and the council in a city manager form of government. And I hope on that performance, as you mark out things that are your goals, I know that you've done everything you can to keep us informed on these big issues, but if there's other ways we can even improve that, that would help us a lot, I think. So I thank you very much for all your work, and I thank you very much for the leadership you've shown. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Betsy, you're doing a great job. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Fretwell, I have to tell you, I made a comment earlier today about doing our homework and then voting our conscience. This is going to be one vote that is against my conscience, to be quite frank with you. I think you're phenomenal.
Thanks.
I think you have taken this city to places that I don't believe any other manager could ever have taken us to, fighting the whole world to get there. There's nothing we've done that's been easy, and without your leadership and your commitment and your resolve, all the things that we've been talking about from the celebration to this moment would never have taken place. I think it's a shame that we can't give you what you deserve because you won't allow us to. I think to a person on this council, we know that if we awarded you any kind of a financial benefit, that you would not accept it. You would reject it, and I don't want to put you in that position. It's a shame that's the way things have to work when you're in a position of leadership and you're setting an example. And we do have these difficult times that we have to live with every single day, and notwithstanding the fact that it would be right to give you a very, very substantial raise to put you above those who have like positions in other governmental entities, you won't allow us. And I'm going to honor that request on your part. But I'm going to move that you have the council's undying support, affection, thanks. And I want you to know one thing, because we're so proud of you. We want you to rise in the ranks of national recognition amongst city managers. We want you to attend whatever conferences you deem appropriate in order to put yourself on the map and therefore Las Vegas on the map. And that is our way of affirming that energy on your part in the coming year, to make sure that you're out there and the people know how lucky Las Vegas is to have Betsy Fretwell as our city manager. So that's my motion. Please
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to support that motion, but I got to ask Betsy, please don't do too good a job out there, okay? City
I
needs
love
you.
it here.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you, Betsy. Okay, items 11 and 12 will be trailed to the afternoon session following the closed session. So we're going to move on to the consent agenda, and I'll tell the Zappos folks that are here, there's been a request by Bill Arndt, our Director of Business Development, to move the Zappo items up, which we will do as soon as we take care of our consent agenda. Items 13 through 67, with the exception of 30 and 41, are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Item 44 and item 45.
44 and 45. Okay, anything else?
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilor
Just
Wilson.
for a correction, I think Councilman Ross would agree with this. Item number 55 says it's in Ward 6, but it's actually in Ward 2. So I think for just correcting the record, we need to make that comment.
Okay, so that would be item 55?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Are there any other items? All right, Mayor Pro Tem, with that in mind?
We have Ms. Rainey.
Yes, item number 28 for correction.
28.
Any other items? All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I move to approve items 13 through 67 with the exceptions of 28, 30, 41, 44, and 45, and with the correction on item number 55, please.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I also add, if Mayor Pro Tem would, I'd like to bring forward 56.
All right. So that would, my motion would be excluding item number 56.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. So we'll call item 28.
Thank you. Kathy Rainey, Manager.
Let me read
Purchasing.
it for the record, please.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. Item 28 is approval of award of contract number 110009-CW, Municipal Court Treatment Services to provide residential and counseling services for the Alternative Sentencing Education Unit, Department of Municipal Court, and the award is recommended to Westcare Nevada, Inc. And yes, Ms. Rainey.
This is just a correction to the funding source. The agenda item indicates that this is general fund, and it's actually the multi-purpose special revenue fund because this is paid for with grant money.
Very good. So that will be reflected, and let's have a motion on that, please.
With that correction, I'll make a motion to approve item number 28, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we'll call 44.
Yes, Mayor. I asked this item to be pulled.
Okay, let me read it,
Okay.
please. Let me see. I'll call 44 and 45.
Thank you.
All right, 44 is approval of a change of ownership and change of business name for a tavern license subject to the provisions of the planning and fire codes and health department regulations from Silver Miners LLC doing business as Silver Miners Casino to Nevada Restaurant Services Inc. doing business as Dolly's 72 at 1631 North Rancho Drive. Richard S.D. President, Secretary Treasurer. That's in Ward 5. And 45 is approval of a new non-restricted limited gaming license subject to confirmation of approval by the Nevada Gaming Commission, Nevada Restaurant Services Inc., doing business as Dottie's 72, 1631 North Rancho Drive. Richard S.D. President, Secretary Treasurer. Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, I wanted to pull this item forward just for a point of clarification for those individuals that contacted my office. On item number 44, I just want to be clear that we, as a council, have been watching very closely as far as the commentation of what issues have been transpiring with the county and Dottie's, and also under the notification that the Gaming Control Board will be addressing this item in July as well. However, this specific item, item 44 and 45, we are going to, my recommendation will be to move this item forward, being that the issue before the county, as I understand it, is for restricted gaming versus non-restricted gaming. So with that, Mayor and Council, I would like to move to approve item 44 and 45. I'm not sure if we can do it collectively, but if not, I would like to move to approve item 44 for approval, subject to all conditions.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. And 45, please.
In 45, my motion would be for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
Thank you.
Post? And Councilman Barlow, motion carries. This would be a good time for you to introduce the young man to your left.
Okay, well, actually, the young man will have an opportunity to introduce himself.
Okay.
I have the pleasure of hosting an intern on a regular basis in my office, and at this time I have an intern from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Council. My name is Tyrone Cooper. I am a junior at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, studying public administration and political science. I'm interning this summer in Councilman Barlow's office for Ward 5. Elated to be here. I would like to say farewell to to Mayor Goodman and Mayor Pro Tem Gary Reese. You guys have done an excellent job in serving the city.
Thank you very much. And welcome to City Hall.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. We call item 55, approval of an extension of a temporary psychic art and science license, APIC LLC, doing business as Readings by Ann Denise at 8751 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 190. This is in Ward 6.
We just clarify where it was at.
What's it?
She just wanted to pull forward so we could clarify which item, what ward it was.
On 55?
Yes.
Do you wanted a clarification?
The clarification on 55 is that I've been told that it's in my ward, even though the agenda says, and that's the only thing that needed to be done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Karen. Mr. Mayor, could I interject here very briefly before Karen gets started? I would like to formally introduce Karen Duddleston as your new business licensing
I know, but
manager.
before you do that, please introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Scott Adams, Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer. Karen has had to introduce herself in our council briefings, and I thought this was an appropriate point to introduce her as our new licensing manager. Karen has been on the job now for a few weeks. She has quite a distinguished career in public service. She recently came to us from the Office of the State Treasurer, where she served as the Deputy Treasurer for Southern Nevada. Prior to that, she was with Clark County, where she was Director of Administrative Services and a Special Projects Manager for the County Manager. Throughout her career, she's worked on issues such as franchise agreements, unclaimed property, college savings, a whole bunch of issues dealing with the public management of businesses and money, and her job going forward will be to better manage our business licensing function and make it more customer focused. So I certainly wanted to formally introduce Karen, welcome her on board, and introduce you as her as our new business licensing manager.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Adams.
Item 56, Bob.
Yes, I just wanted to say that welcome
Thank you.
to the position. It's a very important position because people who want to do business in the city of Las Vegas on many occasions have to get a permit. And sometimes they have the impression that we're not business friendly because we make it so difficult in the permitting process. So just as a parting word, I think it's very important that a attitude and a philosophy be applied that we want new businesses to come here. We want to make business easy for those people, and the person who is making the application should get the benefit of the doubt rather than resistance. So I hope you're able to see that through when you're doing your job.
Thank you very much, and thank you all. I really look forward to the challenges that are ahead, and we will be aligning ourselves to achieve that goal.
Very good, thank you. Okay, that's great. Excuse me?
I said, Mayor, she finally found the right government to work for.
That's true. It took her quite a while, but she made it. Okay, that's great. Thank you. So item 55, as I understand it, is in Ward 2. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, fine. There's no, I guess, Councilman Wilson, you should move for approval. Oh, we did?
We approved it.
Oh, okay, fine. Then I don't even know why I'm talking. Okay, 56 is approval of a new Class 3A secondhand dealer license, Czech City Partnership LLC, doing business as Czech City, 6820 West Charleston Boulevard, Rebs Inc., 50% James Marchese, Banniger and Tosh Inc., 50% John Rawl, Richard Rawl, Tracy Rawl, Tosh Rawl, and Amber Callister. This is in Ward 1. Yes. Was it Councilwoman who asked that this be brought forward?
Yes. I just wanted to know if there was anybody here from this group. I had a couple of questions. And there is not. Then I'd just like to put on the record, I have a concern about the secondhand dealer licensing where we have people who are coming in just buying the gold, and they say they melt it down. And I've been told that they're supposed to hold it 30 days before they melt it down. And that's so Metro can check, because Metro knows that lots of times jewelry is stolen, and before you can look for it, it's melted down someplace. So I just wanted to go on the record stating that I told you my concern about it when we met, and I will be talking with Metro officers too. I know what we're told. I know that the law is they're supposed to hold it 30 days, right?
Correct.
That's what they're supposed to do, but I don't think it's being done all the time, and I just wanted to put a re-emphasis on it because this type of business, adding that, adds another place that's doing that we might be able to have a problem. I will vote for it. I say let's go ahead and vote, but I'm just saying let's be cautious and let's check thoroughly with Metro that everything's being done the way we should do it.
Thank you. So that's your motion, is that correct?
Yes.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go out of order here at the request of Mr. Arendt to item number 73. Item 73 is discussion and possible action regarding the comprehensive amendment to the disposition and development agreement for the sale and improvements of 400 Stewart Avenue and 221 North Las Vegas Boulevard and the related purchase option for vacant parcels generally located northeast of Las Vegas Boulevard and Stewart Avenue. Contingent liability not to exceed $5 million and revenue of $18 million. This is in Ward 5, and this item is related to the Council Item 74, assignment and assumption, which I will read at this point. 74 is discussion and possible action regarding the assignment and assumption of the purchase and sale agreement for the property located at 405 North 6th Street, totaling approximately 0.31 acres from Resort Properties Group, LLC, to the City of Las Vegas in Ward 5. And this item, of course, is related to the prior item 73, comprehensive amendment to the disposition and development agreement. Mr. Arendt.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Bill Arendt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. Before I begin the next item, there are a few people here that would like to wish the Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem well.
great. Thank you.
Mayor, is my mic on? Mayor, members of the council.
I'm not sure what happened, Mr. Donner.
Allow me to introduce myself, Andrew Donner, Resort Gaming Group. There are obviously some things you can control and some things you can't control. This is definitely a company you cannot control. Before Bill gives his presentation, I know that a representative on behalf of Zappos has something to present to you, Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem Reese. Jamie?
Hi, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just
They're coming down. Oh, okay.
They're coming down. They're on TV.
Look at the age, the average age of those folks out there. Fantastic.
That's very nice.
Hi, how are you?
Good
seeing you. Nice seeing you.
very much.
Did you want this?
Well, on behalf of Zappos and all our employees, we wanted to thank you for everything you've done for our great city. And we don't have keys to the city at Zappos. We all carry badges, and so we printed up some lifetime badges for you. So you're welcome in our home anytime.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We also have a shirt. We also wanted to give you a shirt with your amazing faces on it, and we hope that you'll wear these with pride.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just look at all this energy. Just look at all this energy that we're bringing downtown. Can you imagine what Las Vegas is going to be like in about 2015 when they get down here? It's going to be amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the great success that this council has had is to have made our downtown, our inner core, attractive, so that you folks at Zappos chose it. You could have been any place. You could have been in Seattle, you could have been in Phoenix, you could have been in Austin, but you chose downtown Las Vegas to make it your home. You're going to be better off for it. We're going to be better off for it. And the whole community welcomes you with open arms into the center city of the greatest city in the world, Las Vegas, Nevada. Thank you.
Good job. Andrew, good job. Very cool.
Sure can.
Mayor, I just want to make one comment. My wife just called me and said she tried to purchase something at Zappos.com and the line was busy.
Very good. That's very funny. Very funny. That was great. That was really great. Okay, Mr. Arndt, love to hear from you.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a saying around City Hall that the toughest act to follow is speaking after the mayor. I think we may have found a tougher act.
There's no question about it. Conceded.
But I'm going to just walk you through some of the business terms for the project. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. When we last met, we met in December to show you about the project and how it was going to move forward. There have been some modifications to the project, but as you can see, the company is extremely excited to be moving to downtown Las Vegas. I'm going to go over just a few brief things, talking about the project and the progress that the developer has made. Also talk about how There's some revisions to the transaction for the City Hall campus itself, revisions to the transaction for what we've termed the option site, the land on the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard, and then conclude with talking about why is the project a good thing for the city in terms of a risk, the fiscal impact, and the economic impact. This is really the most important slide of the presentation, and it highlights what you just heard. Zappos is a rapidly growing company, and they're looking for a new location that has to meet a lot of needs. An urban campus, a location to allow the company to be in one place, a location to allow Zappos to grow over time, and then a competitive cost structure. And they found such a location in downtown. As you know, they've selected Resort Gaming Group as their development partner, and they've selected the City Hall site together with the option land that we've acquired on the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard. This provides an 18-acre campus setting for the company to grow and expand. This is a map of the complex. You see here on the overhead the site highlighted in red, which is the City Hall complex, and the site highlighted in blue, which is the option site. And again, together those comprise 18 acres. There's also a specific property that we point out here, 405 North 6th Street, which is the subject of item 74, and I'll be discussing as well. The developers made a lot of progress. Since last December, the developers had a large team in here poring over the building inside and out, trying to understand what it's going to take to renovate the building to make it ready for Zappos move-in. And in that regard, they've undergone a lot of physical due diligence, everything from structural, mechanical, you name it, they've looked at it, and they really have a good handle on what the cost of the project is going to be now. Capital improvement costs as well as tenant improvement costs are now projected at $47 million. This may seem like a really high number, but when you think about a company like Zappos that has a certain setting, and that setting doesn't necessarily translate into the way the city's using the building now, there's going to be a lot of interior renovation specific to meet the needs of Zappos, and the employee base is going to be much larger than the combined employee base of the city and the Metropolitan Police Department in the building. So because of that, not only are there renovation costs, but there are also TI costs for the tenant. Zappos has conducted extensive space planning to make sure that the existing building is sufficient for the initial move-in, and the developer, Resort Gaming Group, and Zappos have reached conceptual agreement on the economics of the transaction and are prepared to move forward. Revised disposition terms, as we have briefed you, the city is revising its purchase price from $25 million to $18 million. $25 million was the purchase price set back in December, and we're revising that to $18 million. In consideration of that revision of the purchase price, there are a couple things that are happening. One is it's a bigger project. The cost of renovating the building and doing those tenant improvements, as I mentioned, is higher than originally anticipated. In addition, Zappos has increased its employee commitment on initial move-in from 750 employees, which we had in December, to 1,200 employees. And as you'll see later, they're growing to the point where they actually have to design the space to accommodate even more employees. The purchase price terms and the structure of the deal are very similar to what we brought to you in December, where the developer is still putting $3 million down towards the purchase price, and then the city is using seller financing so that the balance of the purchase price is paid over time rather than collected at the close of escrow. The close of escrow is being extended till April 1st from November 15th in the current agreement to April 1st. This is a good thing for a number of reasons, but the main reason is that, as you may recall, back in December, the company had some interest in moving in right away, and you can see how eager they are to do that. But when we looked at the details, everything from parking, security, telecommunications, it just didn't make a lot of sense. So what we're doing is we're shifting the closing date to a date after the date by which we'll be moving out of the existing campus as a city and moving into our new building, which is due to happen in February and March of next year. Some revisions to the financing terms. We've structured some financing for the seller financing a little bit differently to give Zappos as a company more flexibility in the near term. So for the first 15 years of our city financing, we're going to be taking interest-only payments at 4% interest. Thereafter, presuming that Zappos continues to lease the building, the loan would convert to a simple interest loan for years 16 through 30. And that financing is done really to accommodate the needs of the tenant. As again, there's a very expensive upfront cost to the tenant. And one thing that you need to know about this transaction is it's an economic development project. We're structuring this as a win-win so that the city gets the terms it needs, but the company as well get the terms that it needs to be successful and continue growing. The financing is subordinate to a senior loan which may not exceed $18 million, and that term has not changed from the original deal. However, there is some interest in possibly raising that limit on the senior loan at a later date, and there is an intention to do that from the staff. And at the end of my presentation, if you would withhold remarks, Betsy Fretwell, our city manager, is going to make a few remarks on the record. That senior loan must be paid off by year 15, which is the initial term of the Zappos lease. What that does is it leaves the city in a first lien position at the end of the lease. So we're still not only landlord and owner of the building, we still have the seller note, the $15 million note on the building, but we're now in a first position rather than a second lien position behind the senior loan. That puts us in a better position in a worst case scenario if there's a workout scenario down the road. The developer is providing a lockbox commitment to pay the city and the senior lender using rent and net income from the Zappos lease. So what that does is it traps the rent going to the construction lender if there is debt used for the transaction, and then the city gets paid off as well. So during that 15 years, even though we're in a subordinate position, we know up front, prior to the close of escrow, looking at the lease, looking at the economics of the deal, that we have a guaranteed rent income stream to pay our note, our seller financing. And then equally important, the Zappos lease payments are going to be guaranteed by Amazon, who has acquired Zappos and brings additional financial strength in addition to Zappos to make sure that there's a real commitment behind paying that note over the 15-year period. So there's very minimal risk to the city. The terms for the option site, again, remember there's really two sites, the City Hall site, the option land on the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard. In our agreement back in December, we sent an appraisal process whereby we would appraise the property through joint appraisals and then fix the purchase price at 85% of the fair market value determined by those appraisals. So that's what we've done. The appraisal process determined a fair market value of $25 per square foot, or a little over $1 million per acre. 85% of that is $21.25 per square foot. Like we had in December, there is an escalator clause that escalates quarterly at 1.5% or annually at 6%. So that's for the benefit of the city. It also is an extra incentive for the developer and the company to grow their company quickly and expand, as if they needed additional incentive. But the incentive is there for the developer to close quickly on the option site. The developer has flexibility in purchasing the option site in phases, provided that each phase is 3 acres or larger. Originally in the deal in December, it was going to be in 2 phases, but because of the fluidity of how Zappos is growing, the company needed more flexibility, and it made sense for both parties to agree to that. The city intends to vacate a portion of the existing right-of-way on 7th Street and the alley between 6th and 7th, and then for the development costs, as was in the original deal, the developer is responsible for all costs for the option site. So again, this is showing you the blue, the option. What may not be real clear, but hopefully you can see it on the overhead in the screen, is that the light blue area shaded is the alleyways in the street that potentially could be vacated. Why this is important is currently our land that we own today is 6.8 acres. If we're able to vacate that right away and create a bigger parcel, if you will, that would grow the parcel size to over 10 acres. So it really behooves us as well as the developer that happens, and we're committed to trying to make that happen. Related to that, the property that I identified earlier, 405 North 6th Street, that is one of the parcels that's needed to make that happen. So in that regard, the developer had negotiated a private purchase of the property using their own equity at 405 North 6th. Again, the property is important to develop the whole campus, and because the development campuses can be done in phases, and having that property in common ownership is so important, the city has agreed to accept assignment of the purchase agreement from Resort Property Group with a purchase price of $1,750,000 plus $10,000 for closing costs. Again, this really increases the value of our land holdings and overall is a good deal for the city, but we're doing it only to consolidate ownership. Once we've done that, as the developer builds out the option site, the developer will purchase the property back from us, not only at cost, but at the sale price, plus a 4% annual escalator. So again, there's an incentive for the developer to go in to purchase the option site, but it's really a transaction meant to make the transaction easier for all parties, including the developer, when they go to build the option site. Finally, I'm going to conclude with really what the major benefit is in the city. As I mentioned, this is a public-private partnership. And if you were to ask me, is the transaction a good transaction for the city? The answer is yes. And if you were to ask me, is the transaction a good transaction for the developer? Same answer, yes. Is it a good transaction for Zappos as a company and a tenant of the developer? The answer is yes. That's the goal of this transaction, to get a public-private partnership where all parties benefit from the transaction, and that's what we've done. One thing that we've done is we've reduced risk. The development risk for the city is really stayed the same, where the developer is assuming that risk. As you know, the city's not in the development business. We need private partners to help us develop downtown. So the developer is absorbing the risk of developing the city hall, renovating the space, putting the tenant improvements in, and delivering that space to Zappos. One thing that we've improved our risk is we've simplified it so that the developer's not going to get started until after we close escrow. So that's simplified everything for all parties and has mitigated some risk for the city. Repayment risk has gone down. We've kept the guarantee both from the rent coming in from Zappos and the Amazon guarantee. That stayed the same, so we've kept the repayment risk to an extreme minimum for the life of the deal. The lien position for the city after the 15th year of the Zappos lease has improved, where we're now not in a second position behind the senior loan, we're in a first position. Another way to say that is we're limiting the construction loan to 15 years. The developers agreed to this, and this improves our risk long-term overall in the deal. And then finally, related to the requirement for the city to vacate the building so that the tenant and the developer can get in, working on the renovations and the TIs and get the tenant into the building, because that risk has gone down, our need to appropriate funds to deal with that risk has gone down as well, and it's been reduced from $12 million, which was appropriated last December, to $5 million. So bottom line, the risk has improved for the city. So what's the long-term benefit for the city? I wanted to show you this in parts. I know this is a busy slide, but I want to focus on the middle column, the gross revenue. As I've described, we're getting $3 million cash at closing, and then we're taking an interest-only loan for 15 years, guaranteed with the rent and the corporate commitment from Amazon. That 15-year lump sum of payments over that 15-year period is $9 million. In addition, the note or the loan from the city, the seller financing, converts to what you would call a simple interest mortgage, something like you'd see if you were going out to buy a home. That results in revenue gross in excess of $21 million. Combined, just for the City Hall campus alone, that's $33 million. In addition to that, we're in it for the long haul, together with our development partner, as well as Zappos as a company in downtown. So the land sale revenue over time, depending on when the land is purchased, could be as high as $13.8 million. Again, the developer's purchasing in phases. And on top of that, we are getting tax increment revenue to the redevelopment agency, using a very conservative estimate of new construction in the amount of $186 million, which includes construction for both the City Hall and any increase in value associated with that by the assessor, the Clark County assessor, and additional construction on the City Hall campus and the option parcels. That $186 million worth of construction would yield over the 30-year period over $14 million. Again, this is a very conservative assumption. As we've talked all along, the company is rapidly growing, and you could likely see that number 2 to 3 times that over that 30-year period. But we wanted to give you a very conservative projection so you could see the order of magnitude on how important the tax increment is long-term to the city. So you add that up, and a conservative estimate of the revenue over the life of the project, 30 years, is over $61 million. The column on the right simply takes that on a net present value basis, meaning that $1 today is worth more than $1 tomorrow. So we've discounted that back to present day using a 5% discount rate. If you do that, then the present day benefit to the city is $32 million. But again, the gross benefit is going to be paid out over a period of time. Finally, the economic impact. For every 1,000 Zappos employees, there's a tremendous positive economic impact. And that's one thing that for all of our projects moving forward, we're going to show you not only is there a great fiscal impact, but there's also a great economic impact in terms of what these jobs mean. In addition to the excitement and the creativity from the team and having them downtown and how important that is, there's a bottom line, tremendously big economic impact for these employees. So for every 1,000 employees, and again, the employee count is going to grow considerably higher than that over time. To show you the scale, for every 1,000 employees, there's going to be an output benefit or a spending benefit from direct employees, indirect employees, and induced employees brought into downtown in excess of $273 million annually. What that will mean is it will mean an increase in C-Tax, it'll be an increase in business licensing, there'll be a ripple effect where there'll be a lot of benefits to the city. It's extremely difficult to calculate that exact benefit at this time, but that's a benefit that we cannot discount. We have to acknowledge that not only are we getting a fiscal benefit, but there's a tremendous benefit from the jobs, not just the excitement of having a company like Zappos here, but the economic benefit long-term to the city. And this benefit shows the impact throughout the entire metro area of Clark County using a model called InPlan. Finally, to summarize, the modified sale terms are really meant to reflect the higher than expected costs for preparing the corporate campus on initial move-in for as many as 2,000 employees. And again, we have that hard and fast commitment of 1,200 employees from the company. The deal is projected to create a positive fiscal impact through the sale revenue and the tax increment to the city in a gross amount in excess of $61 million over a 30-year period. The Zappos economic spending impact, or the output, will be $273 million annually for every 1,000 employees, which includes those supplier companies, those indirect employees, as well as induced spending from employees that are doing business in the area with Zappos. That's the real bang for the buck that we're getting for the entire region. And then that new spending is going to translate into benefits not just for the city, but for the county and the state as well, in the form of new C-Tax revenue, as well as other tax revenue resulting from new business formations. So to summarize the action items for today's council, item 73, which you called forward, amends the existing disposition and development agreement. It amends the purchase price and development terms for the City Hall site. It essentially keeps the option price, the expansion land terms the same, but it does give a little bit more flexibility for the development terms on how those terms build out. One thing that the comprehensive amendment also does is it provides the use of that option land long-term for surface parking at a no-cost ground lease to the developer. But again, over time, the developer is going to be buying that land and building, and that surface parking will be replaced with structured parking. Related item, item 74, which I'd ask you to also call forward at this time, deals with the assignment and assumption of a purchase agreement negotiated privately by Resort Property Group for 405 North 6th Street. It gives the city, the developer, the right to assign the purchase rights to the city, and then it appropriates existing economic development funds from the city for the purchase. We're not using general fund funds for the purchase. We have some industrial development revenue funds from our business parks in prior years that we're using and planning to use for the purchase. I would like to read a change into the record and then ask Betsy Fretwell, our city manager, to come forward as well. The change relates to, in the agreement, Exhibit G, Section 17, subsection C, in the fourth line. The existing agreement reads with a phrase in that line, quote, a maximum stated principal amount of $47 million, end quote. and that shall be replaced with the following, quote, a maximum stated principal amount of $18 million, end quote. I'd like to invite our City Manager, Betsy Fretwell, to the dais.
Thank you, Mr. Arndt. Ms. Fretwell?
Mayor, I'd like to ask Brad to come join me because he and I both worked on this over the last week or so. And I just want to kind of read into the record for you what we're doing with the amendment that Bill just read into the record. And I'd like to thank our city attorney for working with me on this. With regard to the subordination language that Bill's referenced, both me as your city manager and our city attorney, Brad Jervik, worked with RGG over the last several days to reduce the overall senior loan request and subordination for the city. RGG has agreed to reduce the senior loan request, which lowers the subordination level back to the original DDA level at $18 million. RGG has agreed to do this with one consideration, and this was outlined on Bill's slide earlier. If the financial deal structure as currently contemplated with Zappos changes, and if such changes require modification to the loan amount, then we agree to bring this section of the agreement back to the City Council for consideration at the higher loan request. While we can't bind you going forward or any future City Council action, if there's sufficient evidence satisfactory to both Brad and I for the desire of the parties and the need for the loan, then we will give an affirmative recommendation to the council. This consideration does not extend to the sales price or to other deal terms, but only to the senior loan amount, which affects the subordination for the city. Part of the reason why I wanted to be very specific about that, and one of the things that I'd like to put on the record today, is a memo that I received from Chris Nielsen a couple of weeks ago that I'll provide to Beverly. But it clearly outlines some statements from Zappos regarding their feeling regarding this deal, and that this is a critical component in their negotiation process with RGG. I won't put words in their mouth, but as is indicated in their statement, that it was not their intent to bring any economic changes back to this deal in the future. This change, we've made a slight modification to allow future consideration of the loan amount and the subordination, if needed, based on that financial transaction. So I just wanted to read those into the record and provide Beverly a copy of that memorandum for the record, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure Mr. Donner may want to speak to this item as well.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Jervik, did you want to add anything to it?
I would just like to say I'm in agreement.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions of Mr. Arndt, Ms. Fretwell, or Mr. Jervik? All right, Mr. Donner.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council, Andrew Donner, Resort Gaming Group. Personally, for me, it's a little bit surreal to be standing here at your last council meeting. And I say that because really the motivation for me to come downtown 10 years ago was with your poking and prodding and yelling and screaming about downtown. And so I thought, what could I give yourself and Mayor Pro Tem as a gift? And there's really nothing other I can give you of a material nature other than a commitment. And that commitment is to see this transaction through and to build upon it for the future of our city to do other great things in downtown. And so I want to personally thank you on behalf of myself and my company for leaving this city into a better place and for being so great to the city of Las Vegas. So,
thank you.
I think it's important to explain what we've been doing for the last 7 months. We've been spending significant dollars really understanding the breadth of the costs involved with this project, analyzing all the risks, studying the construction, all the financing options, and at the same time balancing the economic interests of the city of Las Vegas, Zappos, and our company. We wanted to be sure that before we came back and addressed any sort of provisions into the DDA agreement, that we were thoughtful and that we were comprehensive and that we were sure that we did not need to come back for any sort of additional economics. And I address that because specifically to the statement that the city manager, Betsy Fretwell, read, is that it's not our intention today to need that size of a loan that was previously negotiated with staff into the DDA. Transactions do potentially change, and the company and ourselves made a commitment not to come back, but we wanted it read into the record based on the fact that we made a modification today that it could be that we have to come back and revisit that one term. Throughout the process, this building was designed for 600, 700, 800 employees. And it's a 40-year-old building. And it's required a greater investment of repair and modification than we ever anticipated. It's taken us 7 months to go through the diligence, and it would have been impossible to ascertain the information that we have today back in December. As you know, Zappos has been testing this facility to see whether or not it could house 2,000 employees. I believe the challenges that we have today are good challenges, and that is that we're spending more money and we're bringing more bodies. And, Zappos, when you came into the office, Mayor, in 1999, I think that's when the company was formed. And the company, through present day today, has always had net growth in each of the last 13 years, 12 years. And even over the last 2 years, in some of the most economic difficult times, the company has continued to grow. There's no way that I can tell you exactly the number of employees that will be here when they move in. It is a reasonable deduction to look at the history of the company, even during the worst economic times, and to look at their growth and to project out into the future to see what kind of a company that we're going to have downtown. This modification of the agreement will accommodate more growth and bring more critical mass to downtown. And lastly, I think that the modifications greatly reduces the city's risk from the previous agreement that we had negotiated. Today in the room, we have Tony Hsieh, the CEO of Zappos. We have Fred Mosler, also a founder of the company. We have Chris Nielsen, the CFO and Chief Operating Officer, and certainly the Zappos family. It shows their commitment to this transaction, and I encourage you to call the Chief Executive Officer, Tony, up and ask him about his commitment specifically to moving downtown. The company talks about 4 C's, and those 4 C's are clothing, customer service, culture, and now community. Over the last 7 months, there has been people working on everything from farming for produce and community kitchens to potentially a private bus system housing UNLV students into the downtown area. Zappos as a company brought in Richard Florida of the creative class during the last 7 months. The creative class Richard personally is the leading public intellectual on economic competitiveness, demographic trends, cultural and technological innovations. Really a dynamic company. When I was here in December, I mentioned to you that I thought that we had a pretty special individual in Tony Hsieh. It's not every day that someone makes a statement that could we build a ski slope in downtown Las Vegas and you actually take them serious. Tony and Zappos team, they stand on a testament of the company's unique culture of making everything better, and Tony's personal commitment to improving this community. This deal does not just bring thousands of young creative classes to downtown, but it brings a brain trust of folks who live and work and play in a seamless environment and are committed to doing what it takes to make this city a better place. In all transactions, there are good days and there are challenging days. And I think it's the mutual respect and candor and integrity of the opposing sides that gets us through the complex, difficult transaction. And I would like to thank certainly Betsy Fretwell and all the comments that all of you said. I can tell you as a person on the outside of the city, she is everything of that you said and more. Certainly Bill and his entire team and the legal team for the city, it's truly been a team effort to be able to come back here and stand before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take you up on your offer. Mr. Hsieh? Good morning.
Mayor and City Council members. I'm Tony Hsieh, CEO of Zappos, and I guess I woke up this morning and made a list of some of the things that we've been working on downtown. The question that Andrew raised was, are we committed to moving downtown? And so rather than start with answering that question directly, I wanted to talk about some of the bullet points that I made of the things that actually are already happening before we even moved our offices here. We're very interested in building a tech community here beyond just Zappos. And actually, right now in the works, we are in the process of building a tech meetup space, tech library, and tech classroom space, actually right at Emergency Arts, right above the beat. And that should be opening up within the next couple of months. And that's not a Zappos thing, that's a tech community of Las Vegas thing. A week from this weekend, we are sponsoring something called Startup Weekend. If you're familiar with the 48 Film Festival, that's about over 48 hours of people come together to put together a film. Well, this is the analogous thing, except people come together they pitch a startup idea, and then they prototype it over the weekend, and then potentially get funding over the weekend. I myself am going to be a judge at the event, and so are actually some friends of mine from Silicon Valley that are pretty well known in Silicon Valley in the tech community. I just met with Tom Anderson, who is the founder of MySpace, a couple days ago, and showed him the area, and he's excited about the potential here. So there's a lot of stuff happening. Richard Florida, Andrew talked about, and so he wrote a book about the creative class. And the reason why we got in touch with Richard Florida is because he's researched hundreds and hundreds of cities, and some cities are thriving and some aren't, and really looked at what are the important elements to make a city thriving and attract the creative class, which he defines as not only artists and musicians, but also technology people and so on. And he's not cheap, but as part of our contribution to downtown, that was something that was not paid for by the city, but was paid for by Zappos. Mexico City, I just spent the weekend in Mexico City. Exploring this actually really great kids concept and met with the founder and president of that company to see if we can convince him to open up one of his concepts here in Las Vegas so we can make it, and specifically downtown Las Vegas, to make it more family friendly so it's not just about nightlife. Andrew mentioned urban gardens. That's something that some people have been heading up, and we're very passionate about building in Las Vegas. And in fact, we've even traveled to Chicago, and there's a vertical farming concept there, and talking to people there and seeing what elements of that we can bring to Vegas. Andrew mentioned UNLV. Met with the president of UNLV last week and talked to him about the idea of what if there was a UNLV night or time it with events, and we would provide free buses for UNLV students to come and bring them down to the Fremont Easton area as well as other parts of downtown. Smith Center, I personally made a $2 million contribution to the Smith Center to help it open up, which we're all very excited about. And if you're familiar with the Ogden, it's a block and a half from here. It's an apartment complex now, and actually just moved into there 2 weeks ago, and there's actually a Zappos floor now. It's not just me. There's a whole bunch of us from Zappos that have units there, and so I was just making a random list this morning, but your vision, Mayor, of creating a city that has a real sense of community and culture and is thriving, it's happening, and I feel like we're right at the tipping point. Andrew mentioned the 4 C's. We actually did not always have the 4 C's. We only had 3 C's before. It used to be just clothing, customer service, and company culture, and it wasn't until just less than 9 months ago that we decided to add the 4th C, community, to really build that into our company ethos in terms of really contributing to the community. And so, yeah, I guess for me, we're talking about this office, moving our offices, but for me, it's not really about moving to downtown. It's about joining and being part of the downtown movement. And that's what we're committed to. We're committed to the downtown movement.
Thank you very much, and I'll be the first one to say I'll tell you, I'm a true believer. I'm a true believer that this is going to take the city in a direction that nobody ever dreamed the city of Las Vegas would go. It's going to be so special. The end product is something that even my imagination can't comprehend at this point in time, but I just know the vibes, the karma, the energy is all pointed in the right direction. And it's funny, I was thinking back this morning in anticipation of this item today of something I said during my first State of the City some 12 years ago. I said in that address that there's more to a city than bricks and mortar, that a city really is composed of its social fabric. And I didn't really know what that meant until you committed your company to come into the downtown, and I felt the energy of those who are in the room today just doing something that's never been done before. And isn't that great that the unexpected, the unknown is before us, and it's all positive. So I welcome you with open arms, and I think this deal is a great beginning in a public-private partnership, not adversaries, not opponents, but a partnership from this moment forward to make the city of Las Vegas even more special than it is today. And with the commitment that Mr. Donner made that the economic deal is not going to change, you're not going to be coming back to ask for more money, other than under that item G17C on the subordination, that puts my mind at ease that in my last formal meeting as the mayor of the city of Las Vegas, I'm leaving the city in great hands as far as this deal is concerned, financially, emotionally, and every other way in a positive nature, to have accomplished what we set out to do in our own small way when I became the mayor, to be quite frank with you. And I feel very comfortable under the circumstances, and I thank you for your ingenuity and your energy. You're a very special fellow. Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? Councilor Wilson? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, and thank you, Bill, and thank you, Mr. Shea. I think everybody in this room wants this deal to work. I have a couple of questions and a couple of comments. Are we on track to move into the new City Hall, Bill, as far as timing-wise?
Short answer is yes. We've already planned move dates in February. We're planning to have the first City Council meeting, and I know our City Clerk will correct me if I'm wrong, in March of 2012. So we're on schedule.
And that coincides with what we're doing here today as far as a time frame, Andrew, for escrow to close and for you to take, I think you said, a 15 to 18-month time frame.
Correct,
to do all the refurberations. Or
That's correct.
Okay, so that's a good thing. And the talk of the new City Hall started 3 years ago or so, Betsy and Bill, when there was an initial talk about building a new City Hall. And that came before the so-called Zappos deal. So it's been widely known in this community and perhaps to far, far places that we were going to be vacating the current City Hall. And to my knowledge, we haven't had a number of developers banging down our door to buy City Hall. So it's not like we're entering into a deal that some may criticize as being not the best price, but we don't have anybody else that's banging down our door to buy City Hall. And the type of company that's coming in, your company and then the tenant of Zappos, and the energy that we all felt in this room. I leaned over to the mayor when all those blue T-shirts came in. I said, and this is dating us a little, Lois, but I said, look at the average age of the Zappos employee.
I'm even saying that, Councilman.
What's that?
I'm starting to say that myself.
I mean, they're in their 20s and 30s, and that is a great energy. That says a lot for what is going to come downtown. And then finally, there is some risk in this deal, and Bill, I think you completed a pro and con list, the pros and the cons, and there is some risk, but I don't know many big transactions that are risk-free. Sometimes you have to take some risk, but the way I look at this deal is the advantages far outweigh the risks. And we saw that today by the type of company that's coming downtown. I heard the word commitment repeatedly. I heard it from you, Mr. Donner. I heard it from Mr. Shea. And I think you have a commitment from the city of Las Vegas as well, and that's great. I think we're all looking forward to this deal being consummated and Zappos coming downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Donner, could you explain to Mr. Shea where my barbershop's at? I'm looking for a job.
I will do that, sir.
I don't know whether you know where a barber shop is.
I don't. Let's just say I don't spend a lot of money on haircuts.
Tell him where you got your haircut.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Arndt. Thank you for including in your financial picture and presentation the effects of the company moving downtown beyond just the transactional deal, because I think that's significant to note. And I see the Cornthwaites in the audience today because I understand you're working with them and Mr. Shea and with the high-tech grouping, whatever you call that thing that you're doing upstairs. But the businesses downtown are going to be tremendously affected by this. And Mr. Shea, this morning as we were all commenting on Mayor Goodman and Mayor Pro Tem Reese, these are visionary men. And Mr. Shea, you are as well. And you're changing the landscape of Las Vegas, I'm going to say in general, because we talk a lot in government and as public servants about diversifying our economy, moving forward, job creation. We're doing it now. We're doing it. And with Zappos downtown, it is going to be a tremendous, tremendous thing. And in regards to risk and the transaction, the only risk I see is not making this happen. That's where I see the risk. I read an article, Mr. Arnton, help me out here if you can, recently on some cities throughout the country doing incredible things to attract businesses downtown. Can you speak to that to some effect?
Sure. Economic development is really all about incentives. And fortunately, we've had to offer a very modest incentive to this company. But other jurisdictions offer upfront cash to companies to move into their community. The state of Texas is a great example. They have a deal closing fund that's tremendously big. We don't do that. Our biggest assets are our people, as you saw this morning, our cost of doing business, our tax climate, and that's what we have to market to businesses. We don't offer upfront cash to businesses, but we're fortunate to have a visionary like Mr. Shea, a company with a commitment from Zappos to have that. So it really is, at the end of the day, all about incentives. And to try to bring in the comment and remark from Councilman Wolfson, everything requires some level of risk. If we were taking transactions that we were just selling a piece of property and there was no benefit other than getting sale revenue in, we're not in the real estate business. We're in the economic development business. We're about helping companies grow, helping companies expand, and making sure that they can be successful in Las Vegas. And so there is something that we have to offer to actually make that happen. And that's really what economic development's about.
Perfect. And that's how I wanted you to explain that, because there are cities just giving away the farm, if you want, in regards to trying to lure businesses. But this company is going to touch so many other companies and businesses. And anyone listening to this meeting today, if you're not paying attention in regards to what's happening in the downtown area, shame on you. Because now is the time. Yesterday was the time to actually jump on board with downtown and what's happening in this city. Mr. Donner, you've done a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
You're part of history. And I think that's significant to note today, because this is historic for our city, historic for our economy, and historic for the business owners who are already downtown, who have that same shared vision of what it can be, because it's going to be huge, and it's going to ripple right across the valley. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments or questions? All right, Councilman Barlow. Councilman Turkin.
I just wanted to say, I probably am the only one saying this, I do have a concern about the changes being made. We're going up from 18 to 25 is about a fourth of what we started at. So that's about 25% increase. At the time, I believe most people understood that we had a contract. Now I'm understanding we really don't have the contract unless we have this lease signed with these changes. All right, looking at these changes, and if you say it's all right to make these changes because of our need for economic development, and you can accept that, then we were told in briefing there would be no more changes. And then after no more changes, we got another change today. And I don't see a solid piece of evidence that there's not going to be more changes coming up. And right now we're in a position where it would be difficult for us not to follow through. But I don't want to see us come back with more changes. I don't want to see us come back, and I know we want to attract business, but we have a fiscal responsibility also to the people who believe that when the contract's done, it's done. And so that's my concern. And also, you know, I'm very happy you developed the pros and cons that I had asked for. You know, you have this pro here that, excuse me? Yes, the headquarters, thank you very much. The headquarters are going to be here. You're going to establish downtown as a location for corporate headquarters. What do we have as a commitment as far as that's concerned? Do we have something that might change later as some of these things have changed, or do we have a solid commitment that that corporate headquarters is going to be here?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, Councilman, I'll just make a brief comment and then let Mr. Donner speak as well. As far as the commitment moving forward, I think one thing that we can do as a team, the city and Resort Gaming Group as a developer, is meet with you regularly to show all the progress. As Mr. Donner indicated, there's been a lot of work trying to find out exactly how to proceed. And development is a linear process. You have to do step A, step B, step C, step D. Until you do those steps, you can't be in a position to have everybody at a closing table where you're closing escrow and the project moves forward. So that's something that we can and we should commit to you today to make sure that you're included in the progress that we make. As far as the corporate campus, the company is moving forward, and we do have the commitment that Ms. Fretwell put in the record from Mr. Nielsen. So everybody's moving forward to that goal, but unfortunately there are certain steps we have to go through to be able to actually have everybody at the closing table, have the building close, and then let the developer in and start construction.
I understand that, but when I see that the pros are going to be established downtown as a location for corporate headquarters, which would be a magnificent thing for Las Vegas, you're telling me that you're going to keep me informed as we progress. You know, this is a big business. Amazon's a big business. They know what they're doing, and they know pretty much ahead of time what they're doing. Is there a plan to go here? Is there a commitment that this is going to be here? I just need a little bit of a commitment when we go into a business issue. I voted on something, and now the change is coming. It's about 25% difference, and I know that Councilman Wolfson stated economics makes a difference for what it will do for the city. I agree with that, and I can support that. But the problem is, I don't know where the support is on their side for the corporate headquarters.
Maybe I can turn it over to Mr. Donner.
Sure, Councilwoman. To specifically address, when we entered our transaction in December, this is a very complex, large transaction of an old building. And it takes a certain amount of time to go through the building and understand really what we have. And at the same time, measure that against what potentially the tenant needs. So it's taken us 7 months and over $1 million to go through your building to really understand what's here. That's why we're really back here today. In regards to your comments on commitment, there's not a contractual piece of paper that could ever bind anyone that could circumvent intent or where you are going to litigate. I mean, and what I say by that is that the commitment, you have a CEO and the officers of a company here. You've got everyone spending their hard dollars in order to further this transaction along. You've got hundreds of employees. You've got a CEO that's working on additional agendas for downtown away and from Zappos. You've got money being spent on economic analysis with third-party consultants like Richard Florida. I don't know what's more commitment than that, because instead of saying what they're going to do, they're doing what they're doing.
You understand that when I heard about Zappos and everything, I thought a company like that, before they made a commitment to go in and buy our City Hall would have done the inspection work, would have committed, checked out some of these things.
And all I would say to you on that is, unfortunately, this transaction did not allow for that to happen. We did not have the opportunity to go in and do diligence on this property, and that's why when staff and this council entered into a transaction with us, it was set up to go into a diligence period, and we've spent over $1 million doing the diligence to find out. And we specifically waited 7 months to get the comprehensive diligence done so we could make a commitment to this council that we would not be coming back for any sort of additional economics.
Except that now we're hearing there is another change, and then we're hearing that we might have more. Let me say this. I have qualms about this, and at the very beginning I had concerns. I then believed that this was the right thing. I'm very excited about it. I know the city and all of us, myself included, would do everything we could to make this successful. I will probably vote approval of this, but it will be reluctantly, because I still don't feel that we have that firmness that we need to have. I don't want to have somebody come back in 2 years and say, we didn't do this or we didn't do that, so we have to change it, or it's going to cost more, or something's changing. I want to make sure that the city is going to get what it's supposed to get. And I say that and put it on the record just so I can do it. But I want to say that, as Councilman Wolfson has said, the economic impact on the community is so great that I, who am not that much of a risk taker, will probably, feel we should take the risk. That's what I wanted to say. And I just wanted to put on the record my concern, and Betsy, when we follow through and you keep us briefed and everything, you'll let us know early enough so that we can check into everything if changes are made, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilwoman, I want to open up your last comment for either Betsy or Bill to follow up in relation to the Councilwoman's question as far as what's coming down the line as far as some other additional proposed changes, possibly economically. Can you clarify that or provide more insight?
A quick stab at that, Councilman. We actually reduced our risk with the amendment that we made today by nearly $30 million. So it does open the door for future discussion. If there is a need for future discussion in the unlikely event that happens, it's only regarding the senior loan amount and the subordination, period. We don't anticipate that will happen. I suppose we could have done nothing, but we would have had at risk $47 million instead of 18. And so in coordination with Brad's office and my office, Mr. Donner agreed at 10:47 last night to an amendment to present this morning to reduce the city's risk by $30 million. I felt like that was a very important change to get on the record today. And in order to make that happen, if the financial terms of the deal as currently contemplated change, they did not want to commit to not asking for future review of the subordination of the senior loan level going forward. I feel like we're in a much better position having it at 18 instead of 47. So that's why it's sort of last minute, but it actually makes the deal better for the city of Las Vegas. I hope that answers the question.
The councilwoman's concern or question is that we've reduced it from the 47 to the 18. So in essence, Betsy, what she's asking is whether or not we're going to be stuck for the 18 million versus the 47 for the clarification.
If there is a lease, if there is a construction loan, there's the potential that we would be at risk for $18 million. The key piece of the puzzle here is there won't be a transaction if there's not a lease and if there's not construction. So the risk is minimal, but it is a risk.
18 versus 47.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. I just tried to help clarify some of the conversation that the councilwoman and I had so that she's clear as far as
And it was
this
a-
transaction.
it was
because
literally
I
a
know how
late
complex
change.
it is. I know how complex the structure of this deal is. In addition to that, the councilwoman mentioned being fiscally responsible. So my question is, what is our fallback, Bill? And I asked this yesterday. What is our fallback should, in the event this transaction goes south, God forbid, what is our fallback to move back or to at least retrieve our asset, which is the current City Hall?
Sure. Just kind of walking you through the risk profile and kind of build on Betsy's comment. Prior to close of escrow, prior to April, we really have no risk. As Mr. Donner indicated, they're absorbing the risk. They're spending a lot of money studying exactly what it's going to cost to build. Zappos is spending money doing space planning in the anticipation of closing escrow, so they're absorbing the risk, not the city. Subsequent to close of escrow, if there's a construction loan, if there's debt needed to help fund the building renovations and the tenant improvements, then we've agreed to subordinate to that construction loan. But that subordination is subject to several conditions that work to the city's favor. Is it completely without risk? The answer is no. Has the risk been mitigated to an extremely high degree? The answer is yes. We have the rent trap requirement, that lockbox requirement, where we're getting the rent. The first lender, the construction loan's being paid first, we're paying second. We have the guarantee from Amazon to guarantee the rent stream as well. So the risk is very minimal. And it's not uncommon for a city working on an economic development project to structure terms from financing. That is a common tool in the toolbox, so to speak, to try to make sure that we enable the project to happen. Without these incentives, without this structure, the deal would not happen. We think it's a reasonable package. So during that first 15 years, if there's debt used for the construction, we'll be subordinate, but it's only subordination if certain conditions are met for the benefit of the city. Then after that 15 years, there's really no risk. Once the construction loan is paid off, we're in a first lien position. We've been paid interest-only payments, and at that point, our balance on our loan, our seller loan, $15 million, that principal is still there, but at that point, year 15, we're in a first lien position. So if for some reason, whatever the reason, we were not getting paid on our loan, we could take the building back. So we would have earned $9 million in interest payments. We would have had a company here likely for 15 years, and we get the building back. That risk is definitely now shifted overall in the deal. You have to look at the whole picture. The risk is really shifted to the developer, not to the city, if you look at the overall deal. The only risk that we're talking about really is during that construction loan, we're agreeing to subordinate. But that subordination has a lot of conditions to make sure that it's done in a fiscally responsible manner to ensure that even though we're in a second lien position, we will get repaid. Again, is it completely without risk? The answer is no. But if we mitigated that risk to an extremely high degree, the answer is yes, and that's why we're recommending moving forward. So regardless of that amount, whether it's $18 million or $47 million, all those things that we've done that I outlined in my presentation, that mitigates our risk during that 15-year period, and that's why we're recommending approval and comfortable moving forward with the structure as we've presented it to you.
Well, thank you for that. And my colleagues talked about the benefits outweighing the risk, and I have to agree to a great extent, specifically with the direction in which the downtown has moved from whence it came. With the number of residential units scattered throughout the downtown, which is a great asset for, I should say, not only a great asset, but a great tee-up for new residents coming in and living in our downtown, as well as all the activity taking place within the cultural corridor. The mayor and I had an opportunity to celebrate the cultural corridor of the new bridge connecting the east and the west side of Las Vegas Boulevard and all of the various cultural amenities that reside within the cultural corridor, and of course the Arts District and the Fremont East Entertainment District, all of which, the Mob Museum, the RTC, the new City Hall, all of which our non-gaming facilities. You want to talk about diversifying an economy, we are doing just that. It does not come without risk, but I am glad that you so eloquently elaborated on the fact that we have, as a municipal body, reduced our risk as low as possible. And the direction in which we're going as far as attracting and partnering with not only the Resort Gaming Group, but the Zappos coming into downtown. I mean, this is exciting. Quick story. This past Saturday, my wife and I and our kids, we were just taking a cruise down Las Vegas Boulevard. We started at Tropicana and grabbed a couple Slurpees and just cruised down.
Dragging the name.
Mayor, was that you down there laughing?
No, the Slurpees.
Okay, the Slurpees. So we're cruising down Las Vegas Boulevard headed into downtown. And I hear all of this conversation and music and noise at the corner of Fremont and Las Vegas Boulevard. So as I turned down East Fremont, because now it piqued my interest to see, here it is 11:30 at night, I see all of these people. It had to be, and I'm not exaggerating, and for those of you that are here that were down there this past Saturday, it had to be close to a couple thousand people just milling around and going from tavern to tavern and club to club. It was exciting. I have not seen that many people downtown since I was a kid on New Year's, East Fremont. And it resonated with me that, Mayor, the seeds that we talked about this morning that were planted years ago, we're now having an opportunity to really reap the fruit of those seeds that were planted. And the seed that will be planted with bringing Zappos into this building and the corporate presence that Mr. Shea so eloquently stated that he's looking to bring on, and the seeds that have already been planted prior to Zappos coming in the Emergency Arts District and the Ogden. That's a great presence. And I know we will have our pundits that state that we're not utilizing city's tax dollars appropriately. But I beg to differ, because years from now, those same pundits will be the same ones down here celebrating and enjoying the entertainment, whether it be gaming or non-gaming, whether it be the cultural corridor or the arts district, because downtown will be the happening place throughout the city of Las Vegas, competing on a very high scale with the Las Vegas Strip. And that's great. And competition is good, because we want to be and we want to celebrate our community as being the greatest community in the universe, Mayor, because of the leadership and the vision that this mayor and council has. And so we have a great camaraderie, we have a great collaborative effort working with the public and the private sector alike in order to improve and benefit the infrastructure of our community that once was blemished, but now we not only have a flicker of light, we have light, because we actually see the direction in which we're going. And so for that, we only want to increase the brightness of that light to really show it to the entire world that Las Vegas is the place to be. And Mr. Donner, a lot of people said that you couldn't do it or you wouldn't do it, and that, is he serious? All of those questions, where you're standing here today like you stood when you first came, with the same determination and willingness to say, if there's a will, there's a way. And I respond to that. There is a way. And I thank you for standing here, joining forces with us as we forge our way on behalf of all residents and tourists alike to make this a great city for all to enjoy. So with that, Mayor and Council, I would like to move forward with my recommendation of approval and to welcome Zappos and the entire team to Ward 5, fabulous Ward 5. My motion would be for approval subject to all conditions of this item. And Mr. Arndt, thank you so very much, as well as your entire staff that helped pull this very complicated deal together. And of course, Betsy, you and your executive team, thank you so very much as well. And that would be my motion.
And
at this
Councilman,
time.
if you could indulge me, I apologize for the interruption. I just want to thank our team, Johnny Coleman, Scotty Young, Nick Niarchos, Terry Poncello, as well as Scott Adams and Betsy Fretwell. It really was a collective effort, a lot of hard work. I'd like to thank Andrew, Donner, Chris Nielsen, Tony Shea, and the entire Zappos team as well. It's been a lot of hard work to get to this point.
And of course, I do want, and I know you will thank him as well, and I do want to thank Mr. Kessler, Mr. Todd Kessler, for keeping me abreast in your absence as far as the ongoing deal points that needed to be addressed. And so I do want to recognize him as well for constantly taking my phone calls when I had questions and vice versa. So
Thank you. He's a great co-pilot.
And that would be my motion at this time, Mayor and Council.
Very good. Let's vote on item 73. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. And 74, please.
That's only half of City Hall. You applaud after you get the whole pie, not half the pie. I will move for approval, Mayor, subject to all conditions on this item, and then Zappos and its crew will have an opportunity to really applaud loud.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Steve. Motion carries. Good luck. Okay, item 75 is discussion and possible action to appoint 2 part-time hearing commissioners relative to ordinance number 5962. Is Mr. Carmody here? What happened? What happened to 68? Oh, I'm wrong. Pardon me. We had to go back to 68. We went out of order. I apologize. 68 is a discussion and possible action regarding the ratification of Flynn Fagg as Director of Planning. Ms. Fretwell?
Mayor and members of the council, it's my pleasure to recommend for ratification Flynn Fagg as the new planning director. Flynn has been with the city since 2003 and has progressed his way through the organization, taking on a variety of different positions. He's been the acting director for about 6 months now. I feel like Flynn has the experience, the demeanor, and the professionalism to lead the planning department into the city's next phase of development. And as we've talked about in many of your joint planning commission and city council meetings, we really are turning a corner and looking at things like walkable communities and revitalization of the downtown area. And I think Flynn is the right person to lead us through that. He's got a strong background in case and urban planning, and I feel like that will really help him to help us continue planning for smart suburban growth, but also help us as our community continues to recover from the recession. I also know that I have great confidence in Flynn in his ability to managing the licensing function. We've got a lot of efforts underway there, and I believe that'll be a challenge for Flynn because it's a new area, but I know he's up to it, and I'm really happy to have him leading the charge there, particularly as we address re-engineering efforts to streamline the business licensing process, but also as we move into integration and uniformity in the region for some of our licensing categories. So I'm very pleased to appoint Flynn and ask for your ratification of him today. So with that, I'd like to ask Flynn to come on up and join me.
Mr. Fagg, would you like to say anything before we make a motion?
Actually, I would, Mr. Mayor.
Very good.
When I first contemplated moving to Las Vegas from Florida 8 years ago, one of the key factors that helped in that decision was all the material that I had read about the mayor of Las Vegas and what he wanted to do with the downtown in terms of redevelopment and re-energizing the downtown. And I thought, I would really like to be a part of that. So, Mayor, I both blame you for bringing me here and thank you for the opportunity to serve in this capacity. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I agree with everything that Ms. Fretwell said about you. You're very committed, you're very professional, you're always prepared, and I would like to move for your appointment as the Director of Planning.
Oh, thank
All right,
you.
let's vote on that, please. Post?
He is his own barber.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 69 is discussion and possible action regarding the ratification of Michelle Freeman as the Director of Detention and Enforcement. Ms. Fretwell.
Michelle, you want to come on up? Where are you? There she is in the middle back there. Mayor and members of the council, I'm also pleased to recommend for ratification Michelle Freeman as the successor of Chief Coyne as the new Director of the Department of Detention and Enforcement. You all may know this. I think I told you this in an email notification about her appointment, that she started here at the city as a corrections officer in 1992. And she has literally worked her way up through the organization. I think she's held every title, including ones that don't exist anymore, in that organization. And that has given her great depth and breadth of experience in the organization. She has a master's in public administration and a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I really believe that her education, her experience, and her skill set are just what this department needs right now. They've gone through a lot of turmoil in the last few years. They've really turned a corner and doing a lot of unique, new, different things to streamline what we do. Most importantly, everything they do keeps our city safer. And I know that that's a key priority for the city. I mean, safe city is one of your priorities. I believe that Michelle's the right person to lead the organization into the future and to really build on prior successes and position us for a position of strength. So, Michelle, I'm real proud of you, and I'm glad to recommend you today.
Thank you. Ms. Freeman, would you rather wait until after the vote or before?
After would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, Councilman Barlow said wait. Okay. Well, Councilman, would you like to make the motion then?
I would be glad to. I would like to echo Betsy's comments, and I'm pretty sure your entire colleague and entire departments in the colleague are pleased to see you in this position. So I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of your appointment. Congratulations, and do well for us.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm humbled to be standing here today in front of you and very honored. Unfortunately, I won't be able to meet up to what we had this morning with your celebration, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. It was just a wonderful celebration for you, and I wish you all the best in your journeys to come. And thank you for the leadership you've given. I've certainly learned a lot from both of you over the years, as well as the rest of the council. So thank you all very much. Particularly would like to thank Betsy Fretwell for everything she's provided me today with. I thank you for giving me this opportunity, for having the faith in me, and for allowing me to watch you over the years grow and develop into a leader as you've displayed over the years. So I really appreciate that. I also would like to reach out to Orlando Sanchez as well. Although I might have been looking from afar for most of my career, I appreciate the opportunity to learn from you and the experiences that you've shared from me from that distance in addition. Of course, it goes without saying, my chief, Karen Coyne, for all these years of encouragement and inspiration. I truly appreciate everything you've given to me and all the doors you have opened for me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today as well. I must thank my team at D&E. If it wasn't for those guys, I mean, they're the best. Honest to goodness, they're the best people that I could ever ask for to be with, to be working side by side with, and to learn from each of and every one of them, the entire force. So I love them all, and I'm very happy and pleased to be able to leading them into our new future here. Of course, I heard you earlier say that you have the best outstanding team, and I agree. But I also have to commend my command staff, because if it weren't for my command staff, many of them here today, I wouldn't be where I'm at, and they make me the success that I'm at. So I truly appreciate them. Lastly, I have to reach out to my family. My family's in the audience, my mother and my father.
Ask them to come up and join you, please.
My husband and my daughter.
Please.
And if it weren't for my, they probably don't want me to wait until they're here. If it weren't for my parents, I would be nowhere. They've instilled into me everything that I am today. The reason that I'm here is the loyalty, the integrity, the ethics, and Councilwoman, before you said to Mayor Pro Tem that just be kind and that's what he exhibits, that's exactly what was instilled to me from the beginning of time. And if it weren't for that foundation, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. So I greatly appreciate that from my parents. And then, of course, I have the best daughter you could ever ask for, and she's just turned into a sweet young lady. And my husband, the best partner I could ever ask for, the support that he's given me over the years, I truly appreciate. So I thank everybody so very much from the bottom of my heart for this, and I embrace this challenge, look forward to where I'm headed, and I truly appreciate having the opportunity to lead D&E, the very best department I could ask for. So thank you all very much.
Very good. Thank you. Very nice. That's nice. Thank you very much. Okay, item 70 is discussion and possible action regarding a disposition and development agreement between City Parkway 5 and the Cleveland Clinic Foundation for the disposition and development of parcels A2, B, J, and K in Symphony Park located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway as a medical facility. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Bill Arntz, Director, Economic and Urban Development. At this time, and with your indulgence, I'm submitting to the City Clerk Exhibit I, entitled Project Environmental Management Agreement, or PEMA, between City Parkway 5 and Cleveland Clinic, which is to be attached to the Disposition and Development Agreement. The PEMA has been fully negotiated between the parties and is now in final form. I also am submitting into the record a document entitled Public Purpose Impact Analysis. This document shows the economic benefit of the project as it is moving forward. With me today is Sam Gladstein from Newland Communities, as well as Brian Smith from Cleveland Clinic. This project is related to the development of a campus in Symphony Park at the southern end of Symphony Park. It is referencing some parcels in Symphony Park known as Parcel A2, Parcel J, and Parcel K. It sets disposition terms for those parcels. It also discusses a remediation term as far as a remediation contribution that City Parkway 5 as owner will be making to the Cleveland Clinic, and then sets a timeline for development. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Sam Gladstein of Newland Communities, who helped my office negotiate the agreement with the Cleveland Clinic. Sam?
Gladstein.
Thank you, Bill. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, members of City Council. Just wanted to start off by saying I did actually want to invite Mr. Brian Smith to invite a number of doctors and nurses in white coats, but just wouldn't be their style to be dancing in the aisles here of the city of Las Vegas. With that being said, what they can bring to the city of Las Vegas is a world-class medical center, something that Las Vegas has never seen in this city to the level that Cleveland Clinic can bring that here. As mentioned, my name is Sam Gladstein. I'm Vice President of Operations for the Newland Real Estate Group here in Las Vegas. We are your project managers on Symphony Park. We've been proud to be your project managers for the past 6 years. In front of you for your consideration is a development agreement for the Cleveland Clinic Foundation. They are an Ohio nonprofit corporation, and their goal is to build a world-class medical facility at Symphony Park. We began with an ENA with Cleveland Clinic back on September 16th, 2009, which this council approved. We came back before you on July 30th, 2010 for an amendment to that ENA, and the expiration date on that ENA is actually tomorrow, the 16th of July, 2011. The purpose of the ENA was to determine the feasibility of developing and operating a medical facility on parcels A2, B, and JK. And for purposes today, JK is being deemed as one parcel. Even though it is still legally two, it will be merged into one for Cleveland Clinic's purposes. So for purposes today, we're talking about 3 parcels at Symphony Park. During the time of the ENA, Cleveland Clinic has been very deliberate at going through design process, including a master plan of their ultimate design, which I'm going to place in front of you now. I just put it right there.
May we have the overhead, please?
Excuse me?
No, I'm asking for the overhead so we can see what you have there. Here we go.
So the 3 parcels that we're discussing here today are the parcels to the west of the Smith Center, which is Site B, and just to the north of the Cleveland Clinic Lou Rouveau Center for Brain Health, which is Site A2, and to the southern end of the site, south of the Smith Center, is parcel J and K. Parcel A2 on the map is approximately 2.29 acres. Parcel B is approximately 5.15 acres, and parcel JK combined is approximately 4.81 acres. The total site will be 14.33 acres with the existing brain center site. The timing of the development agreement with Cleveland Clinic provides for Cleveland Clinic to give us an election notice between now and December 31st, 2014, as to their intentions of which parcel they intend to take down first. In addition, at that time of the election notice, they will also notify us as to their intention as to how many of these parcels they truly intend to construct at that time. Their preliminary planning, as you see here now, their master planning envisions all 3 parcels, but they do have an option in the development agreement to take down 1, 2, or all 3 of the parcels at that time, or to make an election notice at that time in 2014. They will acquire in separate phases. The development agreement requires them to finish 1 phase before they can move on to another phase. They do envision doing multiple phases on parcels at this time frame, but as I mentioned, the development agreement does require them to finish all the phases on 1 parcel before moving on to another parcel. In addition, CP5 has agreed to donate parcel A2, again this one here, and parcel J. Parcel B will remain a for sale property. The price of that property will be determined at the then value of the property based upon multiple appraisal process as described, as arranged for or set up in typical city protocol for any parcel. The first parcel takedown, which right now is envisioned to be parcel JK, is set for December 31st, 2016. The next parcel would then come online on 12/31/2018, and then the last parcel would follow up on 12/31/2020. And of course, they do have the option to accelerate that at their desire if they are willing to move forward on any and all development on any of the individual parcels. Let's talk about the benefits to the city of Las Vegas. Beside the, as Councilman Ross discussed earlier, employment diversification, this brings an entire new employment base to the city of Las Vegas. It also brings direct jobs in construction and operations of 3,626 and indirect jobs of 984 for a total of 4,610 additional jobs to the city of Las Vegas. It brings in 341 million direct, indirect, and induced operations payroll impact at build out, 549.9 million direct, indirect, and induced construction payroll impact, and as well potential proceeds from the sale of parcel B. The terms of conveyance, as I mentioned earlier, will be a donation of parcel A, 2, and J, and B for sale. In addition to these terms, the city, as on all other parcels at Symphony Park, has agreed to assist in remediation on their parcels. The amount negotiated with Cleveland Clinic for this is $2.4 million to be applied to any and all of their parcels. In other words, if the amount of money ran out on the first parcel, they would not have any remaining funds to remediate the remaining parcels, and those funds would be required to come out of their own pockets at that point. In the event that there are funds remaining at the last parcel, they can still utilize those funds on the last parcel as well. Now, the $2.4 million is a significantly reduced amount to what other developers have received at Symphony Park. It equates across their entire development at approximately $3.85 per square foot, as opposed to $12 per square foot that other developers have received in their development agreements. The reason for this was the in-kind donations of the parcels at A2 and JK. In addition, at the time of the notification in 2014 of their intention to move forward, Cleveland Clinic will tender a deposit in the amount of $500,000, which will be returned to them proportionally on each takedown of a parcel. If they agree to close on all 3 parcels, they take down the first one, 1/3 will be returned, the second parcel, the next third will be returned, the third parcel, the third portion will be returned. If they take down only 2 parcels, half will be returned at the first transaction, half will be returned at the second transaction.
I'm sorry. Let me interject real quick, Mayor, if you don't mind.
Certainly.
What was the total? Was it a $500,000?
The total.
The takedown.
Takedown of.
You mentioned that a portion will be returned to.
Correct. Of the deposit.
Of the deposit. How much was the deposit?
$500,000.
Okay.
Correct. The estimated private investment, at least at this point known by Cleveland Clinic, will be approximately $400 million at the complete build-out of the 12.25 acres of the 3 parcels. As I mentioned, it was a little over 14 of all the parcels. At this time, I'd like to invite Brian Smith to come up and say a few words. But before I do that, just wanted to thank Bill and his team and the legal staff and Attorney Niarchos in helping to craft the development agreement. It's quite a complex agreement with many moving parts, and everybody just did a terrific job. So with that, Brian Smith.
Thank you. I'm Brian Smith, Director of Strategic Project Development with the Cleveland Clinic. Thank you, Sam. Mayor Goodman, ladies and gentlemen of council, guests and citizens, very happy to be here today to talk about and hopefully approve the disposition development agreement. As you know, the Cleveland Clinic has been here in Symphony Park since July of 2009 when we opened the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute. It has been a great couple of years. Our numbers are good. Right now, as a matter of fact, we're trying to get a permit to pave the balance of parking lot A2 just because of increased demand, both in patients and in employees. Mayor, your staff has done a good job negotiating. Our thanks to Newland and to Sam Gladstein and Rita Brandon, but also many thanks to Betsy Fretwell, seems to be the theme of the day, but also to Bill Arndt and Scott Carter as well. What this disposition development agreement does is it really preserves and ratifies our position with the City of Las Vegas and in Symphony Park. Although we're unable to project a specific construction schedule other than what's outlined in the disposition development agreement, it's been the theme of the day. This does lay a solid foundation for the Cleveland Clinic to continue in the growth of providing medical services to the citizens in and around the Las Vegas area. Other aspects of this are there are regular reporting requirements in the disposition development agreement that we will keep you updated as to how our various negotiations and discussions are proceeding. Sam outlined correctly all the dates that are there, and I just want to emphasize again that Las Vegas is very important to the Cleveland Clinic. We're very happy to be here, and we look forward to a great future here in the city of Las Vegas. And I respectfully ask your approval of this disposition development agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'll tell you that you say Las Vegas is important to Cleveland Clinic. Cleveland Clinic is very important to Las Vegas because you are going to put us on the map as far as academic medicine is concerned. You've already started to do that with the Ruvo Brain Institute. My only unhappiness is the timetable. And I understand that the payment program that exists in the state of Nevada is such that you really you're agonizing over how to make that work in order to make your institute economically feasible. I want to offer on behalf of the city our assistance if you need that, as far as legislation or political pressure, for lack of a better phrase, because to have your presence expanded here tomorrow is really critical to the dream that this council has. We're definitely going in the right direction, and the Cleveland Clinic is a component part of that. And I just want to tell you that whatever you need from us, we'll be there for you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Goodman.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. Bill, what is the appraised value of each parcel, A2, B, J, and K? What did those numbers come in with in Symphony Park?
Thank you, Councilman. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. One of the things that we've done over the course of Symphony Park is we appraise the site and each parcel every 6 months. I don't have that number in front of me right now as I speak, but I will get that number to you very quickly.
Mr. Carter, are you in a position to assist?
Councilman, thank you for your patience. Do have that number for you. For all the parcels, which includes parcel A2, J, and K, the ones that are being donated, that value, based on an appraisal by Ken Appraisal Services, was $12,390,000. Again, that represents an appraised value. It doesn't necessarily represent our investment in the property, but it does represent the appraised value for those parcels.
And what about B?
And parcel B, I don't have that number in front of me, but again, we are not, we are actually selling that at market value, so we intend to sell that based on an appraised value. So we did reference in our public investment the lack of the value of the appraisal for those sites that are being donated. But I can get you the number for parcel B.
What would you guesstimate, Bill, having worked in this specific area? What would you guesstimate B to be?
An approximate value and where it appraised at, Mr. Carter advises me, was $8.9 million.
8.9. So you're looking at about $9 million. So in total, we're looking at approximately $20 million, $21 million.
For the full value of the site. That's
for the
correct.
full value of the site.
And again, that's based on appraisal.
Okay. And I'm not going to hold you to it, but I just wanted to see, in theory, what that number will look like, because my question now becomes why the deposit of $500,000 deposit, why is that such a low number compared to the actual value that's at hand?
Well, I think the deposit is reflective of the scope of development, the parcels. Mr. Gladstein actually negotiated deposits, so I'd ask him to speak as well. But it's what we typically...
No, I'm saying on behalf of the city.
On behalf of the city,
that's
typically...
That's such a low number for a deposit, specifically for a value of this magnitude.
Typically what we will do is we'll set a deposit level at 5% of purchase price. So that 5% of the purchase price, again, the purchase price, because they're not paying for the other parcels.
5% of the $9 million?
5% of the $9 million comes in at close to that.
Okay. And as it relates to this DDA, is this DDA subject to the employment plan that this council has established?
I believe it is, and there should be a provision in the agreement.
Okay, I was looking through the agreement, but I was unable to find it within the 171 pages that I have here. And if it's not here, Mr. Arndt, wouldn't this be the specific area as far as the DDA is concerned to have some element of the employment plan?
Councilman, the employment plan is part of the agreement. I don't have the exact section, but I'm looking at that now, but it is referenced in the agreement.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. I, like the mayor, am in support of what the Lou Ruvo and Cleveland Clinic has brought to the valley. I believe that your services are most definitely needed and warranted within our community. However, at the same time, as a municipal leader in the community, specifically for the city of Las Vegas, I have to make sure that we're not giving away the house, that there has to be some give and take. And so I believe the value in which you're bringing from a science standpoint as well as from the medical industry standpoint, that once again, one of the great values compared to the actual risk is greater, specifically if in fact you're able to build out the entire campus in which you're looking to bring into our community, which I'm 100% supportive of. And so with that, I would like to move forward with a motion for approval subject to all conditions, but I would like to also, in turn, Mr. Arndt, follow up with you to make sure that the question as it relates to the employment plan is spelled out accordingly within the DDA, and that's something that I would like to follow up with you after the council meeting.
Absolutely. Thank
you so very much. So that would be my motion at this time, and good luck to you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you all very much.
You're welcome. Okay, item 71 is discussion and possible action regarding the certification of canvassed election returns for the June 7, 2011 municipal general election. Ms. Bridges?
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Beverly K. Bridges, our Las Vegas City Clerk. For the June 7th, 2011 general election, there was an active voter registration of 224,094 voters within the city. And out of that, 55,051 actually cast their ballots. This resulted in a 24.57% of voter turnout. Out of that voter turnout, 48% of our voters voted early, before Election Day. As to the canvass, the Clark County Register of Voters canvassed our returns and the ballots counted with the official ballot statements for 356 precincts within the city of Las Vegas. There were no tabulation errors, making the tabulation 100% accurate. There were two irreconcilable discrepancies that did not alter the outcome of any contest. Also, the mail ballots reconciled under my hand contain no discrepancies. I'm very proud of that fact this year. I will be submitting our statement of vote for the record that contains the return of the votes by precinct for all of our races in the general election. The combined efforts of the City of Las Vegas staff and Larry Lomax and his staff ensured a very successful general election this year. I would recommend that the City Council accept and ratify our canvass of elections for 2011.
Thank you, Ms. Bridges.
Yes, Your Honor, I move to accept and certify the official election results as presented and congratulate those that have won their new seats.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. I see we have a lot of folks who have come in here, apparently in anticipation of our afternoon session, which is scheduled to start at 1 o'clock. The truth of the matter is there's no way we're going to be able to get to the afternoon session until at least 2:30. So you're welcome to stay, but I can assure you that we're not going to hear your matters until at least 2:30 or thereafter. We have a presentation that has to be made during the break by our city auditor and by our city attorney. That's as a matter of law. And as I say, I don't want you sitting around if you have something more important to do, but on the other hand, if you'd like to remain with us, you're more than welcome. Okay, item 72 is discussion and possible action regarding an interlocal cooperative agreement between the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, and the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency to transfer to the city 60% of the agency's share of real estate taxes in connection with the Metroplex located at 404 South Martin Luther King Boulevard that are distributed to and received by the RDA, and finding it as a benefit to the redevelopment area and the immediate neighborhood. This is in Ward 5 and is related to this morning's earlier item at the RDA, item number 5. Mr. Arendt.
Thank you. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. This item is related to Redevelopment Agency item number 5, and by reference, I'd like to incorporate all the remarks as well as the submission for the minutes from the December 2nd, 2008 Fiscal Affairs Committee, which showed the intent which we discussed this morning. This item is in order, and staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. Just like this morning, I would like to move to follow all staff's recommendations of this item subject to all conditions.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. On to item number 75, discussion and possible action to appoint 2 part-time hearing commissioners relative to ordinance number 5962 at $50 per hour with no benefits. This is, yes, sir.
Your Honor, before we proceed,
Yes.
may I please, one of the applicants is a man by the name of Shannon Emmerich, and my wife and I own property together with he and his wife, so I am going to recuse myself from this matter.
Okay, thank you for that disclosure. There are 4 candidates. Go ahead, Mr. Carmody. Why don't you summarize this for us and tell us what we're supposed to do today?
Yes, actually, Your Honor, Vince Zamora from Human Resources has this item on the agenda and will do the summary. I'm here in case there are questions.
Very good. Mr. Zamora.
Mayor, Council, Vince Zamora, Human Resources. This is a procedural item where staff is recommending the appointment of 2 part-time hearing commissioners as outlined in ordinance number 5962. Staff is recommending the appointment of the 2 part-time hearing commissioners. We have provided the information relative to their background. The candidates have been vetted by municipal court staff as well as Human Resources.
And I will say this, having a little bit of knowledge about qualifications as far as potential hearing officers or judges, these are immensely qualified individuals. All 4 have resumes that don't quit, and we can't go wrong with any of them. It's a shame we have to make a decision which will pare it down to just 2, but I want to tell those who have applied, who may not make it in this cut, there will be other opportunities to be involved with the City of Las Vegas, and certainly each of those persons who do not make the cut are certainly qualified to fill those positions. I was really impressed. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion?
Yes, John. I make a motion that we approve Mr. Gary Pulliam and Shannon Shane Emmerich.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Let's see. One moment, please. All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries, and congratulations to those 2 folks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. 76 is discussion and possible action regarding a temporary teenage nightclub license, Boulevard Beats, LLC, doing business as Area 170-3281 North Decatur Boulevard, Suite 170. This is in Ward 6. Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. Staff has worked with the applicant for the business known as Area 170 on a teenage nightclub license. since about September on trying to resolve some of the issues that we are bringing to you today, and unfortunately have been unable to do so. So we are here before you on a temporary license that the applicant is asking for a regular license. We're boiling down our concerns at this point to two major areas. The first one is the use of the facility. This applicant also has a banquet hall license and a regular nightclub license, and is holding events in this facility with alcohol by using a liquor caterer, and then on other evening events holding the teenage nightclub events. Metro has provided you in your booklets with their reports and has done several undercover operations, all of which have produced concerns for them. In addition to that report that you have, our other concern that we have is that Metro has given this applicant a long list of items that they felt needed to be complied with in order for Metro to alleviate their concerns at this point in time. And the Metro officers have unfortunately been unable to confirm to us that those conditions have been met. So since that report in your books, we have pulled the calls for service. There have been 7 calls for service. 2 of those calls resulted in arrests. 1 arrest of the owner, and another of an employee who was acting as a manager at that point in time. I know that Metro is here. They're prepared with any discussion or questions that you may have, and also the applicant should be present.
Is the applicant here? Come on up. Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Jay Owens.
Okay. All right. You heard what Ms. Duddleston had to say? Do you have anything in response to that?
Yes, actually. All the issues that Metro had brought up to me, I had spoken with Special Investigations, Detective Humphrey, on multiple occasions, and we discussed the changes that our company was making. And to my knowledge, we were making those, and he had been by a number of times afterwards and was satisfied with the results that we had. Never said anything of more changes that needed to be made.
Okay, thank you. Metro have anything they want to add?
Mayor, council members, I'm Kenneth Nagel with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Special Investigation Section. Detective Todd Humphrey was unavailable today. As far as any corrective actions he's taken, there's only one that we have noted, or Detective Todd Humphrey has noted, which would be the installation of surveillance cameras. However, since our undercover operations, he has ceased to operate any events as a teen dance hall, so we could not go back and verify that he has actually been enforcing any of the rules that or guidelines that we had suggested to him.
How about yourself? Anything?
Sergeant Donegan with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Special Investigation Sections. I have nothing to add at this time.
Okay. Ms. Duddleston, what's your recommendation?
Your current code states that alcohol and teenage nightclubs are not operated in the same facility, and we would recommend denial.
I have something to say regarding that. I came to city licensing and told them all the aspects of business that I wanted to run. And I said, what do I need to be able to do this? They're the ones who issued me 3 temporary licenses because they said, well, you can use them. You have to notify us when you use which one. So on obviously days that we run a teenage nightclub, we do not have liquor on premises anywhere. And so, but we cannot just generate, I wouldn't have started the business if it was only a business for a teenage nightclub. It does not make enough revenue for a small business that I am. So we need other avenues to generate revenue as a banquet hall and renting out the facility for other events. So that's why they issue me 3 different licenses. Why do I have an adult nightclub license? So that I can have 21 and up there with liquor. They were the ones who issued me that. I would not have gone into a business venture like this if I knew that, at some point they're just going to take that away. So here I am putting all my investment, time, and all my money into something that, I discussed with them prior.
Well, I appreciate that, and I don't know the answer. I don't know whether anybody in the city has a response to that as to why 3 different licenses were issued, which may be incompatible with one another. Ms. Meyer?
Carol Meyer, Finance and I guess just business licensing. When Mr. Owens did approach us, it was for a teenage nightclub. That was his business model. That was what he wanted to do. He said he also had this other space, and he said he would like the opportunity, once in a blue moon, I think is how he phrased it, to maybe have other events where he did not have teens there. He said he would close the teenage nightclub. He wasn't asking for a liquor license. He would have his banquet facility, hire a liquor caterer to come in for these other events. We cautioned him at the time that there is an ordinance that says no teenage nightclub can even share a roof with a liquor establishment, but there is no liquor license there. So he felt that this was a way that he could comply with the ordinance the way it was written. I've since asked for clarification on that section of our ordinance because we met with him to go over the areas of concern in the report. That was our main concern, was the areas of concern that Metro provided with the report. And I cautioned him that he needs to make up his mind. Either he's going to be an adult venue with alcohol or he's going to be a teen venue. You really can't have an ongoing mixing the two. And he shared with me at the last meeting that his goal now is every Friday night he wants to have 21 and up events. And
I never said that. We're not. We've pulled a liquor license.
Wait a second.
I'm sorry.
Are you through? Wait.
Go ahead.
Are you through?
So then basically we did caution him that those two do not mix. We have great concerns. It causes concern for the city. And in the same meeting he said perhaps the hours of operation. Make sure that by this hour, have a condition on his license that all the teens would be gone, and then, at later hours be able to run adult venues. Did share with him a concern. I believe that the main reason for Ms. Duddleston, I don't want to speak for her recommendation for denial, is not basically because he wants liquor caterers to come in once in a while in his banquet facility. It would be the areas of concern in his investigative report.
Okay. Why don't you wind it up?
If I may add to that, then. A couple key points about Area 170. We're an all-ages music venue designed for local bands and DJs to perform to their peers. We provide entertainment for youth in a controlled environment overseen by the city when working with the city. Las Vegas is such an adult-oriented town that there is very little for under 21 crowd to do, especially for the 18 and under crowd. Area 170 is currently providing an outlet for this as a safe place for teens to go for events and entertainment. Area 170 has had thousands of teens through our venue with no fights, no injuries, and not one parental complaint. 8 months of operation with continued cooperation and communication with the city. We have never been cited for a code violation at this point within city business licensing or conditions. Those conditions were released to us and we followed all the conditions. We have enforced our parental permission forms and youth registration and membership for all of our dance events. We have changed and evolved our policies to better improve our security and safety for our young guests in working with Special Investigations in Metro. We've increased our security staff and went above and beyond the minimum city requirements for our dance events. As he stated, we added 20 DVR cameras that are watching all areas, including our door searches, our waiting lines, exits, dance floors, and patios. And we've met with city detectives on multiple occasions to better educate and understand the key points to be aware of with the illegal substances distribution and how to minimize or eliminate that problem with the venue. So we were looking for ways to work with them. And now we're working with even more community events such as the Exposed Group to promote smoke-free scenes for the youth in Las Vegas. And bottom line, without a venue like mine working with the city and Metro, the youth will still find a way to be entertained by bands and clubs and music in their own ways with illegal places and completely underground events without being without having the city aware of their events or monitoring them.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may I clarify, since the reports that you have in your books and Metro's attempts to work with them to try to work out some of their issues within the building, I did mention that there were 7 calls for service and there were 2 arrests. The arrests were made to the owner of the facility, was arrested on 10 counts of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. And during this event, 2 minors were cited for the consumption of alcohol. And an employee who indicated he was a manager for the business was arrested on 2 counts of battery of a police officer.
All right, thank you.
If I may say something to that.
All right.
That case should not be brought up at all or in any judgment to this because that is still a pending case.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I'm sorry, that can't be used at all.
I would also like to make a statement about something he said. He said no parents made any complaints in reference to his business operations. However, while I was there posing as an undercover capacity, I did document in one of my officer's reports that while standing outside the business waiting to get in, a parent did approach one of the doormen complaining that his son had run away, and last time he ran away to this business, and it was his opinion that his son came home under the influence of an unknown narcotic, as well as him saying he's been enforcing his rules. We've documented several times that he has rules posted on his webpage that he never enforced to begin with. I have pictures to show dress code violations. One of the flyers he put out insinuated drug use at the club, and I just don't believe all his statements.
All right, well, that's up to us. I appreciate that. All right, Councilman Ross.
Thank you. And Mr. Owens, I can appreciate the amount of money and time and effort you put into your business. We are here to discuss and take possible action regarding your temporary teenage nightclub license. And I want to clarify for the record that this does not affect your other temporary licenses. Ms. Duddleston, would you refresh our memory in regards to what those temporary licenses are so it's clear in Mr. Owens' mind?
He has a temporary license for a banquet hall and a nightclub license.
Okay. I think, Mr. Owens, you're going to need to make a decision here. Adults, you're absolutely right. This is an adult city. But you have a venue in the backyard of many of my friends and constituents that is affecting the lives of the youth in that area. And when I read an investigation report covered, every page covered with challenges to me as a parent, and my concerns about drugs, my concerns about gangs, my concerns about your rules of conduct in your business aren't being adhered to, and I appreciate Metro's investigation. I mean, that's how we get these things. I'm a little more simple-minded. If it's good for the community, it's good for the community. If it's not good for the community, it's just not good for the community.
If I may add, when was that report done?
I think that...
I was in our 2nd month of operation. It's been 8 now. And there's not been another report or another issue.
This is dated February 8th. Sergeant, is that familiar to you, the report we have in front of us? Am I right, Sergeant, Detective
The
Sergeant?
investigations were conducted from November of 2010 until January of 2011, which there were multiple reports throughout those 3 months.
Yeah, and Mr. Owens, I'm going to tell you this. If I dumped a bunch of money into my business and I wanted to keep my doors open and create a venue for teenagers and up-and-coming artists in regards to music, I would make sure that I'm playing by the rules and I was squeaky clean.
That's why I'm here.
You're not squeaky clean. If an officer can walk into your establishment and buy narcotics, what does that tell me as a city councilor?
Answer this. If an officer did an undercover operation in one of our schools here in Vegas, guess what? They'd walk out with drugs. That's a sting operation in my business.
Mr. Owens, you're not helping yourself here. I'm going to move, Your Honor, for denial of the temporary teenage nightclub license and look forward to your other temporary licenses coming before us, Mr. Owens.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 77 is discussion and possible action regarding a temporary Class 3A secondhand dealer license for Anthony J. Rila, doing business as Gold and Silver Jewelry Supply, 1300 East Sahara Avenue, and this is in Ward 3. Is the applicant present? Okay, Mr. Brown. Okay. Who's leading off, Ms. Duddleston or Ms. Meyer?
I'm handling this one.
Okay.
Carol Meyer, Business Licensing. Today, the application before you for the secondhand dealer license, I'd like to provide you with just a brief history, if I could, before I turn the time over to Mr. Rila, who is here, and also Mr. Brown, who is his attorney. We issued an administrative temporary license for this application in August of last year, and it was on the October 20th City Council agenda for an extension of that temporary license. In January, we received the investigative report returned to us with areas of concern, both for Mr. Rila and, if you've read through the report, his key employee, Mr. Gibson. Per your request, Mr. DiFiore and I tried to schedule a meeting to meet with Mr. Gibson and Mr. Rila to go over the areas of concern in the report. And due to some health issues of Mr. Rila, this meeting was postponed several times. On May 23rd, I had the opportunity of meeting with both the applicant, Mr. Rila, and Mr. Gibson, along with Mr. Brown, to go over their investigative reports in detail. And we have Sergeant Carmen Donegan here to answer any questions you have, and investigative specialist Patty Gluntz, who prepared the report to answer any questions. I would like to turn the time over to Mr. Rila and Mr. Brown to make their statements and comments on this case.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you. For the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant, which is Gold and Silver Jewelry Supply, and Mr. Rila, who, as you can see, is here, this afternoon.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem.
Carol, Ms. Myers, could you go over the concerns that we have?
Okay.
Before he proceeds.
Okay. The main concerns, when you read through the report of Mr. Rila, there was a few concerns with his background, and most of those he's been able to explain and clear up, and I think even with investigative specialist Patty Gluntz, with the exception of his selection of his key employee, Mr. Gibson, that was the largest area of concern. Mr. Gibson had a history in this exact same business and ran into some problems.
And has either one of them ever had a secondhand dealership license?
He did.
Mr. Gibson did.
He was the owner and operator of Steve's Buy and Sell, and part of his negotiations and his final disposition of his case was to surrender that business license.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Continuing, as you know, Mr. Rila has a temporary license at the present time, and I think if you spoke to Metro, there have been no incidents since August that would warrant him not getting a permanent license. He's been operating to date, and to the best of my knowledge, at least in his, there have been no problems. An issue has arisen, as Business Licensing has said, with regard to his relationship with Mr. Gibson. I want to make it clear, we're not here today on asking for Mr. Gibson to have a key employee approval, okay? The only point that we're making with regards to I call it the judgment of Mr. Rila, is he's known this gentleman, Mr. Gibson, for about 25 years. They've been good friends in all that time, and I might add, Mr. Gibson has been employed at the business since approximately August. And again, as I mentioned earlier, there have been no incidents for Metro to be concerned about, and it's been run in a proper way. He has, as you heard, been operating, Mr. Gibson, previous experience. He's got 15 years in this business, from about 1988, and in 2004 is when the incident that you just heard transpired. He did in fact, for the record, plead guilty to attempted theft. And that again was 7 years ago. 7 years ago. And the only thing that Mr. Rila is asking, that because he trusts Mr. Gibson, he would like to see him remain as an employee, since he's done a very good job for the last 10 months, and just remain as an employee because he's a friend and he wants to give him the opportunity to work in this industry that Mr. Gibson knows so well. And with that, we'll answer any questions, and we hope you give Mr. Rila your approval today.
Fine. Mr. Rila, did you want to be heard?
You want to be heard? He'll answer any questions if there's any. Thank you, Mr.
Fine.
Mayor.
Are there any questions of either staff or Metro or Mr. Rila?
Mayor
Yes,
Goodman,
Councilor Wilson.
I have two questions, please. Investigator Gluntz. Investigator? You are the author of the report that I have in front of me. And on the second page of that report, you state it should be noted the applicant only disclosed certain things.
Correct.
Okay. And my question is, what question was he asked that would have, in your opinion, required him to answer things that occurred 35 to 40 years ago that resulted in dismissal or unknown or unknown or unknown? What question was he asked that you believe that he should have disclosed that information about?
On the personal history questionnaire, we have a question that asks, have you ever been arrested? There's no time limit on that arrest.
Okay, okay.
And the only thing that he did disclose, when he thought he had a DUI, I believe it was in, he had the date wrong, but that's the only thing that he disclosed. He did not disclose the other prior arrests.
Okay, were those actually arrests, those things back in 64 and 65?
Yes, they showed up on his FBI record, and it indicates that he was taken into custody and fingerprinted, and his record was sent to the FBI.
Okay.
So those were actual arrests.
So I can understand why you would think that he didn't answer that question from a technical standpoint, even though they resulted in no charges or no disposition. Okay, my second question is, and I don't know if it's relevant, but on Mr. Gibson's case, when he was ordered to surrender his license as part of the plea bargain from 7 years ago, is that something, and is Mr. Jerbick here? Okay, or Mr. Scott, I don't know if you can answer that, but is that something permanent? Meaning, if a judge in a case, as part of the sentence, says you're to surrender a license, but then the person survives the case, perhaps finishes probation, are they forever ordered to never have a license again? Or was it just for that period of probation, if you will?
Let me suggest
It
this.
it really depends on what the judge's determination was. It could have been a permanent.
I'm not telling you.
It could have been a permanent seizure of his license, or it could have been just for the terms of probation.
Let me respond to that if I can.
Real quickly, I think, Carol, you showed me the document yesterday, which was the court minutes.
Yes, it was.
Did it say anything about a permanent surrender?
It did not. And I believe he has his counsel here that handled
I have
the case.
Mr. Gibson's attorney, Brian Fisher, here, who could probably respond. My understanding was a throwaway. The store was already closed, and therefore it was easy to do.
And I think the ultimate answer will come from swift justice.
There's only two people that get that joke.
Okay, sorry.
You want to hear from Mr. Fisher directly to that, or is it up to you?
It's his wife's new program.
No, I think that I figured out the answer from
Okay.
what Mr. Brown said and Carol's reiteration of what the minutes say. I don't think it's a forever thing.
Right.
I think he was ordered to surrender it if he had it at that time during the pendency of that case, perhaps.
Okay, any other questions before I turn to Mayor Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem?
I certainly support Metropolitan Police Department and the investigation team that they have. As far as Mr. Rill is concerned, I go back, 1964, 1965, even 1981. I think that there is a time there where we shouldn't go back and judge what they've done since then. And so I don't have a problem with Mr. Rilla. As far as Mr. Gibson is concerned, it certainly bothers me a little bit that he is even working at this location. If he did those things that he lost his license, and I don't care, whether it was swift justice or just plain justice. I don't understand the difference. But I certainly don't want him to be at this time licensed as a key employee at this location. I would ask Metro, has there been any warrants issued or any, not warrants, any tickets issued at this location in the last, since they've been open? Citations.
Sergeant Donegan, not that I'm aware of.
That's it. And so I do know that if there is a problem, I am going to ask for a 1-year review on this license. I'm going to make a motion for approval of this application with a 1-year review.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post?
Thank you again.
Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I just wanted to thank Carol for all that you've done and all these investigations you've worked on, how diligently you've worked, and how hard you've worked, and how good you've worked. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, item 79 is discussion of possible action regarding the efforts of the Business License Work Group of the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition to streamline the licensing process across jurisdictions. Mr. Fagg.
Flynn Fagg with the Department of Planning. I also have with me Karen Duddleston, our licensing manager, and Carol Meyer, our licensing supervisor. The Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition has requested that we give a report to you on the efforts of the Business Licensing Work Group. In the interest of time, I'll try and go through our presentation very quickly. We do have representatives of the work group here with us. The work group is made up of representatives from the City of Las Vegas, the City of Henderson, the City of North Las Vegas, Boulder City, and Clark County. The Business Licensing Work Group was originally formed back in February of 2010 to address issues that were brought up by AB 494. Since its inception,
You know, I'm going to use my mayoral prerogative here. I know you've prepared this, but this is something that I really believe is of such import that the new mayor and the new councilman should be privy to. So I'm going to ask that this presentation be made at the first meeting on July the 6th. I think it's important enough that the new members of the council be briefed on this.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I hope I didn't overstep my bounds. I just think it's appropriate. Thank you. So I'll move to obey it till July 6th. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 80 is Park and Recreation Advisory Commission, the term of Tom McGrath. It expires March 1st of 2012. Mr. McGrath resigned. Does anybody have a motion to appoint a new member to fill the unexpired portion of that term? All right, then why don't we move to obey this to the July 6th meeting as well, and if somebody has a candidate, to bring him up at that time. If anybody from the public wishes to be appointed to the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission, please advise your council person so that they'll put your name up for consideration. So my motion is to obey to July the 6th. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 81 is the Historic Preservation Commission. The term of Gregory Richard Seymour expires June the 18th of 2011. He resigned. I believe there is a recommendation by Mr. Fagg, is that correct, to fill that vacancy?
Yes, there is. We have an application from Colleen Beck, and staff would support her to fill that vacancy.
All right, so there's a recommendation by staff to appoint Colleen Beck. Are there any other recommendations at this point?
Hearing none, you want to make a motion that we appoint Colleen Beck.
Thank you. That's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Number 82 is discussion and possible action regarding a second amendment to the City of Las Vegas Citizens Advisory Committee to the Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and adopting the amended bylaws thereof concerning membership categories. This pertains towards 1, 3, and 5. Mr. Arndt? Very fast, Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. This is really broadening the rules for membership so that we have an easier time seating members for the committee. Staff recommends approval.
Very good. Moved, Your Honor. All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 84 and 85, bills 2011-26 and 2011-27, are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, and we're going to move on to item number 86. Number 86 is a motion, to hear a motion to go into closed sessions to discuss performance reviews for our city attorney and city auditor and for an update on labor negotiations. May I have a motion to go into, we're going to strike the labor negotiations aspect of that. So it's to hear presentations by our city attorney and our city auditor concerning their performance. We will
we go into a closed door session at 2:15.
Say it again, please.
2:15.
We'll start the closed door session at 2:15, and we'll be back here, hopefully, as I advised everybody. We won't start before 3 o'clock because
2:30.
2:30. We'll start as close to 2:30 as possible. That's what I advised folks earlier today when I saw we were running behind. So I'll ask Mr. Jervik and Mr. Snelling to be available at 2:15. Very good. So we're in recess until, pardon me? Okay, let's vote on the Mayor Pro Tem's motion, please. Post? Motion carries. We're in recess until at least 2:30.
Congratulations, and good to see you again. Yep. Oh, hey, one quick question.
Oh, man, I'm telling you.
Beatrice, we're only going to the end of the counter. I'm sorry, it's not more exciting. In between AM and PM.
Cooper skipping my item, so yeah. Go eat lunch.
Yeah, this is mobile. This is left. You can call on my side if you want because
You can, but it's just easier for left. And I've got, let me give you my,
do that. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I assure you that during this time we were working very diligently on matters of personnel, which we're required to do under our state statute, and reporting some matters concerning our labor negotiations. We'll start with item number 11. This was a discussion and possible action regarding the annual review of our city attorney, Bradford R. Jervik. Before I do that, I have to reconvene, of course, the city council meeting from this morning. And what we did during our break is we had Mr. Jervik, our city attorney for 19 years, come in and tell us about what he believes his office accomplished this past year and what he foresees will be the case in the coming year. And we expressed great satisfaction with everything that he's done and everything that his office is doing. We also advised him that because of the economics that are facing us these days, we're just not in a position, for many reasons, to reward him financially for the services that he renders to the city, but we can give him our word of confidence as well as our word of thanks. And Brad, I'm sorry we can't do more this year, but we have to lead by example, and it starts at the top, and you're darn near the top. So accept our thanks, our appreciation, and continue the fine work.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very happy with what I make, and I'm very happy working with this council, and both you and Mayor Pro Tem are going to be very much missed.
Well, thank you very much for that kindness, and Mayor Pro Tem, if you would make a motion to that effect, please.
That'll be my motion, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you, Rad. Item number 12 is a discussion and possible action regarding the annual review of our city auditor, Radford Snelding. Rad came on board about 11 years ago and really has changed the way the city of Las Vegas does business. He's our internal auditor. He has a wonderful staff that goes in and reviews the processes of the various departments of the city and basically keeps us honest, and the public can sleep soundly when they review the work that Rad does and brings to our attention, as well as to the audit committee's attention. It's one of the few cities that I'm aware of that actually exposes our weaknesses in public. Rad conducts his surveys, he makes suggestions, he works with the staff, he gets agreements as to whether or not they're going to change the methods of operation, and that's all available to the public, and it's not behind closed doors. So we show ourselves, warts and all, and I have to commend him for a wonderful job. We thank you for your presentation. Once again, the same as with Brad, as well as with Betsy. The most we could offer you is our sincere thanks and a vote of confidence on our part, and we thank you for your presentation. We could have a motion to that effect, please.
That'll be my motion, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. There was an item number 80, which we had on this morning's calendar, and we abated. We'd like to call it back at this time. That's Park and Recreation Advisory Commission. The term of Tom McGrath expires March 1st, 2012. We resign. May I have a motion to reconsider, please?
Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to let that stand at the 7-6 meeting.
Very good. Okay, no problem, as long as we're advised of those things. No problem. Now, been asked by Councilman Barlow to recall item number 70. Item number 70 is discussion and possible action regarding a disposition and development agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc. and the Cleveland Clinic Foundation for the disposition and development of parcels A2, B, J, and K in Symphony Park, located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway, as a medical facility, $2,400,000 in Symphony Park Capital Projects funds, and this is in Ward 5. Councilman.
Yes, Mayor.
As I understand it, you made an inquiry this morning concerning our employment plan, and Mr. Arndt indicated that he believed that it was in the agreement. He, in fact, has checked that out. It's not in the agreement, and I believe it's your desire that it become part of the agreement.
That is accurate, Mayor, and at this time, Mr. Arndt will go ahead and present how, in fact, we are to insert that within the disposition and development agreement for the Cleveland Clinic Little Rubel, which will be vitally important for the overall development of this site and also for the betterment of the community as well as the developer as a whole. So, Mr. Arndt, if you will, please.
Thank you. Good morning for the record, or good afternoon. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. I have a handout for the Mayor and Council which shows the exact change that we're making to the agreement, so if I could ask.
Ms. Bridges, could you hand that up to us, please?
The change that needs to be made is on page 5, Roman numeral 5. The second definition that states requirement needs to be removed in its entirety and replaced with the following. Requirement means, 1, the applicable laws, rules, regulations, constitutions, orders, ordinances, charters, statutes, codes, executive orders, policies, and requirements of the governmental authorities having jurisdiction over a developer or Symphony Park, including without limitation the Americans with Disabilities Act and any of the foregoing related to handicapped access or parking, the building code of the city, the laws, rules, regulations, orders, ordinances, statutes, codes, and requirements of any applicable fire rating bureau or other body exercising similar functions, and the City of Las Vegas Economic Development Project's employment plan adopted on April 6, 2011 as resolution number 13-2011. That is the provision that needed to be changed, and that was the intention of the parties, and it did not make it into the final drafting as was the intention. So with that, I'd like to submit that whole paragraph which has been submitted to the city clerk and replace the existing paragraph which is on page 5 of the contract. With that, staff does recommend approval, and I appreciate your indulgence in recalling the item.
And I appreciate it, Mr. Arndt, in working with me also to make sure that this was added in the DDA before us. In addition to that, the state legislature, although it has just recently closed as of last week for their 120-day session, I believe that there was a bill that passed as relates to the employment plan. How does that affect our employment plan as a City of Las Vegas ordinance in relation to what the state has just currently passed? Is there overlap? Is there any changes that we must do within our ordinance in order to meet the qualifications or at least the threshold of this state's new legislation? Can you speak to that?
Sure. The legislature passed a bill known as Senate Bill 360, which for the most part, in general, mirrors our own employment plan policy that you and the council adopted by resolution. There is one distinction because the state looks at multiple jurisdictions. They looked at not just the City of Las Vegas, its redevelopment area, but also the Southern Nevada Enterprise Community Area. And so there's some additional language that gives us direction on how to administer our employment plan policy. We will be coming back to you with a cleanup amendment to make sure that our policy is completely consistent. Again, the general intent is that they are consistent, but we do believe, in speaking to our city attorney's office, that there is a cleanup amendment that we need to take to that to address that change at the legislature. So we will be doing that at a later date.
Okay, and that later date, is it within the next 30, 60, 90 days?
We're going to be coming quickly as soon as we can get it out with the attorney's office. We would expect within probably the next 30 to 45 days.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So with that, Mayor and Council, thank you so very much for allowing this item to come back. And so for that, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendations subject to all conditions and amendments to item number 70. Thank you.
And before you vote, I just want to make sure it's clear on the record, Cleveland Clinic's not here now. They were here this morning, but Bill has represented that they are aware of this amendment and they're in agreement with this amendment.
That's correct.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 88, any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Council members, is there anything we need to bring forward? Your Honor, we don't have any, so I'll make a motion to nothing.
Yes, ma'am?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Marcia Kimball Sims, and I represent the Good Times Smoke Shop. We'd like to have that item held in abeyance for 30 days. I've spoken with Mr. Flynn concerning it.
Do you have the number of that item?
109.
109? And that's in what ward?
Ward 5, Ricky Barlow.
Okay, Councilman Barlow, what's your position on that?
I'm going to go ahead and move forward to hear this item today.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yes, sir? Yes. Mr. Carter?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Am I on? Rod Carter with Clear Channel Outdoor with regards to 99. I faxed in a request asking to hold this in abeyance for 30 days so we can have some discussions with the Councilwoman Tarkanian.
All right, you're asking for a
30-day abeyance.
30-day abeyance. Councilwoman, your position, please?
That's fine. I would agree to that abeyance.
All right, fine. Do we vote on that or just? Okay, fine. Then,
Your Honor, I make a motion we
right.
bring item number 99 forward and hold it in abeyance until our August 3rd meeting.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Anybody else?
Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at the wrong number. I apologize. I will go ahead under the recommendation of Ms. Kimball Sims to hold item number 109. Was it 2 weeks? Where did she go? Ms.
Did you want 2 weeks or 30 days, ma'am? 30 days.
Okay, 30 days is fine.
All right, we need a motion to that effect. That's item
Item
109.
109, I make a motion we hold that in abeyance until our August 3rd, 2011 meeting.
Very good. Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Then we'll go on to item 89. And let me say this, folks. We apologize once again for having so many of you wait to have this afternoon agenda called. As I said, we were working all the way through, and we really had no choice, but we appreciate your patience. 89 is a public hearing and possible action to consider a request for a waiver and or reduction of fees and or civil penalties for the property located at 4245 Amethyst Avenue in the amount of $45,118.50. The property owner is Goodrich and Pennington Mortgage Fund, and this is in Ward 6. Mr. Smith, you'll hustle.
Yes, sir, I will.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Neighborhood Response Manager. The purpose and background of today's hearing is to request from Goodrich and Pennington Mortgage Fund owner to consider a request for a waiver and or reduction of fees imposed on the parcel of the City Council meeting on February 16, 2011. The case was generated on April 8, 2010. There was one abatement conducted at this property July 20, 2010. The lien was recorded at the Clark County Recorder's Office on March 2, 2011. Building and Safety received a request for a waiver and or reduction of civil penalties application dated March 4, 2011 from Goodrich and Pennington Mortgage Fund. Owner requesting the civil penalties be waived. And just to refresh your memory, Councilman Ross, this is the one that the assessor's office had the wrong mailing address. Although we properly posted it like we were supposed to, mailed it, the address we were mailing it to was the wrong address per the city assessor's office, the county assessor's office. So I believe that they had talked to your office and agreed to pay the hard cost of $4,118.50.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Ross.
What was the amount? 4,118?
Yes, $4,118.50.
And they're not here today?
They are not. Okay. He was not aware that the meeting was today. He was noticed. He talked to your office yesterday, and they advised him, yes, the meeting was today, and he is out of state.
All right, and that's going to be my motion, Your Honor. Move to recover hard costs on this address, agenda item 89, in the amount of $4,118.50.
Okay, it's a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard?
Do we have the photos on this? And I'd like to see the applicant present too, so we can hold the guy out in the plaza and shoot him. It's a morning.
Okay.
Well, I got to say, did he agree to pay?
Apparently he agreed to pay the hard costs.
No problem.
If I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just for Todd's benefit. This is over in Jade Park, Todd, and this has been a family struggle. Mail crossed paths. owners have worked it out with me. This is one of those instances where you bet if this was a mortgage company or a bank, I'd love to see that. Well, I wouldn't love to see that happen, Todd, but nonetheless, it's they've worked it out, and they're trying to do what's right, certainly repay the taxpayer by recovering these hard costs, get the property in a condition that people can live in it and move on.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so we're not going to shoot him. I'm relieved. Okay, may I have a motion, please?
That was my motion, Your Honor,
Okay,
to
thank you.
recover $4,118.50.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And the overhead didn't work, or it wasn't on the screen, so the next one, if you do have the film, I'd advise that it be shown. And item number 90, it's a public hearing and possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement and nuisance located at 1135 Jessica Avenue with the amount of $4,270.35 and assess a maximum of $22,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner's Gilberto Lopez. This is in Ward 3, and it's a public hearing.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Neighborhood Response Manager. The condition of the property was...
And once again, it's not on the screen. Now, do we have films for this or not?
We should.
Let's see them. There you go.
The condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Building and Safety declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Building and Safety hired NDX LLC to board all open doors and windows and remove front porch cover, remove all trash debris and high vegetation, and remove fence from the front of property. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value on the property based on Zillow.com is $54,500. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $1,649 invoice for NDX LLC in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $4,270.35 and consider assessing a maximum of $22,550 in daily civil penalties. And, Your Honor, just for the record, the $4,270.35 was paid by the new property owner on 6/8 of this month.
Thank you very much. And you, sir, your name, please.
My name is Ray Alvarez. I just bought the property on June 3rd. And then when I went by the property and I saw the notice posted, I called Mr. Devin Smith to try to take care of it. Apparently the bank had already cleaned it.
Fair enough. Thank you. Anybody want to be heard on this, the public hearing? We'll close the public.
You said it's been taken care of, right? No problem.
Close the public hearing then.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I would move to accept the $4,270.35 and waive the $22,550 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you. That's a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed?
Thank you, sir.
Motion carries, and thank you for what you did.
Thank you.
Right. Item 91 is a public hearing and possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 513 Harrison Avenue in the amount of $2,423.50 and assess a maximum of $47,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Kimberly M. Williams et al., and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Neighborhood Response Manager. The purpose and background is the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Building and Safety declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken or an appeal filed, the Department of Building and Safety hired Blast Janitorial Services to board all open doors and windows, remove all trash and debris, hide and dead vegetation. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value of the property based on Zillow.com is $45,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $650 invoice for Blast Janitorial Services in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $2,423.50 and consider assessing a maximum of $47,050 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you. Property owner here or a representative of Kimberly M. Williams? Okay, it's a public hearing, folks, if anybody would like to be heard.
Good afternoon. My name is George Collin, Collin Asset Management. We own the properties right next door to that property, and we've actually talked to Kimberly, and she has no money. She wants to basically sell the property, and I told her that I'm willing to to go ahead and do it, but with that kind of a lien on the properties, it's crazy. $30,000 is pretty much what it goes for. So I feel it's wrong to keep adding to the bill. You know what I mean? It's just going to be sitting there tied up.
Okay, thank you, sir. Did you give us your name?
George Collin.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anybody else like to be heard?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask Mr. Hahn if he'd be willing to keep the property up. The lawn mowed, the garbage picked up, trees watered, things like that.
My question, the owner of the property is a senior citizen?
I don't.
You have no idea?
No.
Well, there's a problem there. But anyway, it sounds like a hardship, so do your own thing, make a decision.
Okay, would anyone else like to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for the presentation today. One thing that those of us who have properties in communities, we must provide the necessary care for these properties. And when government has to step in and utilize tax dollars in order to keep these properties safe, keep them boarded, keep them free and clear of trash, glass, and debris, that comes at a cost. And that's a cost that the taxpayers are paying right now. And it is our fiscal responsibility to try and retrieve as much dollars in return from the monies that is expended in order to keep these properties up to code. And I understand that there possibly may be a hardship. I don't know, being that I don't know the owner of the property. However, I do know that city staff has gone out and erased a lot of the blight, if not all of the blight, on this property. So for that, I'm going to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, subject to all conditions until further notification from the owner as to how, in fact, we can work to mitigate a future recommendation. So that will be my motion at this time.
All right,
Excuse me, could I ask a question?
Certainly.
I meant to ask before, but was the gentleman up here, was he saying that he would buy the property, but he couldn't afford the $40,700? I mean, it was sort of ludicrous to charge that, sir.
Yes, I did. I've been actually talking to her for about a year and a half now. She is mentally disabled, the lady, okay?
She is a senior citizen?
Yes, she is. They don't have the money. They're very poor, and basically they're just waiting for the city to come and take the house.
So you've offered to buy the house?
I did.
And to pay the amount of money, $2,423, that was the cost to the city of keeping the house up, but you couldn't afford, and it wouldn't be business-wise, to go to the $47,000 because that's what the house is about worth totally.
Yeah, it's actually, the numbers on Willow are actually inaccurate, but their houses around there are going for about $30,000 and not in good conditions. Most of the houses there are, people go into them and there's problems in the area, so, but that's what they're going for.
And you approached her because you were keeping your house up and she wasn't?
Oh, no. I maintain. I have flowers in my garden and everything, and I kind of feel bad for the lady. I go myself and I clean up. I hire people to take down the weeds and everything, and I pretty much kept it up. Just recently, somebody did break into it and removed about 4 or 5 pieces of plywood, and from my understanding, that's what they, just recently fixed. And when I saw that price, I was like, what is this? It's like they're purposely trying to take it from her.
Were you going to buy the house immediately?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just wondered. That information didn't come out, and
this would really help her, and she wants to do it, but she feels like it's just a lost cause. So I thought I'd come down and just find out if there's a way that we can help her.
Mayor,
Thank you.
And Councilwoman, Mayor, if you don't mind.
All right, Councilman Barlow.
I'm sorry, Councilman Ross.
Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mayor. Can you state your name again, please?
George Collin.
George Collin.
Collin, yes.
Okay.
Collin Asset Management. We have actually acquired a few properties on the west side there. We've been there for about 10 years. So.
These folks aren't living in the house.
They were for a while, but when they couldn't, they ended up moving with family because she is a little bit messed up. Yeah.
So if the city were today to recoup its $2,423, you'd be in a position to purchase this property from them, and they'd agree to that?
Absolutely. Yes, they would.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Does she have a guardian or somebody who's looking over her legal affairs?
Yes.
Have you talked to that guardian as to the sale of the home?
Yes.
And the guardian would agree to your price, your offering?
Yes, right after this, I'm going to, whatever happens here, I'm going to go and talk to them. They own a body shop nearby, so I'll go there and,
Okay,
hopefully.
Councilor Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members. This is something that I can commit to, Mayor and council, as well as yourself, whether it be you or anyone else out there listening as it relates to this property. I'm going to continue to move forward with this recommendation. However, upon anyone looking to purchase this property, feel free to reach back out to my office, and we can bring this item back and we can negotiate the civil penalties. However, the general fund dollars in the amount of $2,423.50 is etched in stone. I'm not budging from that number.
Right.
However, I'm willing to negotiate the $47,000.
Absolutely.
So I'm not going to negotiate that now because you have not
Exactly.
the property tied up. So if in fact you're looking to purchase the property and you're looking to revitalize that property, I'll be willing to negotiate on this price in order that it pencils out for you.
That's exactly what I
Or
wanted
for
to hear.
anyone else for that matter, not just you.
I know.
So I want to make sure that
I
it's
know.
it's a general statement for you or anyone else for that matter.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
All right, that's a motion, then let's vote. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 92 is a public hearing and possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1808 Lexington Street in the amount of $3,811.50 and assess a maximum of $46,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is First Las Vegas Global, Inc., and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Neighborhood Response Manager. The purpose and background is the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Building and Safety declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Building and Safety hired Blast Janitorial Services to board all open doors and windows and remove all trash, debris, high vegetation, and apply an herbicide. To date, there have been 9 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value of the property based on Zillow.com is $58,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $1,250 invoice for Blast Janitorial Services in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $3,811.50 and consider assessing a maximum of $46,550 in daily civil penalties.
All right, thank you. Any questions to Mr. Smith? Is the property owner present, First Las Vegas Global, Inc., or a representative? All right, folks, a public hearing if you'd like to be heard.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Is Las Vegas Global, is that a mortgage company or bank or anything? Do we know?
That I don't know. I believe it's a group of investors.
My thing has always been this. Did they make an attempt to renegotiate the mortgage, or did they just clamp down on it?
I don't know.
And it makes a big difference.
Don't know the answer. Yes, sir?
Well, have you been able to reach them at all? Personally, you mean?
Not me personally, but we've sent certified letters to the address that they've accepted.
And no one, they did accept it?
Yes, they did.
Okay, well, hey, y'all work it out.
All right. Would anyone else like to be heard before we work it out? Okay. We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, as we all very well know, we've had properties all throughout our wards that have been in these type of situations, and in order to really get the banks, the investors, or the private owners' attention, we have to set the bar high, specifically in Ward 5, where I'm trying to rid my ward of the blight that exists, that's spotted throughout the ward. This is the best way to get those owners and banks' attention by making sure that we stick to our guns as pertaining to the hard costs as well as the civil daily penalties. So with that, I'm going to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, and should First Las Vegas Global, Inc. Come and meet with me and really lay out a game plan as to how, in fact, they're going to revitalize this residential property that can actually be placed back out on the market so that a needy family can move in and have a residence to provide for their families and really turn the neighborhood around to improve the quality of not only the structure but the community as a whole. I'm willing to have that conversation, but at this time I'm going to move and follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. And finally, 93, which is a public hearing and possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees and/or civil penalties for the property located at 201 George Place in the amount of $32,094. The property owners are Alicio C. and Emilio Quintana. This is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Neighborhood Response Manager. Today's hearing is...
Overhead, please, if you have one. Is there an overhead? Do you know, Mr. Smith, whether there is an overhead?
I believe there should be.
Well,
You know what I can do, Your Honor, is I have some current photos here.
well, whatever. I just think that the public is interested in seeing what we're addressing here. I don't know what the problem is. All right, that's something. Okay, Mr. Smith, we're all set.
Today's hearing is a request from Artur Terabellian, purchaser, to consider the request for a waiver and a reduction of fees imposed on the parcel at the City Council meeting on May 5th, 2010. The case was generated on December 1st, 2009. There was one abatement conducted at this location. It was conducted March 1st, 2010. The lien was recorded at the Clark County Recorder's Office on May 19th, 2010. Building and Safety received a request and/or waiver of the civil penalties application dated May 5th, 2011. From the purchaser requesting the civil penalties be waived. I believe that the purchaser has had some conversation with councilmen and that they've come up to an agreement that the purchaser would pay the hard cost plus 10% of the original daily civil penalties that were imposed on the property for a total of $5,499.23.
All right, thank you very much. Is the property owner here? All right, it's a public hearing if anyone would like to be heard.
Thank you, Todd Farlow. I'd like to ask Mr. Smith, when these photos were taken, is the current purchaser taking care of that tree? That's the main thing.
These were taken last month on the 16th, so it appears that the tree is still doing well.
It seems like it needs some water.
Okay, anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilor Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Smith. I will move forward with the 10% reduction of the daily civil penalty in the amount of the $5,000 and also the hard cost that has been imposed from the general fund.
That's the motion.
Your Honor, if I may?
Yes.
That $5,499 is a combined total of the 10% of the daily civil penalties and the subtotal for the hard costs without the daily civil penalties was $22,955, and then we had the 10% of the $29,550 of the $29,550 plus $63 in interest comes to a total of $5,499.23.
That would be my motion as amended.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go on to one motion, one vote. Items 90 through 98 may be considered in one motion, one vote. Do any of the council members wish to withdraw any of those for individual consideration? All right, hearing none, then we'll read them all. They're considered to be routine, non-public hearing and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from the portion of the agenda. Item 94 is EOT 41556. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, requests for an extension of time of a previously approved waiver of Title 18.12.130 requirements to allow public streets to not terminate in a cul-de-sac on 8.78 acres at the intersection of Las Vegas Wash and Sand Hill Road in Ward 3. 95 is RQR 41221. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is River Park 4 LLC. Required review of a previously approved special use permit, which allowed a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 6118 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1. 96 is RQR 41222. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor Inc. The owner is Martin W. Greenwald. Required review of a previously approved special use permit, which allowed a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 4850 North Rancho Drive in Ward 6. 97 is RQR 41253. The applicant is Lamar Central Outdoor LLC. The owner, James McCall, required review of a previously approved special use permit, which allowed a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2201 North Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 5. 98 is VAC 41152. The applicant is 3D Investment LLC. The owner is Nevada Development Associates LP. Petition to vacate a 30-foot wide section of Gilmore Avenue right-of-way and a 33-foot wide U.S. government patent easement located on the east side of Wallapai Way, approximately 675 feet north of Alexander Road in Ward 4. The staff recommends approval of all items, and the Planning Commission recommends approval of items 95 through 98. Items 95 through 98 are public hearings, which are now declared open. Would anyone wish to be heard on those items? 95.
Can I speak on item number 94, please?
Certainly.
Flynn, on item number 94, did you check and see if we still need this, or can we just
In the interest of caution, we would prefer to go ahead and have you move on that item.
As you can see on the overhead, Your Honor, this is Sand Hill and the Wash is where the new park we're going to be opening up next Monday is going to be opening. So I thought we're going to have the opening of this is the Doug Selby Family Park, by the way. There's parks on both sides of the Wash. It's beautiful, and so I don't have a problem, I guess, approving it. So.
All right, very good. Anybody else like to be heard? Yes, sir.
Sounds good to me, especially it is one, whatever. Look good.
Okay. Would anyone else like to be heard on any of these items? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll make a motion to approve items number 94 through 98 with all conditions, please.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 100 is SDR 30998, a site development plan review related to ZON 40999. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Wai Chun Jin. Request for a site development plan review for a parking lot with waivers to allow no perimeter landscape buffer along the west perimeter where 8 feet is required, and a 5-foot perimeter landscape buffer along the north and east perimeters where 15 feet is required on a portion of 0.53 acres at the southwest corner of Owens Avenue and N Street. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, folks.
This is Wai Chun Jin. I'm the owner for the southeast corner of Owens and N Street. At the beginning, when I start, going to the planning, I have a landscaper that gave me an estimate of the width of my existing landscaping. He told me 6 foot, so I asked for, a waiver for the 15 feet because we pave it not intentionally for a parking lot, but it was just to cut down the dust. And after I went to the planning, I went check around. I got 3 reputable, landscaper come and give me an estimate. I have an existing of 12 feet of landscaping. And what I would like to do with the economy right now, I'd like to ask for a 3-foot waiver so I can just move my parking blocks back 3 feet, because by cutting the asphalt, so I can do a much better, landscape and spend the money on that. And this is what I'm actually here to ask for a waiver of 3 feet. So instead of a 15, I have 12.
Thank you. All right. Would anyone like to be heard on this, the public hearing?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. That's what I was looking for. At the Planning Commission, there's some other photos of that parking lot. And where they went out and paved this thing, there was some shenanigans pulled. And they didn't look at the drainage issue wasn't addressed. I think there's 4 items that weren't addressed on this, that they just went ahead and did this to get around a bunch of crap. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know what it's all about, but this sounds like a failure to communicate, so I hope y'all get this straightened out also. Thank you.
Oh, she will. Okay. Anybody else? We'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Jen, for bringing this forward. I know you all have been working very diligently trying to continue to keep your business afloat, and thank you for continuing to work with my office at the same time. For the record, and Flynn, correct me if I'm wrong, according to the city's code, the landscape buffer must be 15 feet.
That is correct. It must
Okay.
be 15 feet, and they are showing 12 feet on
And
there.
they're showing 12 feet, so they're asking for a variance of 3 feet opposed to 15 feet.
That is correct.
Correct? Yes. And so after speaking with planning and looking at their rendering that they brought forward as far as their site plan, it is applicable to move forward with a 12-foot wide landscaping plan for this corner. And I'm okay with that. And I do understand that Mr. Fagg also has some conditions that he would like to place on the record.
Yes, thank you, Councilman. Based on the revised plan that you are showing there today, and I'd ask that you provide a copy of that plan to the clerk so that they have that for the record, we would make the following revisions to the conditions of approval. Condition number 2, we would add a statement saying, and the revised landscape exhibit, date stamped 6/15/11, noting today's date on the exhibit that you have there. On condition number 3, we would revise it to say a waiver from Title 1912 is hereby approved to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the west perimeter, a 12-foot wide perimeter landscape buffer along the entire length of the north perimeter, and the northern 30-foot portion of the east perimeter, and an 8-foot landscape buffer along a 50-foot portion of the east perimeter located south of the driveway. And then an added condition that would state a revised landscape plan shall be submitted to the Department of Planning for approval. The revised plan shall be to scale and shall depict the site in its entirety. Landscape materials within buffer areas shall comply with the requirements of Title 1908. And that would be the conditions that we would have.
Do you agree with those?
Yes.
Very good. Okay. Councilman, is that your motion?
That is my motion at this time.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries, and I'm going to do a good deed for you. If anybody has a chance to take a little time off and have great Chinese food, Pat Jin's Chinese food is unparalleled as far as Las Vegas is concerned. And if you tell him the mayor sent you, he'll comp you.
Mayor, you didn't give him the cross streets. Owens and Lake Mead. Owens and Martin Luther King.
Right, Owens and Martin Luther King. Okay, I hope he has 1 million people there this week.
Right.
Okay, 101 and 102. 101 is ZON 41312, request for rezoning from PD Plan Development to PD Plan Development. 102 is SDR 41313, request for site development plan review for proposed 3-story, 773,000 square foot shopping center, a 4-story parking garage, and a 6-story, 100-unit multifamily residential development. The applicant owner is RA Southeast Land Company, LLC. The project is located on 23.40 acres at the southeast corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of both items. These items are in Ward 2 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Mr. Brown, are you representing the applicant?
Yes, I am.
Very good. Be happy to hear from you now.
Okay. For the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me this afternoon is Greg Borgel, the applicant's consultant. Also in the audience is Frank Pancrest, the applicant's president, Todd Davis, our in-house counsel, and Johan Lowy, our developer, is here if there are any questions. Although it's a different LLC, this is the same developer that built and is building Tivoli Village. I know you're all somewhat familiar with our new exciting proposed project, but I'd like to have Mr. Borgel briefly describe it to you. I know the hour is late, so I know he'll be brief, but I know he wants to share it with you and the public.
Your Honor and council members, Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street.
If you'd be kind enough to speak in the mic, please.
Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street. If we could get on the overhead what I've put for display here so we can do a little pointing, that would make things easier.
Overhead, please.
Thank you. The project, as Mr. Brown pointed out, is associated with Tivoli Village, which is here, Alta Avenue being here, Ramparts there. The area in color is the new project, so it lies across Alta from Tivoli, and south of the new project is the existing Boca Park development. The project is going to be a high-end, we think pretty spectacular, 650,000 square foot net leasable indoor mall. And that is in contrast to Tivoli Village, which is in essence an outdoor dispersed mall. This would be an indoor mall with 3 major anchors, high-end tenants that the applicant's now negotiating with 2-story and 3-story options for those retail buildings. The balance of the interior mall is shown here, and it would be analogous to what occurs in other locations such as the Forum Shops at Caesars, an indoor high-end boutique mall associated with major tenants. The product here would fill a gap in the nature of the retail there, and we think make this the center of retail for the whole community. We have Tivoli Village, which you're aware of, is phase 1 is coming to completion. Phase 2 and 3, which might turn out just to be a phase 2 to the north of that, and then Angel Park. South is Boca Park. You know what Tivoli is like with high-end nice restaurants and other associated uses. You know that Boca Park serves a number of neighborhood commercial needs. This would be the high-end component, and this would make, we think, the center of commercial for the community when it's done. It would be planned to be built sequentially with the final phase of Tivoli Village, which would mean commencing construction near the end of 2013. These are large projects that require a lot of organization to get done. In terms of the amenities, if you will, for the community, first of all, there's a proposal for a pedestrian bridge connecting Tivoli to the new project, which will be called Renaissance. That will accommodate, obviously, the pedestrian connection without people having to walk across Alta, will decrease the number of vehicle trips as well that people might drive between the various components of the center. And just for the record, it creates a continuous pedestrian connection from the final part of Tivoli Village, the current part of Tivoli Village, the new Renaissance, and through Renaissance connecting to the existing Boca Park development. So everyone in the area will be served by an enhanced pedestrian connection. Similarly, we think we're enhancing the vehicular connection. The main entrance to the property will be here where the current signalized intersection for Tivoli is. That signalized intersection allows obviously free movements, left in, left out, right in, right out, which does not exist at the current location of the driveway that would have been here. So we think we're enhancing the vehicle service to the entirety of the property, including Boca Park, as there's an interior connection here. A couple of issues were raised at the Planning Commission level, and we responded in terms of concerns. One is that the neighbors here, first of all, wanted to make sure this buffer was maintained of mature trees and a large berm. Mr. Lowy has, in fact, already commenced maintaining and keeping those trees alive and intends to continue to do so. The neighbors were pleased with that. Another question the neighbors raised is that this residential component, they wanted to make sure it didn't overlook backyards in an offensive way. And in fact, the design there does not overlook in large part those rear yards. As you can see, the residential tower is in the form of a U with the three principal sides facing north, south, and west, not facing the houses to the east, which in any event are protected by, again, a very large setback and buffer. Another issue the neighbors raised is that we believe that one of these anchors is likely to need to be 3 stories. The neighbors are asking that if it's possible to make this one that's close to them not the 3-story unit, that we would do that, and we are working with the potential tenants there to accommodate that. The neighbors understand we can't guarantee it, but we're working to do that, and we'll do our best. Other issues were raised about general circulation. I will tell you that the entry here off Ramparts cannot be signalized, and accordingly will continue to be available on its current basis of right in and right out. Partly serves our property, partly serves Boca Park to the south, but that'll be maintained, and we'll have the enhanced access here. One more point in terms of the quality and the look, which we think is pretty spectacular. This is, in essence, the model that Mr. Lowy intends to use for the interior of the product. This is an existing mall called the Galleria in Milan, Italy, one of the world's most famous and oldest interior malls of its kind, obviously Italian design. This is a photograph of that building, not an architect's rendering, so this is what it looks like today, and this is what Mr. Lowy wants to echo on this property. We think it'd be a spectacular attraction in and of itself. It's architecturally consistent with Tivoli and the other work that Mr. Lowy's done in the area. We think the community is going to be very proud of this if you choose to approve it. We appreciate the favorable recommendation of your Planning Commission and of your staff. And in further appreciation of your staff, let me say that they've been just splendid working with us on this, we think, important and complex product. And we're going to keep working with them, and we appreciate their extra effort.
Any questions, Mr. Borgel? Folks, the public hearing, if anyone wants to be heard.
Real quick. You say this has got a lot of Italian styling to it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, if they use terrazzo and all that in some of the buildings and all, hey, that's designed to last for quite a while. So good luck.
Thank you.
Anybody like to be heard? Anybody else?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, James Grindstaff, 9440 West Sahara Avenue, employee of the Charleston Associates LLC. Real quickly, I just want to go over a few things.
You're here in opposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, let me tell you this right off the bat. We're here today with a very limited purpose, and that is to approve the site plan. I understand the civil litigation. You're involved on one side. Mr. Lowy's on the other side. Let a court decide that, okay? Now, if you want to make a record, I'm going to let you make a record, but make it fast.
I will, sir. I'll keep it under 3 minutes,
Fair
I
enough.
promise. The first thing I want to say is that we both benefit from a quality development there at Alta Drive. What they've already put there is beautiful, so there's no objections to those things. There's 3 items that I just want to bring to the forefront. The current design contemplates the use of the drive aisle that he spoke of off of Rampart Avenue, or Rampart Boulevard. If we can go to the overhead, we'll see on their site plan, I highlighted in green on a black and white, that entry is not part of their land, it's part of our application. To my knowledge, I've never seen an application, someone bring an application similar to this to the council and include someone else's land without the landowner's signature on an application. That would be this entry right here, which is owned by us, and I've got, the parcel map to show that as well. The RA Southeast has never approached us once for a signature or permission to use our drive aisle. At Planning Commission, RA Southeast claimed that the CC&R is allowed for cross-access. The CC&Rs also require approval of a design review by the Boca Park Architectural Review Board. They've yet to ask for this review. They argue, and city staff has taken the position they can remove themselves from the development agreement. I would like clarification on that, but however, nonetheless, if they do take themselves and remove themselves from the development agreement, it doesn't remove themselves from responsibilities under the CC&Rs, which they use to defend their position on the cross-access, but deny the CC&Rs on other development-related issues. They also mentioned the pedestrian bridge, which links our garage to their multifamily area. Once again, that's on our property, onto our building. They have not yet approached us to discuss that plan, which we would be more than willing to sit down and discuss them with. The second issue is the issue of who the declarant is, which you discussed, which is part of the current litigation. And once again, this is part of the reason why we're asking for this item to be held without prejudice, is so that we can work these things out through the judicial system. If you approve this and we're deemed the declarant, then all of this application is for naught. The last thing I'd like to mention is the court ruling in 1992, writ of mandate issued by the Clark County District Court against the City of Las Vegas that limited the square footage of the regional mall that we now call Boca Park to 1.1 million square feet. Fast forward to 2006, when Boca Park had an application before this same commission on the same parcel of land. A concerned neighbor and lawyer, then Todd Davis, penned an email quoting, 555 has 337,835 square feet remaining on the existing entitlements. This is a direct reference to the court limit of 1.1 million square feet. In September of last year, our attorney received a letter from the same Todd Davis, now the general counsel of RA Southeast. Only 4 years before, Mr. Davis believed that the parcel of land was limited at just over 300,000 square feet, yet now his client is asking for well over 700,000 square feet in this project. As such, we are also asking that the application be held to redesign this project to bring it into conformance to the court order of 1.1 million square feet. I believe this delay will not hurt the project because during the Planning Commission meeting and as part of this application, RA Southeast has asked for a 3-year rather than a 2-year time frame for starting work because of various reasons. But won approval that night so they could present the prospective tenants to the ICSC last month, which they had PC approval for that meeting. ICSC has already occurred, so the delay will not hurt them. Thank you very much. And I also have the email from Todd Davis, the letter from Todd Davis that I just want to put on the record.
Please hand it to the clerk, and thank you for your professionalism. I appreciate it. Okay, would anyone else like to be heard?
Todd Farlow, shoot the lawyers and build the project. Thank you.
I'll tell you, he's got killing on his mind today. Wants everybody killed. Okay, I don't think you have to respond.
Could you give me 30 seconds?
30 seconds. I've never seen you do it in 30, but do it.
Here we go. We do believe that we have the right to use the entry off ramparts to serve both properties under existing regulations. Secondly, Mr. Grindstaff mentioned this connection between the two parking garages. He's correct. If they don't want that, we won't do it.
Okay, that was less than 30. Excellent. Okay, folks, the public hearing is closed, and we're going to turn to Councilman Wilson, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. What I'd like to do is, Mr. Scott, you had a comment you wanted to make, and then I'd like, if any of my colleagues have any comments, for them to go first, and then I'd like to go last.
Mayor and Councilman, if we could just hear a brief description as to, and Mr. Grindstaff had an issue with regard to the driveway and the pedestrian bridge, if we can just have clarification as to their ability to use the driveway and their ability to connect the pedestrian bridge.
I'm afraid that puts me back on. Let's make it clear that the pedestrian bridge is not, I believe, what Mr. Grindstaff was objecting to. He was objecting to this bridge between the two parking garages, and that's the one we've stipulated that if they don't consent to, we won't do. With regard to our use of the driveway, we believe we have the right to use it under the existing rules that the city operates under, and we believe your staff agrees. And then I'll defer to your staff on the point.
Mr. Fagg?
In terms of the pedestrian bridge, we would agree that if the 555 is what I refer to them, but that's not actually the correct name of Charleston Associates, objects to the pedestrian bridge from parking structure to parking structure, then they are not obligated to construct it. Relative to the driveway entrance, it is very common for commercial properties to share driveways, and so as it's being proposed, staff has recommended approval of the driveway configuration.
Thank you. And Mayor and Councilman, and with regard to the court hearing that Mr. Grindstaff referenced, that's not germane to this particular hearing. I don't believe that the court actually said it limits them to 1.1 million square feet. The actual language talks about that it can contain 1.1 million square feet. That's different than saying it can only be limited to 1.1 million square feet. With regard to the PD, this is asking for a new PD plan development, so all the properties within Boca Park would not need to sign an application. With regard to, he brings up issues, or he did bring up issues in this letter about neighborhood meetings. Those aren't required for this particular application. It's only for a general plan amendment. And with regard to the CCNRs, that's an issue that has to be worked out between these two parties and not enforced by the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I believe Councilman Wilson is passing the mic to anybody else who'd like to speak. Would any of the other council members like to speak at this time?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Just a point of clarification in regards to the Rampart entry. Is there a shared parking or driveway ingress, egress? Mr. Borgel, I know you pointed to the Rampart entryway, and you stated that you believe that there's an approved access to both parcels from Rampart. Can you elaborate on that as far as where you're getting that information?
Yeah, Mr. Grindstaff indicated that that's on their property. I've not participated in a survey to determine if it is or isn't, but the driveway was established to serve the entirety of these parcels and operates on that basis, and we believe that there is a right to use it to serve the entirety of the property, whether it's in the form of a reciprocal easement as to access, which revolves out of the CC&Rs, or whether it's in effect a prescriptive right because it exists and it was intended and approved to serve both parcels. As I said, your staff has looked at it and they agree it's appropriate. That's as far as I can go. I'm not going to try to litigate it here, and I'm not a litigator.
No, it's not. It's not that I'm asking you to litigate it here. The question I'm asking is, have you seen somewhere in writing where it basically lays out the fact that there's an access agreement for this entry for the entire site, or just one specific site, whether it be the site to the north or the site to the south?
No, it's my belief that this driveway was put in place to serve the site to the north and the south, but that was at a time where Boca Park, or their 6 predecessors, controlled both parcels.
Correct. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Would any of the other council members like to be heard? Councilwoman Tarkani?
I'd just like to ask legal over there. My understanding is that this vote is just on the use of, the recommended use by Planning Commission of the applicant of that one entranceway. Is that correct? In other words, there were 2 concerns. One was the walkway.
Right.
And the applicant here is saying that it doesn't matter to them if they have the walkway or not. If it's objected to, they will not build the walkway.
Right, and that's the walkway from garage to garage.
To garage, all right, so that's not, well, yeah, and I see that, and so that's not being considered now because the applicants have said they won't do it if it's not wanted.
Correct.
So the only thing left is the ingress, right?
Well, the only, to some degree, it's the ingress and egress. Mr. Borgel is indicating that they can use that as a result of them owning the property and either some prescriptive right or some right that was gained through the CC&Rs or gained through some type of cross-access easement. And the other side is arguing that they don't have that particular right.
Okay.
That's what they're litigating in court.
So, but what I'm saying is that according to, we're not going to get into anything of that other legal issue. So what we're working on right now is just that one thing you mentioned right there.
Correct.
And our planning committee department is recommending approval of that. And I'm assuming you're recommending approval because as you recommend approval of streets, it's to serve areas.
That is correct, yes.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
And I'm just going to give you a warning. Don't open up the legal matter here. I put that to rest at the beginning. So let's not litigate the lawsuit here today. This is approval of a site development plan. That's it. So let's not go into that. And Mr. Grindstaff, is there anything you'd like to add in view? All right, fair enough. I just want to make sure that, notwithstanding the fact we may not agree with each other, that you feel you're treated fairly.
I respect what you get, and as long as you, thank you very much.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, I have only one thing to say, that there are some very special people in our community. If you were here this morning, you would have been delighted to live in the city of Las Vegas when you heard the representative from Cleveland Clinic, one of the great medical institutions in the world, say that they're coming to Las Vegas and they're exploring their presence and talking about 3 or 4 parcels right in our downtown on Symphony Park. And you hear the folks talking about what's happening at Symphony Park as far as the Performing Arts Center. And there's some real visionaries. And there's no question that the council has been supportive of the narrow slice that I carved out to want it accomplished, and that is the revitalization of the downtown. But they are real stewards of what happens in their particular wards and in their neighborhoods. And I haven't lost a night's sleep in 12 years as the mayor, feeling that they're going to watch the interest of their constituents in Ward 1, in Ward 2, in Ward 3, in Ward 4, in Ward 5, and in Ward 6. They're terrific in what they do to make sure that everybody in their wards are treated fairly to the best of their human ability. But I have to say this, I haven't been envious or jealous of any project since I've been the mayor, because I felt that they were all in downtown Las Vegas, of which I was so proud. But there is one project that Mr. Lowy has created really out of the desert, and that is Tivoli. And it's very, very special. It makes Ward 2 gleam because of what you've done there, and a commitment that is really incredible as far as the amount of money that you put into this because of the quality of the work and the architecture and the design and your dream. And now you're looking to go across the street, and I'm looking forward to it because it takes real guts in this economy to go forward and build the way you're building, creating jobs the way you're creating jobs, creating a future for an entire community and a neighborhood which will benefit and permeate the entire valley here. So I have to congratulate you publicly on my last day as the mayor. I would be remiss if I didn't do that. You're a very special citizen in Las Vegas. And with that, I'll turn it over to my councilman for Ward 2, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Beverly, may I have a transcript of what the mayor just said? Because he said he's envious of something that's going into Ward 2. I don't know that you've ever said that before.
I'm allowed a little liberty today.
In all seriousness, I want to thank Mr. Grindstaff for coming into my office the other day. You're always welcome. You've been in my office a number of times over the years on a number of projects, and I appreciate your input and your tenacity. You believe in what you believe in, and I welcome those comments, and I always will. I also want to thank Mr. Scott and Mr. Lewis. They are our city lawyers that have studied this project and advised myself and my colleagues along the way, because we want to do what's right, we want to do what's proper, and we believe that our limited scope today is for this board to vote on a zoning matter and a site development review, and that's all. If there are other matters outside of our purview that may be solved in a courtroom, so be it, but that's another day. Today we are to decide these two limited things. Mr. Lowy, Mr. Pankratz, you gentlemen, I couldn't have said it any better than the mayor, are doing remarkable things in this economy. I have called Tivoli Village the jewel of the desert, the talk of the town. It is today and will be for many, many years to come. I thank you for doing the neighborhood meetings. When you did Tivoli, I required you to do neighborhood meetings. I think you did 18 neighborhood meetings for Tivoli. Mr. Borgell, I think you did 5 or 6 neighborhood meetings for this project. You got the neighbors involved. You listened to the neighbors. When the neighbors say, if you can switch one building, the 3-story to the 2-story, you listen to them and you're going to try and do it. When the neighbor said, could you make sure that most of the residential units' windows aren't facing the residents on the east side, you did that. So you're a developer that cares about what effects your development have on your neighbors. And I appreciate that very much. And finally, I'm going to echo what Planning Commissioner Rick Truesdell said at the Planning Commission. And I can't say it verbatim, but he said, any developer that is willing to come into this community in these times and, like the mayor said, spend millions and millions of dollars and take the risk involved in Tivoli and now this indoor mall, which is going to have 3 anchors. And I can only speculate who they are, and I can hardly wait to see who those anchors are. And the high-end tenants comparable to shops at the Forum Shops. As Commissioner Truesdell said, I'm not going to stand in the way of this kind of development. I'm going to open up the gates and let you run through it. As many of my colleagues on this board have said, jobs, 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 vitality, energy, that's what you're bringing to Ward 2 and to the Southern Nevada area. So for purposes of our role today, my motion on Item number 101 is to be consistent with Planning Commission and staff and recommend approval.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
Same motion on 102 for approval.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you. We thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to call items 103 and 104. 103 is VAR 41060, request for a variance to allow a 0-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required. 104 is VAR 41216, request for a variance to allow 11 parking spaces where 22 are required. 105 is SDR 41059, request for site development plan review for proposed 4,428 square foot church and a 2,880 square foot modular classroom building with waivers to allow no landscape buffers along the north, east, and west perimeters where 8 feet is required, and a 5-foot wide landscape buffer along the south perimeter where 15 feet is required. The applicant owner is River of Life World Ministries. The project is located on .54 acres at 4944 Vegas Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval of all items, and staff recommends denial of all items. These items are in Ward 5 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
David Dwyer, Dwyer Engineering, representing the applicant. The applicant or the owner is here.
Peggy Pound, 4895 Lone Mountain Road, also representing the owner.
Very good. Thank you. Be happy to hear from you.
Pardon?
We'd be happy to hear from you.
On 103 and 104, we're in agreement with the staff's recommendations. And with,
Mr. Dwyer, why don't you do this? Why don't you give us an overall overlay of the entire development plan,
all right,
which will be beneficial to the mayor and council members.
All right. I have a site plan there. I think that's. I have another one with more extensive.
I think one of the things that we'd like to bring forward is the fact that I personally walked the neighborhood and met with all of the neighbors and the businesses around this church, who is also very, very active in the community in outreach programs. And they are a good neighbor. The neighbors are all very much in favor of the church being there. The parking we have taken care of. There's public parking on the street, not parking on Vegas Drive, because that would cause a problem. We met with AutoZone. They can't officially give us permission to park there. It's a corporate decision, but the staff there has no problem during Sundays and Wednesdays that the church parks on the west side of their facility. I personally went there 3 Sundays in a row, and there were no traffic congestion. No one parked in front of the homes that are on the eastbound street from them. So the parking is not an issue. We have met with Councilman Barlow and his staff, and a planning commissioner who actually came out on site and saw what we were doing. We have an easement behind us that we're looking at for the 0 lot line in the back that we're working with them on. The buildings that are on there are not temporary. They're going to be permanent buildings. They're going to be landscaped and painted to paint the church. In the past 45 days, the church members came out and completely redid the landscaping in the front of the church on the Vegas Drive side. In fact, the auto place right across the street came over and said, "You're making us look bad," which we like because they need to be made to look bad over there. So hopefully they're going to start cleaning up. And I think the church, the auto repair place, I think the church has really stepped up and done everything that they can to bring this property up to a very nice condition, and one that the community will be proud of if they're not already. I know for a fact that they do Sherman Gardens and Marble Manor. Every year they impact hundreds of people in donations and outreach programs and youth programs on church site. No church school. We're not planning on having one there, just the regular church that facilities and times that they meet. So we're hoping that you will be in favor of these waivers that we have listed here. And I believe we can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilor Ross?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Are those trailers yours? The churches, I mean?
There were 2 trailers on the property to the east of the church, which as soon as code enforcement told them we had permission to use that property, they were actually renting it, and we found out that the owner could not be renting it. It wasn't a legal parking facility, so we canceled that. They got rid of those 2 trailers. We have 1 mobile building in the back that's going to be permanent. There are no 2 trailers now on that side.
The picture that you have up right now.
That's the picture I'm looking
Yeah,
at.
Okay.
that's been taken care of.
Mr. Ross, those are 4 portable units that were in use at, it was an Assembly of God church on Torrey Pines, just south of Cheyenne. And when they went into their remodeling recently, they donated them to this church. Those are portable units that are part of that SDR, the last item there. They would go on the property as a permanent structure. And we've submitted architectural drawings of what the front will be. The building has been, the front church has been rebuilt or repainted. I have some pictures of it, and the public improvements have been made, or parking lot improvements are not shown in this picture, but they've been recently restriped, and it looks very good. This is the format of what we'll do. The portable buildings, when they're made permanent, will be architecturally will blend in with the rest of the other building.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I went out there 3 times, and I don't know if this church group has taken a page out of from Zappo, or if Zappo took a page out of them. But I mean, there was dirt flying out there, and the whole bunch of them were out there. Not, usually when you have a group, you got about 2% of them doing all the work. Not like that. All of them were out there. I was just amazed. The other thing is, taking a page from Zappos. Zappos has all these community things that they're going. They're talking about sponsoring Boy Scout groups and something. If there's any area that needs it, I mean, this area does need that. And I mean, wow, when you have this kind of energy, you just got to let them go. Thank you.
And be sure and water the trees.
Yes, sir.
No, seriously, it's a church, and the word church has a great meaning. True? The word church has a great meaning. So whatever this is going on, they're going to make the building permanent and whatever. So it sounds like a greater good. It's a church. So I appreciate, Mr. Barlow, that you do the best you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Thank you. Juanita Clark for Charleston Neighborhood Preservation. We don't have quite a flowery comments such as that, but we did include 105 in this, but it just, yes, is our request for approval of this facility at this location. We welcome such a facility as this in our area, considering it an asset in all ways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Pound and Mr. Dwyer, for your comments and also laying out the entire master plan for the church. I, too, had an opportunity a couple days ago to drive by to get a final view of what has been done since the last time I came through there, so that I was prepared for today's meeting. And I have to say that the church, I applaud you for a job well done, because it does look very, very good. And also I want to thank you and disclose that they came out and assisted Mayor with my tree planting, extreme tree planting ceremony, which took place over at the historical Berkeley Square neighborhood. And we planted 185 trees inside of Berkeley Square. And I wanted to thank the church for coming out with the other community groups for your philanthropic efforts and volunteerism to help improve and beautify the community. And you all are most definitely well on your way as it relates to your current location. As we move to item number 103, the variance for 103. I'm okay with the variance. However, I wanted to just verify with Flynn that it met the requirements that you and I discussed, and making sure that staff was okay or at least palatable with the direction that we had discussed in 103.
Staff would agree with the direction that you had proposed with items number 103 and 104.
Okay.
Still have concerns relative to the landscaping. Apparently there's some effort that has been made that wasn't shown on the original drawings that were submitted with the application.
Okay. So what I'm going to do today is move to approve item 103 and 104, and I would like to obey item 105 so that we'll have an opportunity to meet with yourself, Mr. Dwyer, and Ms. Pound, so that we can make those appropriate adjustments and tweaks so that when this item comes back before the council, we'll be in a better position to present the site development plan before the mayor and council. So I understand that, Mr. Dwyer, you're going to be out of town, and you would need to meet the second meeting in July?
The second meeting in July would be fine, Mr. Warlow.
Okay, did I believe that's July 16th or 15th?
20th.
Oh, July 20th? Okay, I would like to bring the site development plan back. Well, I'll go in order. So, item 103, I move for approval subject to the conditions from planning and development.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
And item number 104, Flynn, once again, is there anything that we missed here or any adjustments that we can add on the record prior to moving forward?
No, there's nothing to add here.
Okay, so I'll move for approval subject to all conditions on item 104.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries.
Okay, and for the site development plan, I would like to obey this item until the July 20th City Council meeting, which will give staff and I an opportunity to meet so that we can make the minor adjustments and then bring it back on July 20th. And that should be also come in the form of a recommendation of approval from myself at that time, as long as everything, all the I's have been dotted and T's are crossed. So at this time, my recommendation today would be to hold this until the July 20th City Council meeting.
Okay, and before we vote on that, I'd like to thank the folks from the church who are here. They're readily identifiable with their shirts on. And thank you for your patience. It's so nice to hear all the good things that you're doing out there. And we're having a party tonight down on Fremont Street, and the word is that you like to party. So I invite you, and of course everybody else who's here and anybody who may be viewing this, to be on Fremont Street. I think it's 7:30, isn't it, Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. On 7:30, there's free entertainment. We're going to have bands down there, Louis Prima Jr., and it's going to be a lot of fun for the entire community in celebration of Mayor Pro Tem and my self-service to the city. And we'd be honored and privileged if you came down, and all of your friends who had to leave, who weren't as patient as you, please get on the phone and invite them as well. So with that, let's vote on the councilman's motion. Post, please. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And before I leave the podium, I would like to thank you, before you move into first gentleman, for your tenure as our mayor. I just recently had moved out of the city of Las Vegas, and I'm sorry about that. But I have enjoyed every year you've been the mayor.
Well, thank you.
And Councilman Reese, you're going to be missed. I'm not a term limit lady, so I think it's unfair when we have somebody that's really good that they get term limited. I think people should vote people out of office, not have legislators tell us what to do. So I appreciate every one of you guys on the council. Thank you,
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you so much for your kindness.
If I could, ma'am, if I could, just for clarification, it wasn't the legislators that did it.
Oh, it wasn't?
The people voted for it.
Oh, well, that's sad that they took that away from, I mean, that we allowed that to happen.
They voted on it twice, and it carried both times. So.
I didn't vote for it.
But thank you for your
I went
comments.
to Berkeley in the 60s. We don't do that.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I wonder what else you did at Berkeley in the 60s.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, statute of limitations.
Uh-oh. And it's amazing, today she's representing a church. Okay, item 119 is SDR 41257. No, Councilman Barlow has another commitment. SDR 41257, Site Development Plan Review. Public hearing, the applicant owner is Ike Gaming, Inc., request for site development plan review for the addition of landscaping with alley modifications and a corresponding request to encroach into the adjacent public alley on 1.46 acres at 201 North 7th Street and 608 Stewart Avenue in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask that this item be brought forward, and Mayor and Council, thank you for allowing this to be brought forward. I do have, for the record, class this evening, and I wanted to make sure that I had all of my items taken care of. But with that being said, I have had several opportunities to meet with Mr. Mike Nolan from the one of the principals at the El Cortez and his staff, and they are doing a wonderful job with the El Cortez as well as the Cabana Suites in this area. And I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but I mentioned I had an opportunity to come through the Fremont East District and also in front of the El Cortez this last Saturday with my family, and all of the activity and just thousands of people walking around. It was great, and I mean, I was amazed at the number of people that were just really walking their dogs and holding hands with their family members and just really enjoying themselves in that corridor. And I just say, just keep up the great work that you're doing, and also with the Cabana Suites and the expansion of the pool area that you're looking to bring on is going to be a great amenity to this area. And I understand what you're trying to accomplish as far as the gate entry for the protection of your guests crossing the alley, and I think that that's going to be okay. Although staff has some concerns as it relates to those gates, I believe that we will give it a chance because of everything that's taking place in the downtown community with Zappos and all the other exciting developments that we've had an opportunity to vote on today. I believe that we're headed in the right direction, and Mr. Shea touched on it today as far as saying that most definitely Las Vegas is on that downtown Las Vegas is on that tipping point. I believe that we've tipped, and I believe that the water is now not only dripping, but it's actually a steady stream of activity, positive activity, that's only going to enhance the downtown community and all of the wonderful developments that are coming online. So I am going to move forward for approval, subject to all conditions of your item, and just really thank you for all of the resources, time, and energies that you've placed inside of your property, enhancing it. I know the mayor takes pot shots at the El Cortez every opportunity he gets, as far as, he's stated that he would never go in the El Cortez because he would come out with lung cancer. But today, ladies and gentlemen, let me be the first to say that if you have not gone inside of the El Cortez lately, please make a special trip and bring someone with you and enter the doors of this wonderful property that has been renovated to a level that will stand up against any property throughout Nevada. And I really want to thank you and your entire staff and all of the principals there for injecting your time and resources back into this wonderful property. And I'm just really elated to have it in my district and actually to work with such a fine group of professionals at the same time. So that will be my motion. I'm pretty sure that you all may have some words before we cast a vote.
Mike Nolan from the El Cortez. Thank you very much, Councilman. And yes, I did watch your spoken words today, as well as all the fine festivities this morning. And it was wonderful. We at the El Cortez, I've always said that you cannot stand still, because if you stand still and just do nothing, you're moving backwards, and we have to push forward. And Councilman Barlow and Mayor Pro Tem Reese, and of course Mayor Goodman. You guys and the rest of the council have always said you can help, you can push forward, but the business needs to step up, and they're the ones that need to spend the money and to do the right thing in advancing the area. And we've taken that, gone forward with what funds we have. We have other things on the agenda right now. We start on a couple pair of restrooms and a lounge. Starts Monday. We're looking at painting the building so people can see what is nice inside can be nice outside. And we're doing this as we have funds. And nothing comes out, nobody takes anything out of the Cortez. It all is reinvested directly back in it. And we're in a position a lot like the city, where we're trying to keep our employees working, and we're doing the best we can with what we have. But thank you for the kind words.
You're welcome.
Council members, Bruce Leslie of the Armstrong Teasdale Law Firm representing the applicant. With me was Mr. Nolan, who just made his presentation. Mr. Woody is with me also, and Alexander Epstein is also here. Normally I come prepared for a presentation, but with the kind words that Councilmember Barlow presented, I don't really know what more I could add. I think the one thing that Mike didn't mention is that the lounge and restroom renovations can be about $600,000, and that they have already spent $8 million on the Cabana Suites, improving that. And so this is all part of our efforts to try to beautify downtown, to try to make it a young, hip place. And you know, Alexandra gets all the credit for a lot of those new original ideas that create the community, council member, that you're speaking about, that makes it a pleasant place to go down to. And it's a young crowd, and it's a fun crowd, and we just look forward to going forward. And if we can answer any questions that you might have, we welcome your questions. As to, I'm sorry, council member, your one comment about taking a chance on us, there's an encroachment agreement that we've been negotiating and have discussed with the city attorney's office, and I think everyone, including planning and the other departments, are satisfied with the language, and it gives you redress should we stumble or should anyone after us stumble and not meet your strict standards of improving the area. So with that, we'd entertain any questions.
Thank you. I don't believe there are any questions, but it is a public hearing.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I would like to echo Councilman Barlow's comments. And I'd like to say, just as the voice from the peanut section, if you haven't been in there, go in there. I mean, that place is clean. And who would ever think that you'd say that about the El Cortez? I mean, the place is spotless. Really, it's amazing.
I think he's taking my line.
Well, I can't remember, but they did put in an air handling system, and I don't remember how much money was spent on that. So, Mayor, maybe you haven't been there since the air handling system.
Believe me, I've been there, and if I didn't love it, okay, I wouldn't make fun of it. When I tell the story, it's a positive story, because the El Cortez today is the boutique hotel in the entire city, and it does my heart good, to be quite honest with you, that so many wonderful things are happening right next to the El Cortez, around the El Cortez, in the El Cortez, and it's great when you have people who stood up and took the chance, who were the pioneers, when you know they're going to benefit from it. That's what public-private partnerships are all about. That's what cities are supposed to do to ease the process, but nothing gets done without the private sector making the commitment. And Kenny Epstein and his crew, and Jackie Gaughan and his crew, and the three of you are very, very special, and Bruce, of course, you're a friend, but this triumvirate here, they deserve everything you're going to get, and you're going to get it in spades, and it's all going to be beautiful. So congratulations and thank you very much. All right, the councilman made a motion. Let's vote on it, please. Post, please. Motion carries. Good luck. We'll see you tonight.
Right. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to, let's see, 106. Okay. 106 is VAR 41321. A variance, a public hearing. An applicant owner is Johnny Pappas. Request for variance to allow an existing 595 square foot accessory structure class 2 with a 0-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required 0 feet of separation from the primary structure where 6 feet is required, and which is not aesthetically compatible with the primary structure on .48 acres at 1125 Cashman Drive in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Mayor Goodman, Councilman and Councilwoman Tarkanian, Johnny Pappas, 1125 Cashman. I am trying to construct some shade over there, and I brought in letters from all the owners around my neighborhood there and from the lawyers that adjoin my property there. It's a commercial building. It's professional, and none of them oppose this. And Mayor, as far as the aesthetics go, what I'm building here, is that the right? Is basically what
It's
this
sideways.
garage.
Move it around, please. There you go.
It almost looks like the house is built into it. I haven't painted the house yet. I'm going to paint this exactly the same color as the house so it matches and it conforms and it looks like it's just completely built in. It overlays over the roof. And what I've been doing to this house was a repossession. It was, here's my backyard. I'm putting in a lot of money in this home. This was all dirt, a pool half full of mosquitoes. I mean, I'm putting in an awful lot of money. This home I'm keeping. You know, I'll die in this home. So what I'm trying to do, I'm putting in a lot of money into this place. All my neighbors love it. I own a lot of cars, and they would love to see this go up. Like I said, the doctor, Stobler, he's not the owner, but the other doctors, I brought letters in on the prior meeting from the owner of that property, and he doesn't oppose it at all. He's all for it. So my front landscaping will look like, you know, I've held up everything for this garage. I haven't even put my front landscapings, what I want to get all done now, and, you know, whatever else I'm doing in my home. I'm just putting thousands and thousands of dollars into it. But I really need this garage. There was a setback on it, but I don't see how it's affecting anybody here. I mean, it's a beautiful building, too. Quinn came out and took a look at it. She saw it. She was all for it because there isn't a residence next to me. It's just a parking lot. So I haven't seen any opposition to this, you know.
Okay, well, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Pappas? Folks, public hearing? Anybody like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close. Yes.
We have a comment on a lot of things, as you well know, and in this 106, we heartily agree with the Planning Commission that this can be comfortably approved. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else like to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I'd like to say that you don't live really near there, and I want to say to Mr. Pappas that unfortunately, even though you say all your neighbors agree, they do not agree. Even in our backup information, it's about 3-1 against your project. And I will tell you why. You do have on one side of you commercial, and that's a parking lot, and that's something else. It's the other side that's a residential area.
Which other side's that?
Well, the front of your house.
Okay, in front?
Yes,
well, okay. I brought letters in from all of those.
Well, I never saw those letters.
Oh, I brought them in with all of them, all my neighbors on that street. I brought them into the last hearing. They were supposed to issue them to you.
Well,
signed by everybody.
I will tell you, I have letters here that are in the backup.
I have.
But these letters run, as I said, about 3-1 against it. I can read you. The people there believe that you're repairing cars in your 3-car garage that you have already. They say, please stop it. This is making our residential neighborhood, turning it into trash. It looks like a used car dealership, cars and people in and out all day. A front yard full of cars with missing parts, all dead landscaping. Now, you said that you were waiting, I know, before you did your landscaping.
Right.
But you know what? I know that area very, very well. And I know where you're putting your side, the piece that you're seeing right now. you could have done your other landscaping, and you could have completed this carport with this other thing. But let me get back to this. I just want to finish because you said what you said. First of all, this is a rural preservation area, and a commitment was made to the people who live there a long time before I was on the council. A commitment was made where they would be a rural preservation overlay district, where the intent is to maintain less intense residential uses than normally found in urban areas. And that rural preservation overlay area exists today, and your street still falls in that. The other thing is that you were given a variance already one time to build on one side of your house, something where you could cover the cars and you could park them and use as a garage or whatever you wanted to. Well, maybe it was the people who were there.
Was it me?
It was given to the property.
Okay.
Because it could have been someone who lived, the
Uh-huh.
prior owner.
Right.
Now, you started this one before you had a building permit. You put up the steel frame and of the proposed structure, and you didn't have the proper permits.
Right.
And so you were cited by code enforcement, and then you came in to get the proper permits, and you're applying now for this
Right.
situation. If the request is granted, according to our planning department, it would leave only a 3-foot wide path to the rear of the property, and this could become problematic in case of an emergency. And secondly, and I agree with this, I've gone by there, I've had a member of my staff go by there, the proposed structure will have an industrial aesthetic aspect that does not match the primary dwelling's architectural style and which is visible from the public right-of-way. And these are reasons why I feel you have an alternative, and the planning department gave you the alternative. You could extend your driveway along the north side of the property to the rear yard and install the structure. All setbacks could be maintained and would not be visible from the right-of-way. When we grant a variance, we do not grant variances for self-imposed hardships. And this situation, I believe, is a self-imposed hardship. You don't have to build it there. You could follow planning department suggestion, and by trying to put it there, I think you're breaking our philosophy for the rural preservation overlay and also for fitting in with the tenure of the community. And as I said, I never saw the letters that you said you gave. I did go through entire backup, and you could go through that too, and you will see.
All the homes, I've lived on Cashman all my life. I was born there at 1224 Cashman. All the homes from Ashby all the way to Charleston, I have letters for, from all of the neighbors there that have to look at this all the time. But
if you have neighbors there, I can only tell you that I received personal phone calls myself from people who live on the streets you mentioned. They call my home. They're not even in the backup. They call my home. So
Well,
I'm telling you, I cannot believe.
could I bring them in, or I have copies at my house of them all. I brought them in.
I'll tell you what, you can bring them to me, and I'll go over them, and if so, then I could call this back on the agenda, I believe.
Please.
But I'm moving for a denial of this.
Were you going to say something?
I was going to ask Councilwoman if she'd like to hold it for 2 weeks and then have the gentleman bring the letters to you within that 2-week time. And
All right, now, will these letters have already been written,
Yes,
and you have them in your possession?
I believe my
Can you
secretary
get
has
them
them
to
in.
my office by tomorrow?
I will try, yes.
Okay, because
Okay.
I need them by...
Mrs. Tarkanian, where would the ones I brought in be from the last hearing? They kept them.
Did you ever call me, or did you ever come to
Quinn,
see me? You
Quinn.
never did to me.
No,
No.
Quinn, I was dealing with Quinn.
You gave them to Vicki Quinn?
Yeah, I brought them in here, and they left them here, and they took them.
Yeah, I know.
So,
She
and I
looked like-
believe Quinn must have them.
Well, we'll ask her if
She was
she has
involved.
them, but I don't know why you wouldn't have turned them in at the Planning Commission meeting, and if you had turned them in,
I did.
then they would be in our backup today.
They were here.
All right, I would obey then for the 2 weeks, and I do need to have those letters, or I'll be leaving town, and I need to see them before I leave
Oh,
town.
yeah. I
And
was
since
just-
you already have them,
I didn't even know about this meeting. I thought it was last month. I left Costa Rica. I got in last night to be here. So I cut my vacation way short. I thought it was next month. So I've been sleeping over here. I just got in last night, like I said, got up this morning and came here. So I was on short notice too. A long flight.
But you see, you understand my feelings here. I just want you to understand. You're asking for a variance.
Right.
I think a variance is a very special thing to give.
Right.
And we have been told by lawyers that they are given only for self-imposed hardships. They're supposed to be given only. I follow that as much as I can. So that's how I have felt. And I did not get your letters, and I certainly would give you an opportunity to get them to me.
Okay.
And so I will move for an abeyance for 2 weeks.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. And Mr. Pappas, I think the councilwoman put you on notice. She needs those letters tomorrow. Don't come waltzing in on Friday when she's not here. That's not going to do you any good.
I'm going to call up Gwen real quick here and see if she has them all.
But I'm just saying that it's going to be your responsibility to get them in the councilwoman's hands tomorrow.
I understand.
Okay.
At my office, it's either myself or it's the secretary, executive assistant, Kimberly.
All right. Thank you.
Good. Okay, 107 is RQR 41549, required review, public hearing. The applicant is Nevada Power Company doing business as NV Energy. The owner is U.S. Department of Interior, the BLM. Request for a required review of a previously approved review of condition that allowed the deferment of the required landscaping along the east, north, and west sides of the site adjacent to the northwest corner of Iron Mountain Road and Decatur Boulevard in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Gentlemen?
Mayor, Council, Edgar Patino, 6226 West Sahara, and with me I have Mr. Tom Dombrowski, also with NV Energy, 6226 West Sahara. As you've probably seen in the staff report, the offsites for the substation have been complete on the south and on the east sides. At this time, we're requesting for deferral of the offsites on the north and the west side for 5 years. Staff has recommended 2 years. We're comfortable with the 2 years and agree with all conditions for the approval. At this time, we'll answer any of your questions and respectfully ask for an approval of the item.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Patino? Folks, a public hearing, if you'd like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This is Councilman Ross.
Thank you both for being patient today. Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries, and good luck.
Mayor, Council, thank you.
You're welcome. 108 is SUP 41200, special use permit, a public hearing. The applicant owner is Oasis Las Vegas LLC. Request for a special use permit for a 50-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 110 North Jones Boulevard in Ward 1. Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Mayor, members of the council, my name is Tim Moliner with Ballard Spahr Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Oasis Las Vegas LLC. My address is 100 North City Parkway, Suite 1750. We've been in front of the council several times on this same issue or related issues between the same parties, so I won't go through the...
Is this the underground billboard?
This is the off-premise.
Yes, Mayor, this is the same billboard.
Okay. I just wanted to focus.
Right.
I refer to it as the underground billboard.
The underground?
Yes.
Well, to a large extent, there is still a billboard underground, and that's part of our complaint, but that's not what we're here on today. Essentially, factually, the council is aware of our position, that is that our special use permit was taken away unilaterally by Lamar and the adjacent landowner D&W Inc. We are doing what we can to get that special use permit back. We have filed a request for a building application to rebuild our billboard, which was denied. We're asking for our special use permit here today. In the same fashion that our permit was taken away unilaterally by Lamar / D&W Inc., we request to have ours back and take theirs away, and we'll resolve the rest of the private party dispute that exists between ourselves.
Are you in litigation now?
We have filed a petition for judicial review of earlier decisions from the City Council. So there is litigation pending, but it's not what I would really consider the be-all, end-all of what probably will happen between the parties privately.
Right. There is an action, though, involving our decision.
That is correct.
What type of timetable is that on?
The city was served, I believe, 20 days ago So I think we've got about 10 days before we put the record in front of the court.
And how soon thereafter is it usually decided?
We've got a briefing schedule from there, which I think that we'll discuss with the attorneys for the city, but I think the standard is we start our briefing 30 days after the record is posited with the court, and then the city, I believe, has 30 days, and then I think we have 20. So that briefing schedule is over the course of about 3 months.
Thank you. Okay, are there any questions?
Yeah, I would like to add to one fact that has changed since the last time we were here is there was a sign built on the adjacent property owned by D&W Inc. It's my understanding that that billboard was placed in a manner which was not prescribed by the City Council. So another reason in our view that that special use permit should not exist because the billboard was not built pursuant to the city's prescription.
Okay, it sounds like something. Sounds like something the court should decide. But okay, anybody like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Councilman, may I say something?
Yes, Mr.
I was going to ask you to say something because I know that we have to keep this narrow as to what I can do.
This is a billboard that can't be approved given the fact that another billboard has come within its proximity too close in accordance with our code. So this is something you would have to deny.
And if I may, our position on that, of course, is our billboard was there within the same distance that the one that now exists and our special use permit was taken away. Ours was there prior in time and at the same time.
I appreciate that.
And just for the record,
yes.
Their billboard was removed voluntarily by Lamar, who owned the billboard, prior to the time that the special use permit was granted for this.
I remember. This is like Yogi Berra would say, it's deja vu all over again.
And without the owner's consent, it was removed.
Doesn't have to be.
But I think I understand. I hope you understand.
No, I understand.
I've been here several times on prior hearings. I understand there's some frustration with the council hearing the same issue, but please understand my position. We feel that there was a real wrong done to my client, and I have a duty to zealously advocate that position.
And you're performing that duty, and we have no problem with
Thank
that.
You, sir.
Councilwoman Tarkanian.
And I do believe you're doing a good job performing your duty, but you've heard the advice from our council, and I have checked with other council before this came up today, and I have been told the same thing. So I will deny because we cannot approve billboards that close, and that's what exists today. So I move for denial.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Item 110 is SUP 41266, special use permit, a public hearing. The applicant is Coster Finance, LLC. The owner is Buffalo and Lake Mead Boulevard, LLC. Request for special use permit for an auto title loan within use within an existing non-conforming 1,400 square foot financial institution, specified with waivers to allow a 970-foot distance separation from a from a square feet of floor area where 1,500 square feet is the minimum required at 7421 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite Number 4 in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Connor Flynn of Jones Vargas. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Coster Finance. My address is 9332 Queen Charlotte Drive. Basically, this is an existing business. Coster provides loan services. All they're trying to do is now provide an additional service, which are auto title loans. There are not going to be any new. There's not going to be any new foot traffic at this location. They do not. They're not going to store vehicles at this location. They're agreeable to a condition that vehicles not be stored at this location. I think it's pretty straightforward. I think the council should approve.
All right, thank you. Any questions of the gentleman? It's a public hearing, folks.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Council, we have a representative government. They asked for a special use permit. When our commissioner, Vicki Quinn, went in there to ask him a few questions, they treated her like crap, very, very badly. When they do that, it's just like they insult me, as far as I'm concerned. If you got a debate, you can take it before the council and that, but you don't treat the people like crap. And that's what they did, and they're asking for a special use permit, and if they can't change their attitude, the hell with them.
Anyone else like to be heard?
Yes, not having been in the store, or as far as I know, none of our board members either. Just looking at the information that was gleaned by the Planning Commission, they have written that yes, we agree that Planning Commission provided diligent research, gleaning approving information for the special use permit as requested, and I guess I would say something about direct confrontation or whatever Mr. Barlow was referring to, but there's different people meet different people, and so I don't know what to say about that. But we're just referring to what was done with Planning Commission. So, and on that basis, we were for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian again. She's in action.
The vote was 6-0 at the Planning Committee. Did Vicki Quinn vote approval? I mean, I never heard anything from Vicki Quinn. Okay, I just don't.
We're relying on Todd Farlow to tell us.
I can tell you my client wants to treat their customers well, and it's not in their best financial interest to not treat their customers well. So I think they make all their efforts to.
Well, I would have to say that Vicki Quinn is the appointment that I made onto the Planning Commission, and she calls me at different times. We communicate if there are problems, and she never mentioned a problem here. I will talk with her, however, and she did vote for it, and I would move to approve.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you. Okay, 111 is SUP 41267, special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Coster Finance, LLC. Pardon me, the owner is Sea Eagle Spirit, LLC. Request for special use permit for an auto title loan use within an existing non-conforming 4,845 square foot financial institution specified, with waivers to allow no distance separation from a residential use for 200 feet is required, and a 100-foot distance separation from an existing auto title loan where 1,000 feet is required at 2300 East Bonanza Road in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Connor Flynn again, thank you. This really raises the same issue. I think, again, we are...
Make a motion.
Yes.
I don't hear it. We've all heard it, so...
No, I understand, but it's a public hearing, so if anyone would like to be heard before the motion. All right, we'll close the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. As long as there's a condition on there, Flynn, that there will be no cars at all for sale and or stored on site.
That would be a standard condition of approval, so yes.
I move to follow staff's recommendation for Planning Commission recommendation for approval of this item, sir.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you. Item 112 is SUP 41292, special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Dejur Midani, the owner is Y&B Investments, LLC. Request for a special use permit for a restaurant with service bar within an existing 2,318 square foot restaurant with a waiver to allow a 360-foot distance separation from a synagogue and 0-foot distance separation from a child care facility where 400 feet is required at 2521 Fort Apache Road, Suite 100 in Ward 2. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Your Honor, Council members Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, here representing the applicant in this matter. The staff recommended denial because of the separation issues, which I think are fairly easily dispensed with here. If you look at what's being displayed before you, the synagogue in question is a yellow highlighted area to the extreme northwest of the subject site. So as you can see, it's well beyond the actual separation distance required. It only occurs as a separation waiver because of the rule that if any part of our center is within the distance of any part of that huge center, then it's treated as a separation waiver. So
let me stop you with your permission, Mayor. I know you described where it is, Greg. Is there a way you can point it out, or is this?
If they'll go to my exhibit, we can.
Okay, can we do that with your permission, Mayor?
Well, certainly, if they could do that.
Okay.
There we go.
The subject parcel is here.
There we go.
The synagogue is here.
About how many feet is that, Mr. Borgel?
I estimate it to be well over 1,100 feet, but that is an estimate, which is well over the required separation distance, obviously. So we think that relieves that issue of separation. The second separation is to the child care facility next door, and our response there is we didn't bring this forward until the applicant had met with the child care facility, and they indicated no problem. The issue here is this is a Mediterranean cafe. It's difficult to be real successful in a Mediterranean cafe environment if you can't serve any kind of alcohol.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Regel? Folks, public hearing, if you'd like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Mr. Borgel, do you have any idea what the hours of operation for the child care facility are?
Yes, sir. They're 6 to 6, or they were last week when we checked.
Okay, so the children are going home no later than 6 p.m. And the hours of operation for this restaurant?
10 to 10.
Okay. And you're proposing a beer and wine only service bar, is that right?
Well, we applied for a service bar. We would, as I understand it, have no intention of doing more than beer, wine, and coolers, and would accept the condition to limit it to that.
Okay. What's a cooler?
It's a drink that is a combination of fruit juice and a little wine or similar.
Okay. It's not hard alcohol.
No, not hard alcohol.
Okay. And you said that, well, here's my thinking on this. I want businesses to prosper, especially in this economy. We don't want to do anything to put people out of business. This is a small restaurant. It's only 2,300 square feet. So if the addition of beer and wine would add to their ability to survive, I'm all for it. I'm a little concerned about the child care facility because what we're going to potentially be having is beer and wine served as early as 10 a.m. in the morning. What are the hours of the restaurant?
10 to 10.
Yeah, so potentially somebody could come in and have a glass of wine at 11 o'clock in the morning or 12 noon, and God forbid there's children that are being looked after close by. So I'm a little concerned, but most people are going to probably be engaging in the consumption of beer and wine and coolers in the evening hours. That's what I would think.
I would suppose so, but I certainly don't want to preclude that a person who comes there for lunch would have a glass of wine. I mean, it's just the Mediterranean style.
I understand that. We have, what are they called, TAM laws? Or what are the kind of laws we have, Mr. Scott, where a proprietor has a responsibility not to serve?
We don't have dram shop laws here.
We don't have any kind of law in Southern Nevada that
They're required to have TAM
requires-
cards, which is what the bartenders are required to be able to identify someone who's inebriated and not serve them.
And I know what dram shop is. Dram shop is more of a civil liability kind of thing, but we don't have any rules on the books anywhere in Southern Nevada that if a bartender feels that a person is consuming more alcohol than they should be for purposes of driving safely, that they can cut them off?
I think your counsel has just said you do. That's not a dram shop law, but that's what you have.
The TAM card is the
Okay,
the
I
card
used
they get
the
that-
wrong terms.
Right. That you have, the ability for the bartender to cut people off, which...
Well, not the ability, but the responsibility.
Well, right.
I'm sorry?
I don't think they have a responsibility.
Yeah,
they have the ability.
The dram shop laws are the ones that require responsibility for the innkeeper or holds them civilly liable if there's something that happens from someone who's
Right.
drinking in their spot in their place. But the TAM card is the card that bartenders and servers get to be able to identify people who are inebriated and not to serve them.
Okay,
any
so
more alcohol.
so as a responsibility of a TAM card holder, if they see somebody that, in their opinion, has drank too much, they have a responsibility to cut them off.
Correct.
Okay, and I assume anybody that would be serving beer and wine at this facility would be required to have a TAM card, and therefore would be responsible in the fashion we're talking about.
Correct.
Hopefully so. Okay, Mr. Scott, can I? No, I don't want to do that. Okay, even though I do have certain concerns, I do want this business to survive and prosper. So I am going to move for approval with the understanding that it's beer and wine and cooler only.
Okay. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your consideration, and for the mayor and the mayor pro tem, thank you for your service all these years.
Thank you. 113 is SUP 41298, special use permit, a public hearing. The applicant is Coster Finance LLC. The owner is Rainbow Charleston Plaza LLC. Request for special use permit for an auto title loan used within an existing non-conforming 964 square foot financial institution specified, with waivers to allow a 150-foot distance separation from another financial institution specified use where 1,000 feet is required, and 964 square feet of floor area where 1,500 square feet is the minimum required at 1105 South Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 101 in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Thank you again, Connor Flynn, on behalf of the applicant. These raises the exact same issues that we just dealt with in the prior two matters.
Okay, thank you. The public hearing, folks?
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, and I'm still mad. Through you, Mayor, these applicants need to understand that our planning commission are volunteers. They put a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of good judgment going around to do their vital work. And they should not be treated like that. And if they're going to be treated like that, these things ought to be shot down. And this gentleman here, he should go back to Coster and tell them that they better shape up.
Well, the truth of the matter is, if anybody wants to have a successful business, Mr. Farlow, they better treat their customers very decently and anybody who enters their premises.
Robert, people are desperate out there right now. That's why they go to these places. And I mean, they're being used. I don't want to even go into that. But I mean, these places like Coster exist because of the economy right now.
Anybody else? Serves me right.
Yes, I apologize for not providing my name before. I am Juanita Clark on behalf of Charleston Neighborhood Preservation. And what he has down here is Charleston Neighborhood Preservation does not agree with the Planning Commission. We request the above-based request approval based on the number of similar approvals in our neighborhood and request that this site be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing. And Councilwoman Tarkanian. What's that?
They were some.
Yes, I know.
Oh. You know, can I ask Juanita to come back, please? Juanita, you're against this one? You were for 110, and this is almost identical. I was just wondering.
Yes, and so no, it says Charleston Neighborhood Preservation does not agree with the Planning Commission because they had asked for denial, I believe.
Yes.
We request approval of this item 113 based on the number of similar approvals in our neighborhood and request this site to be approved. So I think that's
okay,
consistent.
I understand. I move
think.
to approve. Okay.
Okay.
Let's vote on that, please.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Listen carefully to what I'm saying, okay? The Mayor Pro Tem and myself have to go in 10 minutes. We can't be here 1 second later than 10 minutes. So whatever you have in front of us is either going to be resolved or it's going to be obeyed. And I said I don't want it obeyed because you've been sitting here very patiently. But please be considerate of us at this point in time and of others. We are familiar with these issues. I don't believe there's anything that's contested. We don't have to hear speeches. Let's try to get this done in 10 minutes, please. 114 is EOT 41551, extension of time. non-conforming use, public hearing, applicant owner 4127 Charleston LLC, request for an extension of time of a non-conforming tavern use at 4127 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. You have never done anything in 10 minutes in your life. You have 1 minute, Mr. Moran. Come on, we know who you are.
I'm going to make you proud.
Please.
J.T. Moran III, Moran Law Firm, 630 South 4th Street, on behalf of the applicant, who is present. Also, Brian Arlen, the CFO for TLC. Also, Dave Mason is here present as a principal. We're asking that you approve this extension of time. We have two things to update the City Council on. One, our state gaming applications will be considered July of 2001. And number two, we have an application for business license for liquor and gaming at the local level. We spoke with the councilwoman whose ward this project falls in. I believe she is in support, and we ask for your approval. We thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. There are no questions. It's a public hearing. Does anybody want to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
You said 2001, it's 2011, July, but I will move to approve.
Let's vote on that, please.
2011.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck. Have a seat. 115 is ROC 41544, review of condition, public hearing in the applicant's Fiesta Discount Market, the owner's Gilday Donald IRR Family Trust. Request for a review of condition of a previously approved special use permit to delete condition number 2 that states the sale of individual containers of any size, beer, wine coolers, or screw cap wine is prohibited, 7010 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Gentlemen.
Good afternoon. My name is Luke Joseph, 2550 South Rainbow Boulevard, representing the owner. And we're basically requesting the number 2 to be deleted so we can sell the the beer and wine
I'll call you right now.
and the screw tap. So,
yes.
I'm sorry?
We're listening.
That's okay. So basically, that's about it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a public hearing, folks. All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
I'm right here.
Okay. We're in a big hurry.
Sorry about that. Yes, and by the way, we watched everything this morning. Some of us did. Charleston Neighborhood Preservation, Juanita Clark speaking for Charleston Neighborhood Preservation, is speaking for approval of the request for deletion of condition number 2 for this business. The neighborhood can utilize the services of this well-run walking distance facility.
Thank you.
We appreciated the signs that they had in there and stuff.
Anybody else want to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Councilwoman, you're great. Let's vote, please. Post. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
And
Good luck
thank
to
you for your service to Las Vegas.
Thank you, gentlemen. 116 is ROC 41709, request of condition, public review. Review of condition, public hearing, applicant 711 Inc., owner Cam Mack, request for review of condition of a previously approved special use permit to delete condition number 2, which states the sale of individual containers of any size, beer, wine coolers, or screw cap wine is prohibited at 920 North Buffalo Drive in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Mark Hawkins, law firm Fenimore Craig, 300 South 4th Street, on behalf of the applicant, 711. Similar to the last gentleman, we're here requesting the condition of on our special use permit be removed, and I'll answer any questions in light of the time.
Thank you. Any questions of the gentleman? Public hearing, anyone want to be heard? We'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Let's do this all. Motion carries. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
117 is ROC 41750, review of condition. Public hearing. The applicant is Shortline Express Market. The owner is Becker Equities, LLC. Request for a review of condition of a previously approved special use permit to delete conditions number 5 and 6, which states the sale of alcoholic beverages shall be limited to the sale of beer and wine only, and the sale of individual containers of any size beer, wine coolers, or screw cap wine is prohibited. All such products shall remain in their original configurations as shipped by the manufacturer. Further, no repackaging or containers into groups smaller than the original shipping container size shall be permitted at 6390 North Durango Drive in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing. Yes, sir.
I'm Marshall Morton, Short Line Express Market, 7380 Eastgate Road, Henderson, and I'll answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Folks, a public hearing? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck, sir. Item 118 is SDR 41038, the Site Development Plan Review. Public hearing. The applicant owner is Aristotle Holding LP. Request for a Site Development Plan Review for a proposed 38,001 square foot expansion of existing 31,679 square foot non-conforming sexually oriented business with a proposed 8,770 square foot roof deck, parking lot modifications, and waiver of downtown Centennial Plan architectural design standards on 257 acres at 1531 Las Vegas Boulevard South. This is Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. I told Mr. Brown yesterday that I'm going to have to abstain from this. My son Ross has a lawsuit against one of the owners, I believe, of the property, and I think that it would be inappropriate for me to,
Okay, Mayor.
to say. I am going to excuse myself. I'll join you shortly. I want to thank everybody for everything. It's been a great pleasure serving the city of Las Vegas,
You
and I
missed
wish
a great
everybody
speech,
well.
but okay.
Excuse me?
I said you missed a great speech. Go ahead.
Make it as long as you can so he doesn't go either, okay? All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Brown? Short and sweet.
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. We've had several meetings with Mr. Bellis here, who's the president of the neighboring homeowners association, John S. Park. He's insisted throughout that we follow the neighborhood plan. We have followed the neighborhood plan. He expressed some concern about noise emanating from the patio, and we both have asked staff to come up with some language to protect the neighbors, and I believe they have and will accept that language if they want to read it into the record.
The language that we've developed is as follows. This would be attached to the business licenses for the business itself. Noise emanating from the unenclosed rooftop pool area shall not be audible by residents of the residentially zoned properties in the immediate area. Any complaint of a noise disturbance, as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code Section 9.16.030, from residents due to the use of amplified music or sound in the rooftop pool area shall require the immediate cessation of such amplified music or sound.
Any questions of the applicant? Mr. Bellis, please, on the record.
They have done everything possible to try to work with the neighborhood plan, and we appreciate that. Our only concern is the noise, and I'm told by staff and the city attorneys that this one would guarantee that if there's any noise, that they'll have to stop it permanently. And I think, as I told you earlier, I said I think it's a waste of a pool because I think there are going to be complaints, but that's their money.
Mr. Brown, do you agree to that condition that was read in?
Yeah, I think I agree with the condition permanently. The only thing I want to say is if we can correct it, we may come back and ask to correct it, but we stop immediately, just the way Mr. Bellis said and just the way staff said if there's any noise. We don't have to come back for a public hearing.
No, as long as it's stopped.
That's right.
Mr. Bellis, thank you very much for being here today. I appreciate it. I was going to call you this afternoon, and I forgot all about it, so I'm glad you were here. But anyhow, my motion is for approval with added conditions as corrected. You've heard the motion. Cast your vote, please. Oh, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? So no one will close the public hearing. Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
I'd have made a longer speech, but thanks for the memories.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Item 120 is instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission. Meetings in dangerous buildings are in nuisance litter abatements. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Citizens' participation. Any citizen would like to speak on this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is William Lee, and I represent a neighbor. It's called NACA, the Neighborhood Assistance Corporation of America. Upon the recommendation of Councilman Barlow to speak here today, we're bringing what's called our Save the Dream Tour back to the Las Vegas Convention Center. It starts tomorrow, the 16th, runs for 5 days through the 20th, where we're bringing all of the major lenders or banks in the country will be there, as well as Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, FHA. For homeowners who are in an unaffordable mortgage or a predatory loan, they can actually come out and sit down face to face with their bank and try to get their mortgages restructured to a more affordable payment. It is a free event to the public, and again, we were here back in '09. Thousands of homeowners came out from Las Vegas to this event, so we're just letting you know that we're back in town for this event for the next 5 days. We invite all of the city council members, the mayor-elect, mayor, and the mayor pro tem. Please come out, and on behalf of our CEO, to come out and see what we're doing down at the Las Vegas Convention Center this week.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. I seen you coming, Todd.
Todd Barlow, 240 North 19th Street. You're not going to get away with that.
I seen you coming.
You know, I've loved these last so many years. Terry Reese, you're the best councilman anybody could ever wish to have. When I stand at my house and I look around in every direction, I see nothing but improvements that you've done. And you know that we appreciate it. You know our love for you will go forever. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing no one, close the public hearing. Next item is council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Council members? I just got one thing. Next Monday morning at 9 o'clock down on Sand Hill, we're going to be opening up a new park in Ward 3. It's for Doug Selby, who is our city manager. It's named after him, and it's a beautiful park, and I invite all of you to come down, please. And invite all the public to come out. Anyone else? This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, guys.